Athens, 404 BCE. The mighty walls that once defended the city are being torn down amid the triumphant music of Spartan flutes. Merely a generation earlier, Athens was at the height of its golden age, a vibrant center of democracy, philosophy, drama, naval power. They had it all. But now it lay exhausted and defeated at the end of a long and bitter conflict with its rival, Sparta. This conflict, the Peloponnesian War, raged from 431 to 404 BCE and engulfed the Greek world in an unprecedented struggle. But it was more than a simple contest of arms. It was a war of ideals, strategies, and wills that pitted democratic Athens and its naval empire against the oligarchic Sparta and its Peloponnesian alliance. City-states across Greece, and even beyond, were drawn into the conflict, making this a truly pan-Hellenic war. Thucydides, the exiled Athenian general turned historian, called it a war like no other. And indeed, it did mark a dramatic turning point in Greek history. For nearly 3 decades, siege and plague, pitched battles and naval clashes, betrayals and revolutions, it became the harsh reality of life for countless Greeks. And so, the war's story has come down to us through the works of contemporary sources such as Thucydides and Xenophon, through the biting comedies of Aristophanes, performed as the war still raged, and through later reflections by writers like Plutarch. These accounts reveal not only the military and political aspects of the conflict, but also this cultural and philosophical set of repercussions. We'll be relying on these primary sources, all the ones I just mentioned, and I think you'll see that they provide quite the insight. We're quite lucky to still have them. So by the war's end, Athens was certainly humbled. Sparta was supreme but strained, and the entire Greek world had been transformed. How did it all come to this? Well, the war itself was a contest of power and principle. It raised timeless questions, questions that we will answer today. Justice, ambition, the nature of human fallibility. We'll get to them all. It all began amid confidence and patriotic fervor, and it ended sifting through the ruins. Legacies, dead. So let's go back to the ancient world. It's Sparta versus Athens, Greek versus Greek. The great bloody war of antiquity, about to begin. But not after I welcome you to the channel. Well, not before, rather, I welcome you to the channel. We're off to a good start, aren't we? Well, for anyone new, I'd like to give you a warm welcome and invite you to subscribe. Those who have already subscribed, you have my thanks. Why don't you leave a like and a comment too? Always good for the algorithm. You will get 0 ads in this video, and it's all thanks to those lovely people supporting the channel on Patreon, YouTube memberships, and those who occasionally donate. I do appreciate your support. Now with all that out of the way and being said, let's get to the topic at hand. Nice and relaxed. We'll take it nice and slow, and of course, right from the beginning. The roots of this war lie in the decades after the Persian Wars, when Athens rose to become the head of the Delian League, a coalition of city-states, basically, originally formed to deter Persia. But over time, Athens transformed this alliance into its own little empire. It moved the League's treasury to Athens, compelled members to pay tribute, and even stationed garrisons to enforce its will. Will, of course, always being enforced at the end of a spear. Pretty effective. Athens grew wealthy and powerful. They expanded their navy, and also their cultural influence. And then there was Sparta, the preeminent land power in Greece, and the leader of the rival Peloponnesian League. They viewed Athens' growing empire with alarm. According to Thucydides, the fundamental cause of the war was, quote, the rise of Athenian power and the fear it inspired in Sparta. This fear, partnered with rivalry, set the stage for the conflict we discuss today. Immediate provocations soon triggered an open war. Athens had antagonized Sparta's allies through a series of actions. It formed an alliance with Corfu, also known as Corcyra, against Corinth, intervening in a dispute that saw Athenian ships skirmish with Corinthian ships. It then besieged Potidæa, a Corinthian colony that rebelled against Athenian control, and it imposed harsh economic sanctions on Megara, that being the Megarian decree. This basically banned Megarian merchants from Athenian markets, and that's a big deal. Economic sanctions, effectively. That can ruin a country just as much as war can. Ancient, medieval, modern times. The rule is the same. Of course, these moves, they weren't well received in Corinth and Megara, and they were viewed by the Peloponnesian League as aggressive violations of that 30 years peace treaty that had kept hostilities at bay, at least barely at bay, since 445 BCE. Sparta, it was urged by its allies to respond. Everyone was relying on the big, tough guy of the group to throw the first punch. And Spartans were not known to back down from a fight. You don't need to be a Rhodes Scholar to know that. In 432, after tense deliberations, the Spartan assembly voted that the Athenians had indeed broken that peace, and that the only thing they could do was go to war. Thus, in the spring of 431, the Peloponnesian War was well and truly on. The first skirmish occurred even before the formal declarations. In a quite daring move, Thebes, that is a Spartan ally, attempted to seize the Athenian allied town of Plataea in a surprise night attack. But it did not go as planned. The raid failed. Plataea's citizens fought back and captured the Theban infiltrators. But this incident certainly lit the fuse. Full-scale war commenced. The Spartan king, Archidamus II, led a grand Peloponnesian army into Athenian territory, inaugurating the cycle of yearly invasions that would characterize the first phase of the war. At the onset, Athens and Sparta adopted pretty different strategies. Of course, they both had their strengths and weaknesses. Athens, under the guidance of its leading statesman Pericles, decided quite prudently to avoid pitched battles on land against Sparta's fearsome hoplite army. No one wants to go up against that. They had quite a reputation. This is after Thermopylae, by the way, that was back in the Persian Wars. Well, instead, Pericles urged all residents of Attica to shelter behind Athens' formidable long walls, named, of course, for their length, very creative, which connected the city to its port of Piraeus. Protected by these walls and supplied by sea, Athens could hold out pretty much indefinitely. It was a good strategy, at least in a defensive sense. Meanwhile, the powerful Athenian navy would conduct raids along the coast of the Peloponnesian League, harassing enemy territory and maintaining vital supply lines. Sparta, for its part, relied on its supremacy in heavy infantry. Every summer, Spartan forces invaded Attica to burn crops and threaten Athens, hoping to draw the Athenians out into open battle. Attica, by the way, that is the region in which Athens was situated. But of course, Athens refused to oblige. This frustrated the Spartans quite a bit. They wanted that pitched open battle. But the Athenians, well, their navy ranged at will. The Spartans didn't have much of a navy, so their advantage was kind of checked by that. We get to that first winter of the war, where Pericles delivered a famous funeral oration for the fallen Athenians, extolling the virtues of the city's democracy and the value of sacrifice for freedom. His words managed to lift Athenian spirits and justify their resolve, but this idealism would soon be tested by more grim events. In the second year of the war, that being 430, there was an unexpected disaster. It struck Athens from within. A devastating plague broke out in the overcrowded city. The disease swept through the population trapped behind the walls. Tens of thousands died. Thucydides gives a gripping account of the plague's horrors. People dying rapidly, social order collapsing, and even the usual customs of burial abandoned in panic and despair. The epidemic wiped out perhaps a third of the Athenian population, and it also claimed Pericles himself in 429, robbing Athens of its most capable leader. Now that's salt in the wound, for sure. The morale and discipline of the Athenians suffered, yet they kept on fighting. The Spartans, for their part, were so fearful of disease that they aborted their yearly invasion when they learned of the plague in Athens. After all, the plague had probably killed more Athenians than the Spartans could, especially since the plague was in the walls and the Spartans were stuck outside. Sometimes the best thing to do is do nothing. Well, after poor old Pericles died, the leadership in Athens became a lot more divisive. Charismatic orators like Cleon, a leather tanner turned politician, urged a more aggressive and punishing war strategy, whereas more cautious figures like Nicias favored negotiations and stability. The war expanded in scope and brutality. In 427, the Spartans and the Thebans captured Plataea after a prolonged and grim siege, and in their reprisal executed the Plataean men, sold their women and children into slavery. That same year, civil strife erupted in Corcyra, Corfu, that is, where a battle between pro-Athenian and pro-Spartan factions devolved into a bloody massacre. As Thucydides describes, revolution in Corcyra led to gruesome atrocities and a complete breakdown of social norms, a terrifying sign of how this war was tearing apart the fabric of Greek society. And we say Greek society because, after all, Athens was Athens, sure, Sparta was Sparta, but Greece was also Greece. Back in those days of the Persian War, they put all those differences aside, and all the Greeks stood together against that existential threat. Well, living memory notwithstanding, it was all over now. Back to fighting each other. Athens itself showed a ruthless resolve to maintain its empire. When the city of Mytilene on Lesbos revolted against Athenian rule in 427, the Athenian assembly initially voted to put the entire male population to death, though they reconsidered the next day and reversed the decision, executing only the leaders of the revolt. Perhaps they needed the tax revenue. Who knows? But dead men don't pay taxes, that's for sure. Of course, this entire episode shows how the pressure of the war was just eroding those traditional restraints, and everybody was on edge, passions inflamed. Despite all the setbacks and horrors, Athens also enjoyed key success in the mid-420s. In 425, for example, an Athenian naval and land operation on the coast of Sparta's territory resulted in quite a nice little victory for them. A rather clever Athenian general you might have heard of, Demosthenes, don't be confused though with the latter orator of the same name, fortified a position at Pylos in the Peloponnese. When Spartan forces attacked, Demosthenes, aided by the brash politician we've mentioned, Cleon, who arrived with reinforcements, managed not only to repel them, but to trap a group of Spartan hoplites on the small island of Sphacteria, just offshore. After weeks of siege, the starving Spartans on Sphacteria did the unthinkable. They surrendered. Spartans surrendering. Now that is something to write home about. In a shocking turn, about 120 Spartan hoplites, members of Sparta's elite military class, laid down their arms, put their hands above their head, and allowed themselves to become taken captive. Now that was a severe blow to Spartan prestige, and, well, you better believe that word spread about it pretty quickly. The Spartans were legendary for fighting to the death, and their surrender, well, it was unprecedented. The Athenians brought the captive Spartans back to Athens as hostages, and Sparta, desperate to recover its men, offered peace. But the Athenians, elated by their success, just refused outright. They could have ended it right there, but they didn't. Well, the war continues on. With these hostages as leverage, Athens had, by the way, threatened to execute them if Sparta invaded Attica again, and they'd do it. The annual ravaging of the Athenian lands was effectively put on hold for a few years. Yet the fortunes of war, they always seesaw back and forth, and they continue to do so. In 424, Sparta found an opportunity, just on a different front. A bold Spartan officer, Brasidas, marched north through Greece to challenge the Athenians in Thrace, where many of Athens' tribute-paying allies and valuable resources like timber and silver mines were located. And Brasidas really proved to be a charismatic commander. He persuaded several Athenian subject cities to defect by appealing to their desire for liberation from Athenian hegemony. His greatest prize was the capture of Amphipolis, a strategic Athenian colony on the Strymon River, which he took by surprise in late 424. The loss of Amphipolis, which controlled key resources and trade routes, was a heavy blow to the Athenians. Thucydides himself was the Athenian general sent too late to save them, an outcome that led to his exile and gave him the freedom to begin writing his history, actually, so silver linings, I suppose. In 422, Athens sent Cleon to lead an army to recapture Amphipolis. Brasidas met him in a battle outside the city, and in the ensuing Battle of Amphipolis, the Spartans and their local allies were victorious. But both Brasidas and Cleon were killed in the fight. With Athens' most hawkish politician gone, and Sparta's most audacious general also removed, both sides found themselves tired and ultimately leaderless. And this is where things took a little bit of a different turn. Diplomatic voices gained the upper hand. In 421, Athens and Sparta agreed to a ceasefire, drafting what became known as the Peace of Nicias, named Nicias, as we've mentioned, the Athenian general and statesman who helped negotiate it. It was supposed to last 50 years, and largely restored things to a pre-war status quo. Both sides agreed to return most of their conquests and exchange prisoners. Athens got back Amphipolis, at least on paper, and other holdings too with it. And the Spartans, well, they captured at Sphacteria. They were finally returned home. Rather, the Spartans captured at Sphacteria, excuse me. The Peace of Nicias brought a much-needed respite from these open hostilities, an intermission in which exhausted combatants could breathe, albeit while looking over their shoulders, one can imagine. It was a troubled peace, right from the start. Key allies of Sparta, such as Corinth, Thebes, Megara, they resented the treaty, and they refused to join it. That did quite a good job at undermining its credibility. Sparta and Athens soon found that not all terms of peace could be enforced. Amphipolis, for example, refused to revert to Athenian control. And the result was a half-peace. Overt battle ceased for a few years, but distrust lingered, and sporadic clashes and intrigues continued. It was meant to last 50 years, but it would only last 6 before the war reignited in an even more expansive theater. So during that uneasy lull after the Peace of Nicias, Athens' aggressive faction remained well and truly active. The brilliant and restless Athenian politician Alcibiades came to the fore, and he undermined the peace by forging new alignments. Notably, he enlisted Athens in a coalition with Argos, Elis, and others to challenge Spartan influence, and this led to the Battle of Mantinea in 418, when the Spartan army won a decisive victory, reaffirming Spartan dominance on land, and frankly embarrassing Athens and its allies. In 416, Athens shook the Greek world with an act of ruthless imperialism. It besieged and obliterated Melos, a small, neutral island that had refused to submit to Athenian demands. They just didn't want to enter the war at all. Leave us alone, they said. Well, if you won't come to Athens, Athens will come to you, I suppose. The Athenians killed all Melian men of military age, and as for the women and children, they enslaved them. It was an absolute atrocity, even in ancient reckoning, but it was justified by Athens in cold terms that might makes right, demonstrating the dark turn that the Athenian policymakers had certainly taken. By 415, the truce was effectively over, and Athens, brimming with confidence and ambition, set its sights on a far grander enterprise, the conquest of Sicily. It was in that year that Athens launched the massive Sicilian expedition, one of the most ambitious military undertakings in its history. The target was Syracuse, a rich and powerful city-state in Sicily, and a Dorian kin city of Sparta, by the way. Officially, Athens was responding to a plea from the city of Segesta, an ally in western Sicily which was embroiled in a local war. But unofficially, many in Athens, led by Alcibiades, saw an opportunity to greatly expand their empire, and therefore their wealth. In a heated assembly debate, Nicias, now a senior general and a voice of caution, urged that attacking far-off Sicily was a dangerous overreach. He warned that Syracuse was no easy target, and that Athens might be inviting its own doom. But Alcibiades, in contrast, urged bold action and painted visions of Sicily's riches and the glory of conquering new lands. The Athenian people, caught up in expansionist zeal, decided not only to proceed, but to send an overwhelmingly large force, just in case. Athens dispatched a grand armada, well over 100 triremes and 5,000 hoplite infantry, along with tens of thousands of other troops and support personnel, a host representing the city's might. They were going all in this time. 3 generals were given joint command: Alcibiades, Nicias, and Lamachus. He was an older veteran. But it was evident that these leaders had divergent perspectives. Alcibiades was daring, Nicias was hesitant, Lamachus was practical. But they set sail together in the summer of 415 BC, all with high hopes. However, there were ominous signs that accompanied the expedition. On the eve of departure, a scandalous act of impiety shook Athens. In a single night, dozens of sacred Hermae, that is, stone statues of the god Hermes, were mysteriously mutilated. This kind of sacrilege caused public outrage and panic, seen as a bad omen for the journey. Suspicion fell on those revelrous and uncontrollable young aristocrats, and Alcibiades himself was accused by making enemies of involvement. He was already under a cloud for allegedly mocking the religious mysteries. Well, he vehemently denied wrongdoing, of course, and he insisted on standing trial immediately to clear his name. But his political opponents decided to defer the trial. Thus, the mighty fleet sailed, with this dark cloud hanging over its most dynamic commander. Not long after arriving in Sicily and beginning the initial operations, Athens abruptly recalled Alcibiades to stand trial for religious crimes. Rather than return to what he believed would be a rigid prosecution, he decided to defect, to run away. And can you guess where he went? Of course, he fled first to Sparta, now branded a traitor to his city. And when he got to Sparta, he advised the Spartans on how to counter the Athenian expedition, counsel that would prove to be very valuable. Later, due to personal scandals in Sparta, Alcibiades would flee again, this time to Persia, weaving a complex path through the war. Well, I will make a full video on Alcibiades soon. Quite an interesting life. Interesting is one word for it. I'll get there eventually. But let's get back to the Peloponnesian War first. The Athenians were left without their boldest strategist, and the expeditionary force in Sicily proceeded under Nicias and Lamachus. In 414, they moved to besiege Syracuse. It was here that they gained an early advantage, winning a battle on the Epipolae plateau outside of Syracuse and beginning to construct a wall to blockade the city by land. It seemed, at least for a moment, that Syracuse might fall. But remember that helpful advice from Alcibiades? Well, under his prodding, Sparta intervened directly to aid the Syracusans. The Spartans sent one of their ablest commanders, Gylippus, to Sicily. Arriving dramatically, just in time, Gylippus stiffened Syracuse's resistance, rallied allied reinforcements, and helped the Syracusans build counter walls to thwart the Athenian siege works. The fight around Syracuse turned into a kind of trench warfare, fortifications and small skirmishes breaking out, neither side delivering a decisive blow. Lamachus was killed in action during one sortie, leaving the indecisive Nicias as the sole commander. The days turned to weeks, weeks to months, and the Athenians found themselves unable to either breach the Syracusan defenses or easily withdraw from the siege. By the summer of 413, Athens, realizing the quagmire it was in, sent a second expedition to reinforce the first. This relief force, nearly as large as the initial one, was led by Demosthenes, the general of Pylos fame, and Eurymedon. Demosthenes, upon arrival, saw Athenians' favorable position and attempted a bold night assault on the Syracusan fortifications. The nighttime battle turned into, well, quite the disaster. The Athenians were repelled. They took heavy losses. Their troops panicked in the darkness, and in the aftermath, Demosthenes urged an immediate retreat to save what remained of the army. But Nicias, overly cautious and anxious about the reaction in Athens if they abandoned their mission, actually hesitated to give the order. Adding to his hesitation, a sudden lunar eclipse occurred in August of 413. Nicias, being deeply superstitious, consulted his soothsayers, who declared the army must wait a full cycle of the moon, nearly a month, by the way, before departing. Well, he shouldn't have listened to them, because this delay proved to be fatal. Seizing the opportunity, Gylippus and the Syracusans struck back decisively. In a major naval battle in Syracuse's harbor, the reinforced Syracusan fleet, using daring tactics like the defensive barriers and flaming ships, defeated the Athenian navy. Well, the Athenians, they found themselves trapped. Their ships were wrecked or blockaded. Their army could neither take Syracuse nor easily escape by sea. Nicias finally resolved to lead a retreat by land. In a miserable column, the entire Athenian expedition, tens of thousands of soldiers, sailors, and camp followers, abandoned camp and marched inland, hoping to reach safety in friendly territory. What followed was a nightmare pursuit. Harried by Syracusan cavalry and local forces, cut off from water and supplies, the Athenians marched for days under constant attack and brutal sun. Many collapsed or were captured. At the Asinarius River, desperate to drink, the Athenians fell into disorder and were overwhelmed. Demosthenes' contingent had already been surrounded and forced to surrender. Now Nicias' exhausted band was also cornered. Nicias surrendered himself to Gylippus, trusting Spartan honor to at least spare the men's lives. Well, you shouldn't have trusted them. The victors showed very little mercy. Despite Gylippus' wishes to take the Athenian generals as prestige prisoners, the furious Syracusans executed Nicias and Demosthenes. The remaining Athenian survivors, several thousand ragged, wounded men, were thrown into the stone quarries of Syracuse. Hard job. There, in cavernous pits open to the elements, they languished for months, suffering hunger, thirst, and disease. A few survivors were eventually sold into slavery, or, by legend, earned pity by reciting Euripides' verses to their captors, but most of them just perished miserably. The Sicilian expedition ended in a catastrophic loss of an almost unfathomable scale. An entire Athenian armada and 2 full armies completely obliterated. When news of the disaster reached Athens, the city was overcome with grief and then panic. Thucydides writes that the Athenians refused to believe at first that their forces were utterly gone, but slowly the grim reality set in. Athens had lost upwards of 200 ships, and perhaps almost 40,000 men in the Sicilian misadventure. It was a blow from which many believed Athens could never recover, and so the year 413 marked the nadir of the Athenian fortunes. But the war, it was not over yet, and the resilience of Athens would soon be tested like never before. The collapse of the Sicilian expedition drastically shifted the balance of power in the war. Sparta and all of its allies seized the momentum. In 413, even before the news of Syracuse reached the Peloponnese, the Spartan king Agis II took a brave step. He established a permanent garrison at Decelea, right inside the Athenian territory. By fortifying Decelea in Attica year-round, the Spartans choked Athens from the landward side. The Athenians could no longer access their farms or the silver mines at Laurium, and nearly all livestock had to be either slaughtered or moved inside the walls. Thousands of Athenian slaves escaped to the Spartan camp. Athens now faced a constant land blockade and a strained economy. Just as it reeled from the Sicilian losses, things were going from bad to worse. But at the same time, Sparta courted the support of Persia, believe it or not. Seeing Athens weakened, the Persian satraps in Asia Minor, notably Tissaphernes, and in the west Pharnabazus in the Hellespont region, were eager to reclaim influence over the Greek cities of Ionia. In late 412, Sparta and Persia struck a deal. In exchange for Persian funding to build ships and pay crews, Sparta agreed to recognize the Persian king's claim to those Ionian Greek cities. Talk about a deal with the devil, right? Sometime before, just a few generations, they were desperately fighting against the Persians. Well, now they're fighting with them. It's funny how it works, doesn't it? There's no real loyalty. That's a tale as old as time. People will throw you under the bus for their own ambitions, whether that's on a scale of war or just personal. Well, with Persian gold flowing into their war chest, the Spartans could suddenly afford to construct a navy and lure skilled rowers away from the now poor Athenians with better pay. And this was a striking reversal of roles. The once dominant sea power Athens was now struggling to find a fleet, while land-bound Sparta assembled squadrons of triremes with all that Persian money. It did not go unnoticed, by the way, that Sparta, which had once fought Persia to keep Greek liberty intact, was now effectively selling out Greek interests to Persia to win the war. Believe me, quite a scandal at the time. Facing multiple crises, in 412 to 411, the revolt of many Athenian subject allies, an empty treasury, and the enemy's new, shiny navy, Athens still refused to admit defeat. They were holding on with everything they had, and that wasn't much. Instead, they displayed remarkable resilience and even quite clever resourcefulness. They scraped together reserves, melted down gold dedications, and even used emergency funds that Pericles had set aside for extreme situations. And the situation was as extreme as it gets. So they built new ships, somehow managed to muster new crews for them too, but the traumatic sting of defeats also shook confidence in the democracy among some of the Athenian elite. These oligarchic conspirators argued that the war had been lost through democratic recklessness, and that a smaller ruling body could negotiate better terms, especially with Persia, now that you've got the third wheel in the combat. In 411, they carried out a coup in Athens. Backed by force and intimidation, the assembly was persuaded to dissolve itself in favor of a council of 400, with power concentrated in oligarchic hands. They promised eventually to broaden it to the 5,000 wealthiest citizens, but would you have believed them? It's largely a placating gesture. It's kind of like when people make election promises. If you elect me, this will happen, that will happen. Well, if they're already in power, why don't they just do it now? Interesting, right? We see little echoes of our modern world in the ancient times. The new regime fortified itself, and it began negotiating with Sparta and Persia alike. However, the Athenian navy, the backbone of the city, and manned largely by Democrats, were then stationed on the island of Samos. When news reached the fleet that the democracy had been overthrown, the sailors and marines simply refused to accept the coup. They held assemblies of their own, declared loyalty to the old constitution, and even voted to recall Alcibiades, who had by now ingratiated himself within the Persian court. To help win Persian support back, maybe it was a good idea to have Alcibiades back on board. Essentially, two governments now claimed to represent Athens, an oligarchy in the city and a democracy in exile based around the fleet. This untenable situation lasted a few turbulent months. The oligarchy in Athens proved both unpopular and inept. It failed to secure Persian aid or significant Spartan advantage. By late 411 BCE, internal dissension, led by a moderate oligarch, Theramenes, and the threat of the democratic navy moving against the city led to the collapse of the 400. Power was transferred back to the broader body of the 5,000, in effect a mix of oligarchic and democratic elements, and not long after, full democracy was restored with surprisingly little bloodshed. Athens had survived a dangerous bout of political infighting, thanks in part to the unity and determination of its fleet. And against all odds, Athens also went back on the offensive at sea. In a series of naval battles between 411 and 410 in the eastern Aegean, near the Hellespont, that being the vital grain passage, the Athenians demonstrated that they were down, but definitely not out. At Abydos and Cynossema in 411, the most decisive battle, the Battle of Cyzicus in 410 BC, the Athenian navy won significant victory over the Spartan fleets. At Cyzicus, Alcibiades, now acting as an Athenian commander, and his colleagues tricked and completely defeated the Spartan navy in a surprise attack during a storm. The Spartan admiral Mindarus was killed, and the Athenians reportedly captured a message for Sparta, stating simply, "The ships are lost, Mindarus are dead, the men are starving, we don't know what to do." Gee, if anything captures the panic, it's that, isn't it? Just that last sentence, we don't know what to do. Past the point of pretending, right? Well, the victory at Cyzicus allowed Athens to re-establish control over the Bosphorus, ensuring the flow of grain from the Black Sea, at least for a time. In the flush of this success, Sparta quietly offered peace, proposing essentially a return to the pre-war status quo. But once again, Athens, buoyed by hope and urged on by the radical Democrat Cleophon, rejected the offer, choosing to continue the fight in pursuit of a more favorable outcome. Athens' revival climaxed with the dramatic homecoming of Alcibiades in 407. Riding a wave of popularity after Athenian naval successes, he returned from exile to Athens, where he was actually extravagantly welcomed. The charges against him were completely dropped, and he was given a post of command again. It seemed that Athens might yet snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. But the fortunes of war were still quite fickle. In Sparta, a new star had risen to prominence. Lysander, an admiral of shrewd intellect and an iron will. In 407, Lysander took charge of the Spartan fleet and established a friendship with Prince Cyrus, the Persian king's younger son, who had been sent to oversee the war in Asia Minor. Cyrus wholeheartedly supported Lysander, providing generous funds that allowed the Spartan navy to greatly increase in size and to pay its crews more reliably, even at higher rates than the Athenians, of course. Now that ought to attract more skilled rowers to the Spartan side. Because of a Spartan law that no commander could hold the post of admiral twice, Lysander was replaced in 406 by Callicratidas, a more traditional Spartan who lacked Lysander's political savvy, though he was brave and honorable. Well, under him, the Peloponnesian fleet of 140 ships confronted the Athenian navy in the waters off the Arginusei Islands near Lesbos. It was there, in the Battle of Arginusei 406, the Athens achieved its last great victory. Using newly built ships, manned by inexperienced crews, the Athenians managed to defeat the Spartan fleet. Callicratidas himself went down with the ship. The victory saved a trapped Athenian squadron and stunned Sparta enough that once more peace feelers were extended. But the triumph turned sour for Athens almost immediately. A sudden storm and the sheer chaos of battle prevented the Athenian commanders from rescuing numerous sailors from sinking ships. When the fleet returned home, Athens was in an uproar over the swaths of lost men. In a wave of public fury, whipped up by political opportunists, the Athenians put on trial the 8 generals who had co-commanded at the battle for negligence of duty. Despite the generals' defense, they claimed that the storm made the rescue impossible. The assembly was thirsting for some kind of accountability, and they condemned 6 of them to death. They would have condemned 8, but 2 of them were absent and escaped the trial. Probably best not to show up. Among those executed was Pericles' own son. This controversial act of internal bloodletting decapitated Athens' naval leadership. The city later regretted it, of course, but the damage was all done. At the very moment when the first-rate commanders, like the ones they had just killed, were most needed. Well, not a good decision in hindsight. Certainly a sign of how much strain the democracy was under in these desperate times. In 405, Sparta reinstated Lysander to command, circumventing the rule by naming him vice-admiral in title, but stopping short of giving him full authority. Determined to finish the war, Lysander moved swiftly to target the Athenians' last lifeline, the grain supply. He sailed the Spartan fleet to the Hellespont and captured Lampsacus, a key town on the Asian side of the strait. The Athenian navy, about 170 ships now, the last ounces of Athens' strength, rushed to confront him, and stationed itself just opposite of Lampsacus, on the north shore at a place called Aegospotami. What followed was Athens' fatal misjudgment. For 5 days, the Athenians rowed out each morning to challenge Lysander's fleet across the water, but Lysander refused to engage until conditions were exactly as he wanted. The Athenians were camped on an open beach, with no city or harbor at their backs, meaning they had to bring supplies from somewhere else every day. Despite warnings from a few, legend says Alcibiades, watching from exile nearby, frantically warned the Athenians their position was dangerous. The Athenian admirals grew complacent when Lysander did nothing day after day. But on the 5th day, Lysander struck. He waited until the Athenians had returned to shore and the crews had dispersed for their meal and rest. And at that vulnerable moment, the Spartan fleet suddenly dashed across the strait and fell upon the beached Athenian ships. Caught completely by surprise, most of the Athenian triremes were captured without a fight, many of their crews still ashore. Only a handful of Athenian ships managed to escape the debacle, one being the ship of the Athenian general Conon, who fled to Cyprus. The Battle of Aegospotami, well, that was a crushing blow. In one stroke, Athens lost the bulk of its navy, the very instrument that had built and sustained its empire. As for Lysander, he rounded up hundreds, if not thousands, of Athenian captives, and according to some accounts, executed the majority of them, notably the Athenian commanders and the hoplite marines. Sparta had sought revenge for earlier Athenian atrocities against the captured Corinthians and others. Yes, it's hard to forget that one. With the Hellespontine grain route now firmly in Spartan hands, the Athenians were effectively under siege, even before a single Spartan appeared at the walls. Lysander methodically moved to complete the victory. City after city that Athens still controlled in the Aegean and around the Athenian Empire either surrendered to Lysander or expelled their Athenian garrisons. The Spartan fleet sailed to Athens' main harbor at Piraeus and blockaded it. While on the land, the Spartan king Agis tightened the noose from Decelea and was soon joined by the other Spartan king Pausanias, leading a coalition army. Now, by the way, Sparta always had a dual rule of kings as part of their constitution. Athens was surrounded, but still, the Athenians, in their typical pride and stubbornness, held out through the winter of 405 to 404, despite mass starvation and privation. But finally, with people dying of hunger and no hope of relief, Athens agreed to surrender in the spring of 404. The terms of surrender were severe, to say the least. Spartan leaders and their allies debated Athens' fate. Corinth and Thebes urged that the city should be utterly destroyed and its population enslaved, arguing that Athens, had it won, would have done the same to others. And judging by their behavior through the war, well, it's hard to argue against that, to be honest. Sparta, however, decided to spare the city itself, claiming it would be an impiety to annihilate a city that had done good service in the past against the Persians. Instead, Athens would be rendered harmless. The Athenians were forced to tear down the long walls and the fortifications of Piraeus, a symbol of their security and empire, all done under Spartan supervision. The Athenian fleet was reduced to a token force of 12 ships. All overseas possessions and Athenian colonies were relinquished. Athens became a subordinate ally in Sparta's sphere, its foreign policy now effectively controlled by Sparta. Well, if you didn't think that was bad enough already, to add insult to injury, Lysander had the demolition of the long walls carried out to festive music. As flutes played, Spartan allies jubilantly danced and celebrated what they called the liberation of Greece. It was, by any measure, a humbling and heart-breaking moment for the Athenians. The empire they had built over decades was gone, and their city would never be the same again. Sparta also imposed a new government in Athens. Gone was the famous democracy, and in its place, Sparta installed an oligarchic council of 30 hand-picked Athenian aristocrats, who were, of course, very sympathetic to Sparta. This regime, known as the 30 Tyrants, ruled Athens by force and terror for the next year, executing and exiling many democratic partisans. Sparta placed a Spartan garrison at the Acropolis to ensure compliance, and thus the Peloponnesian War concluded with a total Spartan victory. Their political interference in Athens proved to be short-lived, though. By 403, the excesses of the 30 Tyrants sparked a rebellion that led by the exiled general Thrasybulus, who succeeded in overthrowing the oligarchs and restoring Athenian democracy under terms of amnesty. But even so, the Peloponnesian War had ended Athenian dominance for good, and Sparta now stood at the pinnacle of power in the Greek world. Well, before we go, let's have a look at a few of the more non-military implications. Of course, the war left a profound imprint on Greek society, thought, and culture. What had begun as a seemingly traditional war among city-states turned into something far more destructive and soul-searching. The shocking conflict shattered long-held norms of conduct. War crimes and atrocities became shockingly common. For example, the Athenian slaughter of the Melians and the Spartans' executions of the Plataeans broke the convention that Greeks did not annihilate other Greek cities. Thucydides noted how civil conflict, as in Corcyra, eroded morality. Words themselves lost their meaning, and extremes of violence were unleashed. In his famous account of the war, he presents the dialogue in which the Athenian envoys coolly assert that, quote, "The strong do what they can, and the weak suffer what they must." Pretty grim, don't you think? A sign of the times, perhaps. Intellectuals and philosophers were deeply affected by the war's turmoil. Socrates, who actually fought as a soldier during the conflict, later became a vocal critic of blind popular rule. The climate of post-war Athens, tense and looking for scapegoats, would contribute to his trial and execution in 399. Story for another time, I suppose. His student Plato, and others of the next generation, grappled with questions of justice and power that the war had starkly posed. Even the genre of history was transformed. Thucydides' rigorous eyewitness-based history was itself a product of the war's demand for clear understanding, and it set a new standard for historical writing. Economically, the Peloponnesian War was devastating. Athens' treasury was depleted. By the war's end, the city was bankrupt, and its empire, once a source of ridiculous revenue, was completely dismantled. Many Athenian allies saw their trade disrupted and their fields ravaged. Sparta and its Peloponnesian allies too endured poverty and dislocation in the war's wake. Warfare had evolved from seasonable, honorable engagements to relentless year-round campaigns, straining resources on an unprecedented scale. In the long run, the Peloponnesian War weakened the major Greek states and created a power vacuum in the region. Athens, though culturally vibrant in the following decades, never really regained its pre-war political or economic clout. Sparta's victory proved to be somewhat pyrrhic. The burdens of constant campaigning and leadership of unwilling allies left Sparta overextended and, frankly, quite unpopular. The Greek world remained fractious and exhausted. This disunity and depletion of strength made the city-states vulnerable to a new power rising in the north. Only a few decades later, Macedon under King Philip II would find little coordinated resistance when he moved to subjugate the weakened Greek cities. So in a real sense, the Peloponnesian War, a struggle to determine primacy among Athens and Sparta, ended up paving the way for the loss of Greek independence to an outside monarch. But nevertheless, the intellectual and cultural legacy of this era, the probing histories, or the dramas, philosophical debates born from the war's tumult, it endures as a treasure. I think so, at least. Julius Caesar, was he a hero, or was he a war criminal? The ancient Romans themselves never used the term war crime. In their worldview, the victor in war had broad license to punish the defeated. Yet even all the way back in antiquity, there were voices of disapproval when Caesar's conduct seemed to breach the basic norms of honor or mercy. From the vantage of the 21st century, we can ask a few tough questions about those ancient events. How exactly did Caesar justify slaughtering entire populations? What was it like for the victims on the ground, those Gallic villagers and warriors who found themselves facing the legions of Rome? And what do the primary records say? What happens when we read between the lines of Caesar's own commentary and the reports of other historians? Think about this. If you've ever read through the Gallic War, there's a bit of separation because, well, 2,000 or so years will do that. But if these events happened, say, 100 years ago, 50 years ago, we would view them in a much different tone. In any case, today we are here to discuss the war crimes of Julius Caesar. And it's not to beat anyone over the head, it's just to take a different point of view and really examine whether he was a hero or a war criminal, and perhaps after 2,000 years decide if it's even a relevant question to be asking. In any case, welcome to the channel. If you're new here, then, well, good to meet you, and for those coming back, good to see you again. Now, you can expect plenty of war crimes, but you cannot get the crime of ads on this channel. Indeed, it is a crime to be interrupted by some terrible, very loud ad during a video like this, so we just turn them all off. And we can do this because of the very kind support on Patreon, YouTube memberships, and also the merch store with all of its goodies, along with the occasional donation through Super Thanks and PayPal. So thank you very much, and if you'd like to join that esteemed group, look in the pinned comment and video description. You'll find where you need to go. Other than that, give us a comment, like, subscribe, which helps push us out in the algorithm and fill this platform with worthwhile viewing material. And once that is done, well, let's begin the exploration for today. Now, first off, the context. It's important to understand that in the terms of warfare in Caesar's time. We're in the Roman Republic of the 1st century BCE, and that was certainly no stranger to violence. It was just part of the world that everyone was living in, not like our pampered modern times. Of course, that depends on where you're from in the world. Well, Roman armies had ravaged enemy lands before, Famously, in 146 BCE, Rome annihilated Carthage, and according to legend, they salted the earth so nothing would ever grow there again. There was a little bit of argument about whether they did that. In any case, in the Roman eyes, harsh punishment of defeated foes was often acceptable, and even prudent. Women and children would be enslaved, the men would be killed, and, well, the cities that resisted a Roman siege would just be sacked or completely destroyed. No one really got off lightly unless they cooperated to the fullest consent. Now, mercy was a strategic choice. It was not a moral obligation. Ancient warfare was brutal, and by our standards, virtually every major commander of antiquity committed ghastly acts. Yet even against this backdrop, Caesar's campaign in Gaul from 58 to 50 BCE stands out for its scale and ruthlessness. Over a decade of fighting in Gaul, Caesar subjugated a vast territory of dozens of tribes, forever changing the fate of Western Europe. And in this process, he left a long trail of devastation, one that even some of his Roman contemporaries found to be a little bit on the nose. But why was Caesar even in Gaul in the first place? Well, in 58 BCE, the ambitious Julius Caesar had just been elected consul, that is the highest office in the Republic, and he secured a governorship in Gaul as his next assignment. Gaul was partly Roman-controlled, the southern strip called Provence or Gallia Narbonensis, but the rest was independent Celtic land. When a large migration of the Helvetii tribe threatened Roman territories, Caesar seized on the opportunity to intervene, and what began as a defensive measure soon turned into an offensive war of conquest. Caesar was driven by multiple motives. He needed military glory and riches to boost his political career, and not to mention to pay off his enormous personal debts. And he portrayed his actions as preemptive, conquering Gaul to protect Rome's frontiers from the horrible barbarians with their mustaches and all the rest. Well, his own account, Commentaries on the Gallic War, is our primary source for these events. It's a compelling war diary, written in the third person, designed to impress the Roman public and the Senate back home. But you really have to read it critically. Caesar consistently justifies his actions and often casts the Gauls as treacherous or aggressive to legitimize his preemptive strikes. A casus belli, this kind of thing. Modern historians have noted that his justifications sometimes strain credulity, hinting that a little bit of propaganda was at play. Because what's a war without propaganda? The Roman military norms allowed for extreme measures, but that doesn't mean there weren't a few unwritten rules and expectations. For instance, the right of envoys were considered sacred. Killing or mistreating ambassadors was a dishonorable act, and the Romans prided themselves on upholding fides, good faith between states. Surrendering enemies, if they submitted in time, might be spared, but those who resisted to the bitter end could be punished severely. Complete extermination of a tribe or city was not an everyday affair. It was notable when it happened. Thus, as we examine Caesar's Gallic War, we should note where he possibly crossed the line even by ancient standards. Notably, one Roman observer, Cato the Younger, a statesman, felt that Caesar's conduct had stained Rome's honor in at least one instance, as we'll soon discuss. But on the other hand, many in Rome cheered Caesar's victories without concern for Gallic lives at all. Success in war made Caesar immensely popular. He sent back enormous spoils of war and tales of triumph. The Senate decreed multiple Thanksgiving festivals to celebrate his victories, and by 50 BC, Caesar was being hailed as almost a living legend for conquering Gaul. It's clear that, in the Roman mindset, victory excused a great deal of violence. But from the Gallic perspective, the story was one of invasion and resistance. The people of Gaul, a patchwork of Celtic tribes with rich cultures, fortified towns, and their own warrior traditions, suddenly found themselves facing a relentless war machine. Caesar's legions were disciplined, experienced, and brutally efficient. Tribe by tribe, they fell under Roman attacks, often with catastrophic loss of life. Entire communities were uprooted. Ordinary Gallic villagers who had tilled their fields and traded peacefully one year might the next year find themselves fleeing their burning homes or sold in some far-off slave market. Well, unfortunately, the Gauls left very few written records, so we primarily hear their story filtered through the Roman pen. Yet archaeology and Roman accounts together give us a sense of their suffering. So, we can certainly say that war in ancient Gaul was a no-holds-barred affair, and Caesar was particularly adept at exploiting that reality. So let's get into the actual campaign itself, which began with rapid success that already hinted at the mass violence to come. In 58 BCE, he confronted the Helvetii, a Gallic tribe migrating en masse across Roman allied territory. The Helvetii, including men, women, and children, were seeking new lands. And that's a bit of a hint, too. When it's just a bunch of men showing up, you can expect a raid. They'll take what they need and then they'll go. But when they're bringing the wife and kids, well, that's a little different. They're here to stay. They're taking everything, and they're kicking you out. In any case, Caesar took it as a threat to Roman security. After some maneuvering and failed negotiations, he fought and defeated the Helvetii at a major battle at Bibracte. The result was brutal. According to Caesar's own report, of the 368,000 Helvetii and their allies who set out from their homes, only 110,000 survivors were rounded up after the battle and forced to return to their territory. If those numbers are to be believed, and they may be exaggerated, it implies that over 250,000 people were killed or died of hunger and hardship during the campaign. Now, even if we suspect Caesar of inflating the enemy numbers, it is clear that the defeat of the Helvetii involved enormous civilian casualties. This was not a surgical military operation against soldiers alone. It was a wholesale destruction of a migration, which included non-combatants. Caesar, however, presents it as a strategic victory that saved Gaul, and by extension, Rome, from a dangerous horde. Roman readers likely applauded him for it too. You see, to them the elimination of a roaming tribe that could have caused instability was a good thing. No moral problems at all. Later, in 58 BCE, Caesar turned against the Germanic king Ariovistus and his followers, who had settled in eastern Gaul. Ariovistus had been invited by some Gauls as an ally, but had become an oppressive presence. Caesar again claimed he was acting in defense of Rome's Gallic allies. In a hard-fought battle at Alsace, Caesar defeated Ariovistus's Germanic host. Many of the Germans were slaughtered as they fled. Ariovistus himself barely escaped across the Rhine. The battle was essentially a conventional military engagement. Harsh, but not outside the norms of ancient warfare. It's worth noting, however, that Caesar's victories were often followed by pursuit and destruction of the fleeing enemy. There was no notion of proportional force or easy surrender on the battlefield. If the enemy ran, the Roman cavalry and legions would chase them down for miles and miles. Surviving captives from these early campaigns might be sold as slaves, adding once again a financial reward to Rome and to Caesar personally as he took a cut of all the spoils. By the end of 58, Caesar had already established a pattern: decisive battles leading to the annihilation or capture of large portions of an opposing people. These early campaigns made Caesar's name in Rome. Everyone was talking. The Senate granted a lengthy public thanksgiving in his honor, multiple days of prayers and celebrations. Few, if any, in Rome questioned the cost in Gallic lives. But it's important to stress how utterly asymmetrical the concern for human life was. Roman soldiers' lives were precious, and Caesar himself actually took care to minimize his casualties through clever tactics. But enemy lives were expendable. Caesar's commentaries list Roman casualties in single or double digits for many engagements, versus thousands for the enemy. Whether those figures are accurate or not, the psychological message was clear. Rome was inflicting devastation while suffering little. Its one-sided carnage would only intensify in the years to come. When I was a kid, I used to watch about the Iraq War, this kind of thing. Maybe once a month, there would be an Australian soldier who would get taken out. He would die somehow. But I never understood when I was younger that, you'd have thousands and thousands of Iraqis dying and it never got reported on, but as soon as one Australian soldier died, the whole show came to a halt. It's hard for me to understand that when I was younger. Still hard for me to understand. It's never good. Anyway, back to ancient Rome. Now, one more element set the stage for greater atrocities. Caesar's recognition that terror could be a weapon. If he struck fear deep into the Gauls, they might capitulate faster. And in Gaul, news traveled quickly among the tribes. A reputation for mercy might encourage enemies to surrender, but a reputation for extreme cruelty, well, that could paralyze resistance. Caesar seemed willing to apply either approach as he needed. He offered relatively lenient terms to tribes that submitted without a fight, but he dealt mercilessly to those who defied him. The carrot and stick strategy had meant that when we talk about his war crimes, we are usually referring to what he did to the defiant ones, the examples he chose to make. Now keep in mind that Caesar was not indiscriminately cruel at all times. Rather, he was selectively cruel to serve the Roman objectives. Unfortunately for several Gallic communities, they found themselves on the receiving end of these harsh lessons in Roman dominion. Now, one of the most notorious incidents of the Gallic Wars, and even in the eyes of some Romans, was Caesar's massacre of the Usipetes and the Tencteri, two Germanic tribes, in 55 BCE. Now, this event stands out as a clear breach of norms. Why? Well, because it involved deceit during peace talks, followed by an indiscriminate slaughter including women and children. It so outraged Roman opinion that Cato the Younger suggested handing Caesar over to the enemy for punishment. That's a pretty remarkable rebuke to a Roman commander. So, the Usipetes and Tencteri, they were tribes from east of the Rhine, that's in modern Germany, who had been driven from their lands by even fiercer Germanic tribes called the Suebi. In the winter of 55, these desperate people, numbering in the tens of thousands, crossed into Gaul, seeking new territory or refuge. We might liken them to refugees, albeit armed ones, moving en masse with their families and herds. Caesar frames them as invaders, threatening the stability of Gaul. According to Caesar's commentary, the two tribes sent envoys to him to negotiate. What happened next is a bit murky because we mainly have Caesar's version. Well, he alleges that while negotiations were ongoing, the German horsemen treacherously attacked a contingent of Roman cavalry, catching Caesar's men off guard and killing a few of them. In Caesar's eyes, this deceit justified extreme measures. He decided that he, quote, could not keep faith with those who had broken faith. So he detained the German envoys, which once again is a violation of the usual protocol of safe conduct for diplomats, and immediately launched a surprise attack on the unsuspecting Superweapons and Tencteri camp. The result? Catastrophic violence. Caesar's legions fell upon the migrating tribes suddenly. Many of the Germans, caught in mid-march with families in tow, were slaughtered on the spot. Ancient accounts suggest that the great mass of non-combatants, including women and children, were pursued as they tried to flee and cut down. Some attempted to swim the nearby river and drowned. The numbers given are pretty staggering, too. Plutarch, drawing on Roman reports, writes that 400,000 Germans were killed in this onslaught. Caesar himself doesn't provide a precise figure in his commentary for the body count, but he emphasizes that virtually the entire host was wiped out. So either way, it's not good. Only a small remnant reportedly escaped across the Rhine, finding shelter with a sympathetic tribe. In essence, 2 whole peoples were annihilated as viable groups in a matter of a few days. Now, even for Rome, this was pretty disturbing. First, the breach of faith, attacking during a truce. That was something that undermined Rome's honor. When news of Caesar's victory had reached Rome, the Senate initially moved to grant another Thanksgiving celebration. But Cato the Younger, well, a staunch defender of Republican morality and Caesar's political enemy, was quite vocal about how appalled he was. He argued in the Senate that Caesar's conduct was impious and dishonorable, to the extent that they should just hand him over to the Germans as an offering of apology, and you know what the Germans would have done to him. Well, this was an extraordinary suggestion. Cato was effectively saying that Caesar had committed a crime deserving capital punishment, and by giving him to the Germans, Rome might avert divine wrath for the broken truce. The motion did not pass. Caesar was far too powerful and popular for that. But the mere fact that a leading senator proposed it certainly indicates that Romans, some of them, recognized this massacre as a disgrace. Although, that being said, perhaps if one of Cato's friends had have done the same thing, maybe he would have had a different spin on it, but that's just conjecture. Of course, Caesar defended his actions. In his write-up, he claims that he was the one deceived first, and thus he owed no mercy to those who had deceived him. He justified the slaughter as a necessary preemptive strike. After all, he reasoned, if he had let those tribes settle, they could join his Gallic enemies or threaten the Roman province. But reading between the lines, you can sense Caesar's calculating fear tactic. By exterminating those tribes so utterly, he sent a message to the others. Later on, when Caesar built a bridge and crossed the Rhine, becoming the first Roman general to invade German territory, perhaps part of his motivation was psychological, to show that even the mighty Germans were not safe from Rome's reach. Now, for the ordinary people of the Superweapons and the Tencteri, this event was apocalyptic, to say the least. We can try to imagine it. Entire wagon trains being overrun, warriors scrambling in vain to form lines of defense as the Roman legionaries hacked through, and those poor mothers running away clutching their infants, trying to ford a river under a hail of javelin fire. No mercy was given. Ancient sources do not preserve any first-hand Germanic voices from that day, but the silence itself is telling. There were few survivors to tell of such a tale. The memory of this likely lived on across the Rhine in the oral histories of Germanic tribes, and fueled a hatred for Rome, which you can't really blame them. In Gaul, the effect was likewise quite sobering. Many Gallic tribes had considered the Germans even more fearsome than the Romans. After all, Germanic warriors had a fierce reputation, that's for sure. Yet Caesar destroyed 2 Germanic peoples, seemingly with quite a bit of ease. Terror was now an instrument of Roman policy, and Caesar was wielding it expertly here. Well, let's move on from that one. Not to anything more bright, but unfortunately, more disturbing events. Another grim chapter in the conquest was his campaign against the Veneti in 56, which culminated in brutal punishment for that entire people. The Veneti were a seafaring Celtic tribe inhabiting the Atlantic coast of Armorica, which is modern Brittany in France. And unlike many inland Gauls, the Veneti had a navy and a strong coastal fortress. They also had the misfortune of defying Caesar's authority, and for that, they paid quite dearly. Caesar's own account and other sources describe how he executed the Veneti's leaders and enslaved the rest of the population, effectively erasing the Veneti as an independent entity. The conflict began somewhat incidentally. Let me explain. Caesar had stationed some officers in northwest Gaul to secure the grain supplies, obviously important commodities. The Veneti, along with other coastal tribes, captured a group of Roman envoys, perhaps as leverage to negotiate better terms or ensure their own safety. The Romans, they knew that seizing envoys was a grave provocation. They were supposed to be sacrosanct. Caesar seized on this as a justification for war. He was determined, he writes, to teach the natives to respect the sanctity of envoys. But more practically, Caesar saw a chance to assert Rome's dominance over the Atlantic coast. The Veneti, confident in their naval prowess and the natural defenses of their harbors, revolted against Roman rule. This led Caesar to undertake an unusual operation for him, a naval campaign. He built a fleet to challenge the Veneti at sea, which was rather an extraordinary effort, since the Romans were not traditionally masters of the Atlantic. They were more Mediterranean. Well, after some hard fighting on the water, Caesar's forces, aided by clever engineering, i.e. they used hooks to tear down the Veneti ship's sails, managed to defeat the Veneti fleet. Once their navy was destroyed, the Veneti's coastal strongholds were isolated, and one by one the towns fell to Caesar's army. The war was essentially over. The Veneti surrendered. But it's what came after the surrender, what we're really here to talk about. Caesar decided to make an example of the Veneti. According to his own account, he had the entire Veneti Council of Elders put to death in a public display. These were the leaders of the tribe, the nobles, the chieftains who had led the rebellion. They were likely executed by beheading, a common method in Roman military justice. Then Caesar sold the rest of the population into slavery, and we should pause to consider what the rest of the population means. Effectively, every man, woman, and child of the Veneti who could be captured. Families would have been broken apart on the auction block, with people from infants to the elderly sold to the highest bidder. Many would be taken to slave markets in Italy and other provinces, never to see their homeland again. In one swift reprisal, the Veneti, as a distinct community, were wiped off the map. Their lands would eventually be repopulated or absorbed by neighbors, and Roman control, that would be unchallenged. To the Romans, This punishment was harsh, but within the realm of acceptable retribution, at least by Caesar's telling. The Veneti had violated the rules by detaining Roman envoys. Caesar thus asserted he was punishing them, but modern observers can see it as collective punishment of a civilian population, entirely disproportionate to the initial offense. Essentially, Caesar engaged in an act of state terror, effectively telling them, "This is what happens when you resist us." The severity was meant to deter other tribes from ever contemplating revolt, and indeed the neighboring tribes must have been struck with fear. Caesar notes that he wanted to send a message to all of Gaul, a shock and awe policy if we're going to borrow a modern phrasing. From the perspective of ordinary Veneti people, the end of the war was devastating. Roman legionaries would round up the populace, disarm the warriors, separate the families. The able-bodied men might have been killed on the spot or sold for hard labor. The women and children marched off to waiting ships to be transported away as slaves. The fields and villages of the Veneti were left empty, save perhaps for a few who fled or hid. For those captured, a life of servitude in a foreign land awaited. We've got a few records of individuals, but we know the general fate of the Gallic slaves. They might end up working on Roman farms, mines, or as household servants. Day by day, their tribal identity and pride lost. The Veneti's nautical skills might have meant some of them were taken into service on Roman ships as galley slaves. In any case, the Veneti people, as a people, ceased to exist in any autonomous sense after 56. Caesar's treatment of the Veneti was noted by later historians as an emblematic symbol of his ruthlessness, showed that even after a foe surrendered, Caesar could choose total retribution rather than mercy. And it's interesting to contrast this with Caesar's well-known clemency during the Roman Civil War a few years later, where he famously pardoned many defeated Roman enemies. But in Gaul, against non-Romans, his approach was often the opposite. Not an ounce of mercy for those who defied him. And that difference speaks to a double standard in Roman ideology. Fellow Romans, even enemies, were afforded respect and forgiveness to win them over politically, whereas foreign tribes were seen as legitimate targets for exemplary punishment. Caesar cultivated the image of clemency in Rome, but in Gaul he didn't hesitate to be cruel when it served his aims. But perhaps the closest thing to a genocide in Caesar's campaigns was his relentless pursuit and destruction of the Eburones, a small Gallic German tribe, in retaliation for their revolt. Now they were led by their chieftain Ambiorix, and they dared to strike a severe blow against Caesar. And, well, Caesar responded with a campaign aimed at erasing them completely. The story of the Eburones is a pretty chilling example of how Caesar's policies targeted not just armies, but the entire populations for annihilation. All the trouble began in the winter of 54. Caesar had stationed Roman legions throughout Gaul to winter among the tribes, a strategy to keep Gaul subdued after several years of war. In a calculated move, Ambiorix and the Eburones plotted an uprising. They deceived a Roman outpost into leaving its fort by pretending to offer safe passage, and then ambushed the Romans on the march. The result was a disaster for Rome. An entire legion, plus cohorts from another, totaling around 15 cohorts, was massacred, and their allies in the forests of what is now Belgium. It was one of the worst defeats for Caesar's forces suffered in Gaul, akin to a smaller scale, Custer's last stand, I suppose. Ambiorix himself was said to have personally struck down the Roman commander, Sabinus, under false pretenses of parley. After this victory, Ambiorix disappeared into the wilds, and the Eburones melted away into the dense forests and swamps, trying to avoid Roman retaliation. Eventually, the news got to Caesar's ear, and when he learned of this, he was determined to exact revenge. The loss of a legion was a deep stain on his record, and a threat to Roman prestige. In 53 BC, as soon as the campaigning season began, Caesar assembled a large force to hunt down the Eburones. But finding and defeating them in pitched battle was difficult. The Eburones did not oblige him by gathering in one place. They used guerrilla tactics, hit-and-run attacks, and then dispersed. Ambiorix himself was elusive, never staying to be caught. Frustrated by this, Caesar adopted a different approach: scorched earth and search and destroy. He made it known that he intended to wipe out the entire tribe for this. Caesar even invited neighboring tribes to join in the destruction and plunder. Essentially, he put a bounty on the Eburones. Any Gaul or German was free to kill or capture them and take their goods with Rome's blessing. This was a dangerous strategy, effectively encouraging chaos. But Caesar calculated that the Eburones, being small in number and now without friends, would be quickly overwhelmed. In his own words, as preserved by later authors, Caesar resolved that the race and name of the Eburones must be wiped out. Well, there was a Latin phrase too, that translates roughly to "let the stock and even the name of that state be removed." An unambiguous call for a total elimination. Not just defeating a tribe militarily, but extinguishing its entire identity. And so, for the next year or more, Roman legions and allied warriors scoured the lands of the Eburones, an area roughly between the Meuse and Rhine rivers. Villages were burned, crops seized and destroyed, and any Eburone who fell into Roman hands was likely killed or sold into slavery on the spot. Ambiorix and his followers fled into hiding. Legend says that Ambiorix himself escaped across the Rhine and was never caught. But the people he left behind suffered a collective fate. Without central coordination, many of the Eburones would have been hunted down in small bands. Caesar even sent a detachment under a loyal officer, Lucius Minucius Basileus, on a mission to specifically track Ambiorix. But they couldn't find him. In frustration, Roman troops under another commander, the legate Labienus, at one point even massacred a large group of civilians by mistake, thinking that Ambiorix was among them. It shows how Caesar's orders had essentially created a free-for-all war of violence in that region. The campaign against the Eburones lasted through 53 into 52 to 51 as a mopping-up operation. And when all was done, the Eburones had effectively vanished as a distinct tribe. Ancient commentators later noted that the name completely disappeared from history after Caesar's wrath. They were likely so depleted, through killing, starving, capture, and dispersion, that any survivors merged into other populations or remained hiding. As for Ambiorix himself, if he lived out his days, he did so as a fugitive, without a tribe to rule. The Romans had achieved what they intended: collective punishment on an epic scale. And this is why some historians today indeed label Caesar's treatment as genocidal. The intent was clear. He announced it in no uncertain terms, and the result was the near or total destruction of an ethnic group. Literally, that's what genocide means, right? For those on the ground, the ordinary Eburones, this period must have been one of unimaginable terror. Just imagine that you're a normal farmer, and one day you hear that your warriors scored a great victory against the Romans. I suppose you'd feel a little bit proud of that. But soon after, panic sets in. You hear that the Romans are coming, and they're burning and killing everything. Maybe you take your family and try to hide in the Ardennes forest or a swamp. But even there, danger lurks. Not just Romans, but Gauls might betray you for a reward, or roaming bands of scavengers might attack you to take your livestock. A scenario where every village could be destroyed in isolation. No large battles are recorded, just a grinding campaign of extermination. Eventually, hunger or fear might drive you out of hiding, only to fall into the hands of a Roman patrol that has clear orders to show no mercy. And then, that's the end of you. I suppose we could surmise that some of this tribe were captured alive, likely sold off as slaves, but yeah, most were killed outright. In any case, their life and freedom was ended violently. This is one of the more haunting episodes, because Caesar doesn't describe it in gory detail. He shifts it to a strategic tone about eliminating a threat. But the scope of violence is apparent. Even the method inviting other tribes to do the dirty work, it suggests that Caesar wanted to maximize the destruction while minimizing Roman losses. There is a chilling practicality to it all. Interestingly, the Romans themselves seem to have less moral qualm about this than the Usipetes massacre. Perhaps because it was seen as a justified revenge. I mean, they had, from the Roman point of view, broken trust and murdered Romans under false pretenses. Roman honor demanded a heavy payback. And within that cultural context, this may have seemed like rough justice. But by any objective measure, Caesar's retaliation went far beyond military necessity and into the realm of a vindictive atrocity. He could have simply defeated them in battle, executed the leaders, and just taxed the rest of them. But instead he chose to obliterate them entirely. And that reveals a bit about Caesar's character as a commander. He was extraordinarily bold and able to think outside conventional constraints, sometimes in constructive ways and sometimes in terrifying ones. In any case, it had quite a big psychological impact on Gaul. Other tribes saw that even a small group could nearly topple Caesar's plans, but they also saw the price of trying. This double lesson may have influenced the Grand Revolt of Vercingetorix in 52, which we'll discuss next. Some Gauls were inspired to resist even harder. Others were likely cowed into submission. In any case, Caesar's name now carried the weight of ruthless retribution in the nightmares of every Gaul child. The Eburones became a cautionary tale. Cross Rome, and you won't make it far. All right, next one. It was the year 52, and the Gallic tribes made, at last, a massive attempt to reclaim their freedom. A quite desperate one. They united under the charismatic young Arvernian chieftain named Vercingetorix. There's a big statue of him in France, stands to this day. A lovely light green, by the way. Look it up, it's pretty cool. In any case, the Great Revolt of Gaul led to some of the fiercest fighting of the entire war, and it also led to one of Caesar's most infamous atrocities, the massacre at Avaricum. Avaricum was a large fortified town of the Bituriges tribe, located near modern Bourges, France. Caesar's siege and capture of Avaricum, and the slaughter that followed, is just another example of how Roman victory often meant devastation for the other side. Now, as for Vercingetorix, the rebel leader, he had studied Caesar's tactics and devised a clever strategy. Scorched earth. He urged the Gauls to avoid open battles, knowing that Caesar's legions were superior in pitched combat. and instead burned their towns and supplies ahead of the Romans to deny Caesar's army food or shelter. It was a harsh strategy, essentially sacrificing one's own land to starve the invader out. But many Gauls agreed that this was the only way they could really stand a chance. Town after town was torched by its own people to slow Caesar's advance in the winter of 52 BCE. However, when it came to Avaricum, the Bituriges begged Vercingetorix to spare their capital city. Avaricum was a jewel, you see, richly provisioned, strongly fortified, surrounded by a river and marshes on several sides, with only one narrow approach. They argued it could be defended successfully, and was too precious to destroy. Vercingetorix reluctantly allowed Avaricum to stand and be defended against his better judgment. He himself camped with his army not far away, keeping watch, but not directly in the city. Caesar was determined to capture Avaricum, and he laid siege despite the appalling weather and supply shortages. The siege lasted several weeks. The Romans built massive siege works, towers, ramps, overcoming both the muddy terrain and fierce Gallic resistance on the walls. Inside Avaricum, the townsfolk and warriors endured hunger and prayed that their walls would hold. Caesar described several close calls, including a Roman siege tower being burned and desperate sallies by the Gauls. His troops were exhausted, and even at one point on the brink of mutiny due to hunger. But eventually, Roman engineering and persistence paid off. They breached the defenses. On a day of heavy rain, with the defenders worn down, Caesar's troops managed to scale the walls, and they burst into Avaricum. What followed was as you would expect. The Roman soldiers, frustrated by long siege and the losses they had suffered at the Gallic hands earlier, took a brutal revenge. They were beyond control, and Caesar likely did little to restrain them. Once the gate was opened and the Roman eagle standards poured in, it was a massacre. The entire population of Avaricum was slaughtered or put to flight. Accounts at the time, including Caesar's own narrative, state that out of roughly 40,000 inhabitants, only 800 of them survived. Those survivors presumably escaped by slipping into the woods or marshes amid the chaos, or by hiding among the dead until their fury passed. Nearly 39,000 people were thus killed in a single day, if the figures are to be believed. Even if we expect exaggeration, the scale is undeniably tens of thousands. Archaeological evidence at some Gallic sites corroborates this episode of destruction, with layers of ash and mass graves consistent with ancient descriptions of such massacres. It is hard to overstate what those numbers mean on a human level. Avaricum was essentially wiped off the map in terms of its populace. A whole bustling town, with one day having its markets, temples, and families, and by the next day, it's a charnel house, a smoking ruin. Roman troops went street by street, killing everyone they encountered. There was no differentiation between combatants and civilians at that point. It was a total, indiscriminate slaughter. Some people might have tried to surrender or beg for mercy, but in the heat of storming a city, Roman discipline gave way to rage and desire for plunder. And here's another detail for you. Caesar notes that his soldiers were especially angry because the Gauls had earlier ambushed and killed some Romans, and because the siege had been so difficult. They felt justified in taking vengeance. Caesar himself, writing later, claims that he lamented the slaughter of Avaricum and pleaded with his men to spare the innocent, but the soldiers were too inflamed to listen. and we should treat that with a bit of skepticism. It was common for ancient commanders to, retrospectively claim they had to rein in their troops to appear merciful, even if in reality they didn't try very hard. I suppose when all the gory details came out, it doesn't really matter when you say, oh, come on, I tried to stop them, but they didn't listen. Where's the discipline after that? Who was punished? No one. In any case, he didn't really have much to lose by the destruction of Avaricum. In fact, it was a blow to Gallic morale. Vercingetorix, encamped not far off, could only gaze in despair as he saw the smoke rising from the city and realized the catastrophe. The loss of Avaricum reportedly brought Vercingetorix to tears, and this was a turning point. Many Gallic allies were demoralized, questioning how they could resist a foe capable of such a relentless assault and a ruthless aftermath. They were probably thinking, geez, that's what's in for us if we don't give up now. For the ordinary people of Avaricum, those few who survived faced a bleak reality. Some 800 survivors, out of the whole city, if Caesar's account is correct. Perhaps they hid in the sewers or among corpses, or slipped out at the last moment. They would have been traumatized, and they became refugees with nothing but the clothes on their back. Maybe they found shelter with Vercingetorix's main camp after relating all the horror they witnessed. Think about the personal tragedies. The wounded survivors crawling away through the night. Now, the Bituriges, as a tribe, lost a significant portion of their population in one day. But in the broader context, Avaricum's fall fueled a cycle of resentment that kept the war going at a high pitch. The Gauls, seeing what happened, had even more reason to fight to the death, because they knew now that surrender might not save them from annihilation. It was already past that point. And then came the grand crescendo. At the siege of Alesia in 52, which pitted Caesar against Vercingetorix in a direct confrontation. While Alesia is often remembered for Caesar's military brilliance, building double lines of fortifications to hem in the besiegers, it also involved, elements of cruelty and suffering that overlooked in their grand narrative, specifically the fate of the people of Alesia and the surrender of Vercingetorix himself are worth talking about in a lens of war crimes and human cost. Now, Alesia was a fortified hill town of the Mandubi tribe in present-day Burgundy. After the defeat of Avaricum and some back-and-forth maneuvers, including a rare Roman defeat at Gergovia, Vercingetorix and his united Gallic army took position inside Alesia. Caesar decided to besiege the entire Gallic host there, even though he was outnumbered. He built an encircling fortification called a circumvallation around Alesia to starve them out. And then, when a massive Gallic relief army showed up, he built another outward-facing fortification, a contravallation, to hold them off. Now this was siegecraft unprecedented in scale, roughly 60,000 Roman troops, trapping perhaps 80,000 Gallic warriors inside, while another relief force of perhaps 100 to 250,000 Gauls, ancient sources vary, attacked from the outside. The humanitarian situation inside Alesia became dire as food ran low. Now, a truly tragic episode unfolded during this siege. With supplies dwindling, Vercingetorix and the Gauls made a heart-rending decision. They expelled the women, children, and elderly from the town. These non-combatants were essentially surplus mouths that the defenders could no longer feed. The Gauls hoped that Caesar, in his mercy, would allow these innocents to pass through the Roman lines, or at least let them out to forage. In medieval or early modern sieges, We have similar accounts of civilians being expelled, in hopes that the besiegers would show pity. But guess what? Caesar did not budge. He refused to allow the refugees to cross his lines, nor would he permit them to return to Alesia. Thus the hapless Mandubi women and children were caught in a no-man's land between the Romans and Gauls. They had nowhere to go, left to starve under the open sky. Ancient accounts say that these people slowly perished of hunger and exposure, crying out to the Romans for mercy that never came. The Roman soldiers atop their ramparts could only watch as day by day desperation turned to death among the families camped between the enemies. It is a particularly cruel aspect of the siege, using starvation of civilians as a weapon. Caesar, ever pragmatic, likely reasoned that feeding these people would burden his own supplies, and releasing them might strengthen the resolve of the enemy inside. So every mouth gone, was a relief for the besieged if they didn't have to care for them. So he made the cold calculation to just let them die off slowly. Now, by modern standards, starving civilians is a war crime. And yes, it still happens in the modern times. But even by ancient standards, it was pitiless, though not unheard of. Eventually, Caesar won the Battle of Alesia. In a dramatic series of engagements around his fortifications, he managed to repel the massive Gallic relief force. When the relieving Gauls lost heart and dispersed, the fate of those trapped inside was sealed. Facing starvation and hopeless odds, Vercingetorix decided to surrender. And the surrender itself became legendary. Supposedly, Vercingetorix donned his finest armor, mounted his horse, and rode out of Alesia. He circled Caesar's camp, and then, in a dignified gesture, he dismounted before Caesar, took off his armor, and sat at Caesar's feet in silence, awaiting either execution or mercy. The scene is described by later writers that Caesar himself mentioned surrender more tersely. But Caesar chose not to kill Vercingetorix on the spot. Instead, he took the Gallic leader as a prisoner, intending to display him in a Roman triumph parade. Essentially, Vercingetorix's life was spared, only to be saved for a future public spectacle. But what about all those Gauls in Alesia? Well, here again was a humanitarian catastrophe. With Vercingetorix giving himself up, the tens of thousands of Gaulish warriors inside laid down their arms. Caesar's forces took a gigantic number of prisoners. Some say up to 40,000 warriors survived the surrender. Others give different figures. These captives did not enjoy mercy or release. The majority were sold into slavery on Caesar's orders. Once again, making that money. Really on the grind, isn't he? Essentially, the entire fighting force of the Gallic Confederation was neutralized, either by death in battle or by bondage after capitulation. It was a colossal haul of human chattel. The Roman economy and society readily absorbed these slaves, or they were sold off across the Mediterranean. As for the townsfolk of Alesia, the Mandubi who hadn't already been expelled or died outside, they too would fall into Roman hands. Their fate is less individually noted, but in practice, any inhabitants of a besieged town that had resisted would become property of the victors. So one can infer that the remainder of Alesia's non-combatant populace was likewise enslaved or, in some cases, executed. Excuse me, I was just yawning. Come on, it's a long video, okay? Anyway, you can imagine the aftermath, right? The Roman victors sorting through the masses of prisoners, separating those worth selling from those who were perhaps too old or infirm. Some might have been slaughtered if deemed of no value or dangerous. The battlefield around Alessia was littered with the dead from both the sorties and external relief battle. It must have been a horrific scene, all those wounded warriors groaning, the refugee dead between the lines, and the long lines of shackled Gauls being led to the auction block in some place they'd never even heard of. Caesar's triumph in Rome, a few years later, featured a grand parade of spoils and captives from Gaul, and, of course, the star of the show, Vercingetorix himself, by then kept alive in a dungeon, ready for his grand parade, and then ritually strangled, as the custom was for defeated enemy leaders. A final humiliation for that once proud Gallic hero. So is there any real evidence of war crimes at Alessia? Well, if we look by our modern standards, yes. The deliberate starvation of civilians, the mass enslavement of a surrendered enemy populace. Well, they violate multiple principles of decency. But we don't really judge the past by modern standards, don't we? If we did, we'd be convicting everybody as a complete monster. At the time, Caesar's conduct would have been seen as well within his rights. Alessia had resisted. The population was thus at his mercy. And he chose profit, i.e. slavery, over a wanton massacre. But from the perspective of those people, it hardly mattered. Their freedom was gone, and many lives were effectively destroyed. In an academic sense, one can argue Caesar might have actually been moderate by not simply just killing all the surrendered warriors, which he could have done, but selling tens of thousands of people into lifelong servitude is just a different kind of atrocity. It's been termed by some scholars as the social death of slavery. Generations of Gauls would now be born in chains far from their homeland, a snapped and broken cultural continuity. For the ordinary Gaulish soldier at Alessia who surrendered, what followed was a forced march to the slave markets of Massilia or Narbo, then perhaps a voyage to Italy. They would be sold to whoever paid, maybe ending up as farm laborers in Campania, or miners in Spain, or even gladiators if they were young and strong. Families were certainly split up. Whatever comradeship existed in war ended at the auctioneer's stand. Just a broken group of people. Well, Alessia effectively ended the organized resistance in Gaul. It was just a little bit of a mop-up from then on. The war sputtered on in 51, with a few actions of small skirmishes. Well, but Gaul was pretty much broken. Caesar's victory was total. In the grand narrative, Alessia is often lauded as Caesar's finest hour, a masterpiece of military engineering and nerve. But that has to be juxtaposed with that immense suffering in achieving it. But hey, you've got to tell both sides. The genius of the siege, and the tragedy of those endured it. And if we don't tell the side of the Gauls, well, who will? Certainly not the Romans, that's for sure. Now I know what you're thinking. This would be a perfect spot to end the video. And I would have ended the video here. But that's not quite where the story ends. You see, even after Alessia and the capitulation of Vercingetorix, there was a few pockets of resistance flaring up in 51, and the most notable and final stand, and I mean the final stand, was at Uxellodunum, a hill fort. Some scholars think it may be Puy-de-Solud in France. Probably butchered the pronunciation, but you know, butchering things seems to be the topic of the video, so you know. Anyway, a band of staunch rebels refused to surrender. Among them, leaders like Drapus and Lucterius. Caesar, determined to snuff out even the idea of rebellion, besieged Uxellodunum with the vigor he had showed all the time. The outcome was yet another demonstration of skill and cruelty. Caesar inflicted a gruesome punishment on the survivors. He ordered that all of the captors' men's hands be cut off. The siege at Uxellodunum itself was fierce but relatively brief. The defenders had ample water, initially thanks to a spring, but Caesar ingeniously diverted or cut off that water supply. He had his men tunnel to the spring and block it, according to some accounts, that is. Well, once the fort's water source dried up, the Gauls were pretty much done for. Thirst compelled them to surrender. Unlike Alesia, these were die-hard rebels who didn't lay down their arms earlier, so Caesar viewed them with particular contempt. His handling was meant to be the ultimate object lesson. Instead of executing the men, which would simply just remove them, his decision to amputate their hands was a psychological and symbolic act. By maiming them and sparing their lives, he created living monuments to Roman vengeance. He effectively said, "Go and live your life, but let every person who sees you be reminded that this was a person who tried and failed to take up arms against Rome." Ancient sources note that Caesar ordered the hands cut off, likely the right hand, the one used to hold a weapon, of every man who had borne arms at Uxellodunum, and then he just let them go. Now the brutality is pretty startling even for that era. You see, it wasn't unheard of to have such punitive mutilations. For example, other kings had occasionally mutilated rebels, but this was far from the standard Roman practice. This was calculated cruelty, with a capital C. In fact, 2 capital C's, because both of those words are spelled with C's. So you're learning so much already. Well, Caesar wanted no more uprisings, and he figured that if every village in Gaul had a few one-handed beggars from Uxellodunum telling their tale, that no chieftain would ever think of war again. Well, for the individual subject to this punishment, it was a fate arguably worse than a clean death in battle. They lost their livelihood. I mean, a one-handed man struggles to farm or fight or do most tasks of the day, but they also lost their dignity and lived with a constant reminder of defeat. They might have been objects of pity or horror to their fellow Gauls. In a society of warriors, to be physically maimed, that was deeply humiliating. Basically, they'd look at you and say, well, this one's no good. Yeah, it's rough. Well, at the same time, these survivors might also inspire quiet resentment against Rome. Though without hands, their ability to act on it was nullified. Caesar's cruelty was effective, and Uxellodunum was indeed the last major fight of the Gallic War. After that, no organized resistance remained. Gaul was conquered. Well, if we classify the hand mutilation at Uxellodunum in terms of war crimes, it's clearly an act of cruel and unusual punishments of combatants who had surrendered. And remember, yes, they had surrendered, just only when their water ran out. Today would violate Geneva Conventions. They've got prohibitions against mutilation and on cruel treatment of prisoners. But this did not take place in that time. This was the Roman world. And it was harsh, but, technically within a victor's rights to punish rebels. But what's notable is that Caesar didn't do this in every case. Earlier, many surrendered groups were just enslaved. So why choose the mutilation path? Well, it's because Uxellodunum's garrisons were not ordinary enemy soldiers. They were considered rebels who broke the peace after the rest of Gaul had given in. They represented a defiance that Caesar found particularly intolerable at that stage, and so he responded in kind. There's a Latin term, exemplum, meaning an example or precedent to deter others. Caesar made the men of Uxellodunum an exemplum in the flesh. And from the vantage of the ordinary Gallic populace in 51, news of the punishment would have been terrifying. At this point, most communities were already submitting to Rome, giving hostages, being disarmed. The war-weary Gauls likely thought, well, we're never bloody doing that again, aren't we? Look at what happened to those who tried, at least those who survived. And indeed, Gaul remained largely peaceful under Roman rule for generations after Caesar. One might say this was due in part to the Pax Romana, the Roman peace, bringing stability and benefits. But you can't ignore the initial foundation that set that peace upon sheer fear. The image of one-handed survivors, or tales of mass enslavement and slaughter. Well, that's a pretty hard image to forget. The Late Bronze Age, a period of flourishing civilizations and wide-ranging international connectivity in the Eastern Mediterranean. Great kingdoms such as Egypt, the Hittite Empire, Babylonia, and even Mycenaean Greece formed up an elite great powers club, and they engaged in trade, diplomacy, and the exchange of luxury goods. Wealthy ports like Ugarit on the Syrian coast and Enkomi on Cyprus thrived as trading hubs. Royals exchanged letters and princesses, while merchants shipped copper ingots, tin, oil, wine, and grain across the sea. By the 13th century BCE, this cosmopolitan world had truly reached its zenith, with prosperous palatial centers and complex economic networks spanning thousands of miles. They had it all. Life was good. What could possibly go wrong? Well, around 1200, this interconnected world experienced a dramatic collapse. Within just a few decades, many of the grand palaces and cities of the old world were sacked, burned, or abandoned. Even the Hittite capital Hattusa was left in ruins. The thriving port city of Ugarit was utterly destroyed, to the point where they never reoccupied it. And in the Aegean, the Mycenaean palatial citadels, Pylos, Mycenae, Tiryns, they all fell into ruin. Writing systems like Linear B vanished. Long-standing trade routes disintegrated, and populations plummeted in several regions. Well, this turmoil is often called the Late Bronze Age collapse, and it marks a major turning point in ancient history. So what happened? There has to be a villain. Of course, there's a combination of plenty of factors, but amid this crisis, the Egyptian records describe waves of foreign invaders. They have been dubbed the Sea Peoples, the traditional boogeyman of this topic. In Egyptian inscriptions, these enemies are called the peoples of the sea or the northern countries, portrayed as sea-born raiders and migrants attacking the coasts and delta of Egypt and other lands. Of course, the term Sea Peoples is a modern umbrella label for several groups of unknown origin who appear in multiple sources at the end of the 13th century. And these Sea Peoples have been implicated as a major factor, perhaps both cause and effect, of the Bronze Age collapse. But who were they? Where exactly did they come from? And what do we know about them? Well, let's do our best to figure that out, with all the latest shiny 2025 information in archaeology, and perhaps even a few outlandish theories, just for a bit of fun, because why not? Welcome to the channel. If you're new here, the subscribe button beckons, if you would feel inclined to do so. And I would like to remind you that this video, along with all the other videos on this channel, are proudly and forever ad-free, due to those generous contributions of those good people on Patreon, YouTube memberships, people who checked out the merch store, and the occasional little donation. All of those links can be found in the pinned comment and the video description. And so now, without further ado, and the customary welcomes out of the way, let's get down to business. And we can figure out who the Sea Peoples really were. But I must say it's kind of hard to answer that. Who were the Sea Peoples? Well, everyone has a different opinion about that. But why don't we start from the Egyptian text? It gives us specific names for these groups, but the true identities and their homelands, it's still a subject of debate, and you're just going to have to make your own mind up. Now, the records of Pharaoh Ramesses III, there's a reign date of 1186 to 1155, lists several tribes among the Sea Peoples. Now, these include the Jekka, Shekelesh, Denyen, Sherden, Peleset, and Weshesh. Earlier inscriptions from the Merentar and Ramesses II periods mention additional names too, like Ekwesh, Luka, and Teresh. Now, these labels are kind of our starting clues to the Sea People's origins. Ancient observers of the time did not record the precise homelands of these groups. They just called them of the sea, or from the islands. Modern scholars have therefore tried to link the names with known locations or peoples. So let's try and do the same. We'll give some brief explanations. Let's start with the Shekelesh. Now, that name invites a bit of comparison with Sicily, Siculi. Some scholars think that Shekelesh may have originated in southern Italy or Sicily before joining those larger migratory bands. And then we have Sherden, or Shardana. They were possibly from the western Mediterranean. And think about the name a little bit. Try and do a little bit of linguistic stretching. It's kind of reminiscent of Sardinia. And indeed, Sardinian-style bronze weapons and nuragic motifs have been noted, suggesting a connection. Now, Sherden warriors, we do know, were formidable sea raiders. Ramesses II even noted they came, quote, boldly, sailing in their warships from the midst of the sea, none being able to withstand them. Doesn't sound like the kind of guests that you want to have, particularly uninvited. Well, next we have the Teresh, or Tursha, possibly connected to Tirsenoi, that is an ancient name for the Tyrrhenians or Etruscans, or to Troas, Troy. Although, once again, the evidence is a little bit thin. When we're trying to work these sort of things out, we have to engage in a little bit of speculation without drawing solid conclusions. Well, some speculate a link to coastal Anatolia, or even the Aegean. Now, then we have Ekwesh and Denyen. These have been tentatively linked to Achaean peoples, that is, Mycenaean Greeks. Denyen might correspond to the Danans, a name Homer actually used for the Greeks, or to the region of Cilicia, later known as Danuna. Now, as for Ekwesh, that might be related to the Achaeoi, the Achaeans, implying some sea peoples could have actually been displaced by the Mycenaeans. And then, of course, we have Peleset, which is almost certainly the Philistines, who appear in the archaeological record of Iron Age Canaan and soon after. Egyptian reliefs depict Peliset warriors with feathered headdresses, and Ramesses III settled them in southern Canaan after defeating them. Of course, if we look at some biblical tradition, in later times, of course, it recalls Philistines coming from Caphtor. Now, that is possibly the old name for Crete. That aligns with the idea that Peliset originated in the Aegean region. But then we have Jeker, another group settled in Canaan, the city of Dor on the coast by the early Iron Age. Their origin is a little bit more unclear, but possibly from the Aegean or southern Anatolia. In a later tale, the story of Wenamun in 1100 BCE, the Jeker are the rulers of Dor, indicating they established a small kingdom there. Well, then we have Weshesh, the least attested group, possibly from somewhere in Anatolia or the Levant, but some have speculated a link to the name Wilusa, which was another wording of Troy. But once again it remains guesswork. Lastly, we have Luka, often listed alongside sea peoples in Hittite and Egyptian texts. The Luka were essentially the people of Lycia in southwest Anatolia. They were known as pirates and troublemakers on Hittite borders. While not foreign to the region, they likely joined or facilitated sea people movements along the Anatolian coast. Likely, we would say. But it is important to stress that pretty much everything that we've just talked about, these identifications, are just hypotheses. The sea peoples did not leave behind any written records of themselves, and we know them mainly through Egyptian eyes. The names could have been exonyms, that is, names given by the Egyptians, and may not map neatly onto single ethnic groups or places, but nonetheless evidence suggests that many of the sea peoples had origins in the Aegean Black Sea region and the Western Mediterranean. For example, pottery and artifacts associated with the Philistines, that is Peliset in Palestine, show clear influence from Mycenaean Greek culture, indicating an intrusive Aegean population. Similarly, bronze weapons and helmets, like horned and feathered helmets or Mycenaean-style boar's tusk helmets, support links to the Aegean world. So let's sum it up. We can say that the sea peoples appear to have been a coalition of disparate groups, uprooted or on the move at the end of the Bronze Age. Some may have been mercenaries, maybe even pirates turned invaders, looking for a more brick-and-mortar home, and others entire communities migrating with women and children. But they were not a single people, rather a confederation, northern peoples that banded together during this time of upheaval. Their very diversity, different attires, tactics, languages, it hints at a broad geographic range of origins, from southern Europe and the Mediterranean Isles to Anatolia and the Aegean. And so as we move forward, keep all of that in mind, but we'll also see how groups erupted onto the scene in the late 13th century, and how all of their raids and migrations ultimately helped to topple the old order. Well, the first appearance of the sea peoples in the historical record comes from those late 13th century Egyptian sources. Pharaoh Ramesses II, reigning 1279 to 1213, and his son Merneptah, reigning 1213 to 1203, they both describe battles against these mysterious sea-born raiders, suggesting that by the late 1200s, Egypt was already feeling the edge of this. Let's look at Ramesses II. He's one of Egypt's mightiest pharaohs, and he left an intriguing account from the second year of his reign, that being 1278. A stele from the Nile Delta region, found at Tanis, records that Ramesses II repulsed an attack by a group called the Sherden, or Shardana, who had sailed in from the sea. That's all it tells us, from the sea. Didn't say they sailed from Cyprus or Anatolia or anything else, just that they came via water. Well, the inscription marvels at the boldness of the invaders, and this is where the translations that we have are quoted. The unruly Sherden, whom no one had ever known how to combat. They came boldly sailing in their warships from the midst of the sea, none being able to withstand them. Ramesses II defeated these pirates, though, and he captured many Sherden warriors, so I suppose no one besides him could withstand them. That being said, Ramesses II was, well, he was on a bit of a roll. Well, you'd think that he'd execute them, right? But no. The pharaoh actually enlisted them into his own army. In fact, Sherden Ramesses fought for Ramesses II at the Battle of Kadesh against the Hittites just a few years later, and Egyptian art even depicts them as royal bodyguards with their distinctive horned helmets and round shields. This early encounter shows that the sea peoples, like the Sherden, were certainly active by 1280, raiding up and down Egypt's coast, until Ramesses put a stop to it. Of course, it also shows that pragmatic response, co-opting some sea peoples as allies. Nevertheless, the Sherden pirates remained a threat along the Mediterranean shores, indicating that Egypt's prosperity was already attracting some predatory attention from the wrong kind of people. But let's fast forward a little bit. 72 years. We're in 1208. Pharaoh Mernetar, that is Ramesses II's son, he's facing a much larger crisis involving foreign invaders. In the 5th year of his reign, a great alliance of Libya and, quote, northern peoples attacked Egypt's western delta. Mernetar's monumental inscriptions, notably the great Karnak inscription on the Athribis stele, describe this conflict in a good bit of detail. The Libyan king, Merye, led the invasion, but alongside his Libyan tribes were contingents of sea peoples who arrived, once again, quote, from the sea. Mernetar lists their names, Ekwesh, Teresh, Luka, Sherden, Shekelesh, and, quote, northerners coming from all lands. Well, these groups had likely joined the Libyans in an attempted incursion into Egypt. The inscription dramatically reports that the invaders had ravaged the delta frontier. The quote from the inscription goes, "The land was forsaken. It was laid waste, as though never having existed." Of course, until the pharaoh intervened. In Mernetar's account, he decisively defeated this coalition at a battle at the city of Perire on the delta. One fragmentary still, the Cairo column confirms, quote, "The wretched chief of Libya has invaded with," a little bit missing, "being men and women, Shekelesh," and the rest is missing. I told you it was fragmentary. Well, it does indicate, though, from this little bit of text we have, that whole families of sea peoples were on the move with the Libyans. Now, it usually goes like this. If you've got a whole bunch of fighting-aged men coming into your country and all the rest, well, they're usually there to raid, to take things away, and then go back to where they came from, perhaps demand a ransom, Viking activities, that kind of thing. But if they're bringing the wife and kids with them, well, that's a bit different. That means they're here to stay. They're not just after a little bit of treasure. They're coming for your best farming land. Now, you better watch out. Well, Mernetar's victory was significant. His inscriptions boast of thousands of enemy dead and captured, and that the, quote, 9 bows were utterly crushed. Now, this 9 bows is a traditional mention to Egypt's old enemies. Now notably, Merendar's famous Israel Stele, which actually mentions Israel in Canaan, doesn't mention sea peoples, but it celebrates generally that Egypt was secure after these victories. From these records we learn about a few key points. For example, by 1208, several of the later sea people tribes, that is the Sherden, Shekelesh, etc., were already well and truly displaced and fighting far from their homelands, even aligning with Libyans to invade Egypt. But the threat was not just a single raid, but a migration of people with women and children in tow, and that hints at a broader upheaval in the Mediterranean world that was pushing these groups southward to greener pastures. Merendar's inscriptions also hint at turmoil beyond Egypt's borders. In the same period, troubles were stirring in Canaan and Syria. His records mention suppressing revolts in Gaza, Ashkelon, and other cities. Although not explicitly linked to the Sea Peoples in Egyptian texts, we now know that around this time cities in the Levant and Anatolia were under stress, if not just falling completely. The quote, foreigners of the sea that Merentar fought may have already been responsible for other attacks up the coast. Let's take a few examples. Archaeological evidence shows that cities like Ashkelon and Akko in the Levant suffered destruction around the late 13th century. While Merentar managed to save Egypt from calamity, these early encounters were only a prelude to a far greater upheaval. Or by turning back to the Sea People's initial onslaught, Merentar won a brief respite for Egypt. But is that word brief? Elsewhere, however, the storm was about to hit with full force, especially upon Egypt's long-time rival to the north, the Hittites, and upon vulnerable coastal states too, particularly Ugarit, which is always a main character when we talk about the fall of the Bronze Age. It's just, well, you'll see. But before we go there, let's look at one of the major dominoes to fall in the Great Collapse. That is the Hittite Empire up there in Anatolia. This once mighty empire, around 1200 BCE, just disintegrated. See you later, alligator. The royal capital, Hattusa, was abandoned and even partially burned. Hittite rule across Anatolia and northern Syria also vanished. And although the Egyptian accounts credit the Sea Peoples with destroying what they call Hatti, the full story of the Hittite collapse is a little more complex. In the decades leading up to 1200, the Hittites were struggling with serious food shortages. And when you have serious food shortages, people get angry, and angry people cause unrest. A remarkable letter from Pharaoh Merentar to the Hittite king, likely Tudalia IV or his son Superluliuma II, mentions sending emergency grain shipments to keep alive the land of Hatti during a famine. Another Hittite letter from Tudalia IV himself was sent to the ruler of Ugarit, urgently demanding a shipment of 450 tons of grain, stating that it was, quote, a matter of life and death. These pleas imply that drought or crop failures had struck Anatolia, weakening the empire from within. And indeed, when we look at the archaeology, it certainly reveals a bit of evidence of that desperation. Storage pits were dug into floors of temples to hoard grain, and bronze tools were stockpiled, suggesting preparation for hard times. But at the same time as this, the Hittites faced threats on multiple fronts. In the west, rebellious vassals and the Luca, that is the Lycians, were restless. In the north, hostile tribes like the Cascans threatened the Hittite borders. And most ominously, in the Mediterranean, sea-borne enemies were disrupting the Hittite shipping lanes. or the last Hittite king, Superweapons II, 1207 BCE till, well, whenever he took his last breath, I suppose. He left inscriptions recounting battles against attackers at sea. One inscription from Hattusa claims that Superweapons, not a common name, defeated a fleet from Alashia, which was their word from Cyprus. The first recorded naval battle in history, by the way. Anyway, the Hittites had never before mentioned naval warfare, and that shows how unprecedented the threat was. These enemies from the sea, using Cyprus as a base, were likely sea peoples, or at least their allies, harassing Hittite-controlled waters and cutting them off from their grain supplies. The Hittites responded, of course. Superweapons campaigned to Cyprus and claims to have sacked cities there. But despite the peppered victories, the pressures just kept mounting. And the end, that came swiftly. Hittite tablets from Hattusa cease in the very early 12th century. Archaeological layers also show that Hattusa was not thoroughly razed by a conqueror, but rather it was carefully evacuated and partially burned. Well, scholars do believe that the last Hittite kings, seeing that the writing was on the wall, deliberately buried the royal archives and led a controlled withdrawal. But the question remains, and that's whether any Hittite survivors managed to relocate. And the answer is unclear. Some might have fled to Syria, forming small Neo-Hittite successor states. Maybe. The Egyptian record at Medinet Habu, that is Ramesses III's inscription, gives a terminus. It states that by Ramesses III's year 8, 1175, quote, Hatti is no more, listing Hatti among the lands devastated by the Sea Peoples. And this indicates that certainly by the 1170s the Hittite Empire was well and truly gone, thrown into the dustbin of history, I'm afraid. And modern evidence backs that up too. It suggests that Hattusa fell around 1190, so the Sea People's incursions and other factors between 1207 and 1190 certainly would have helped seal its fate. I mean, perhaps they could have fought them off if it wasn't for all the famines and internal problems, but I guess we'll never know. In any case, far to the south on the Syrian coast lay the wealthy city-state of Ugarit, and it's quite an interesting one. It was a vassal state of the Hittites, and a very important node in international trade. Ugarit's demise has been vividly shown by its last clay tablets, accidentally fired, actually, in the conflagration that consumed the city. You see, they wanted to wipe them from the pages of history, but instead, all that fire actually hardened the clay tablets, hardened them so much that they survived thousands of years later. Kind of ironic. Anyway, in these letters from Ugarit, we hear the voices of pretty desperate rulers. The last king, Umarapi, writes to the king of Alashia, Cyprus, quote, Behold, the enemy's ships came here. My cities were burned, and they did evil things in my country. Amarapi pleads that he cannot send help abroad because, quote, all my troops and chariots are in the land of Hatti, and all my ships are in the land of Lucca. Thus, the country is abandoned to itself. Doesn't sound like he has much hope, doesn't it? It's extraordinary, isn't it? It suggests that Ugarit was caught completely off guard. The army was away, possibly called off to assist the Hittites, and its fleet absent too, just as the enemy ships arrived to wreak havoc. Poor timing. Well, another letter found at Ugarit, likely from a high official, urgently asks, "Where are our own ships? Send word to Alashia," implying a frantic search for naval aid. But no help came in time. Ugarit was destroyed by fire. Its palaces and temples collapsed onto archives of tablets that record no further dates after 1192. One tablet precisely dated to 1192, actually, was still in a kiln when the city fell. That gives us a very close timestamp for Ugarit's end. It's kind of like, finding a watch from the sunken Titanic, stopped and flooded on the time exactly when the boat went down. Kind of like that. But who were these enemies that destroyed Ugarit? Well, surprise, surprise, the correspondence strongly points to that umbrella term of sea peoples. The mention of enemy ships and the devastation matches that pattern of sea people raids up and down the Levantine coast. And additionally, one letter from a Hittite official, possibly even the ex-Vizier Bey, warns Amurabi to beware of impending attacks. Ugarit, just like Hattusa, fell in that window of 1192 to 1185, right as the Sea Peoples advanced. The archaeological site, which is by the way modern Ras Shamra, reveals a destruction layer with collapsed buildings, ashes, and even arrowheads scattered in the streets. Recent radiocarbon dating of Ugarit's destruction, the debris places it around 1190, firmly where it's supposed to be, and that aligns with the textual evidence too. Not only Ugarit though, but other cities, Alalak inland, and ports like Enkomi and Kition on Cyprus were burned and abandoned around this time. The entire northern Levant trade network gone. Thus, the Hittite Empire's collapse and Ugarit's destruction seem to be events intertwined with one another, likely involving the Sea Peoples as both invaders and opportunists. Famine weakened Hatti. The Sea Peoples struck decisive blows by land and sea, and vassals like Ugarit were left to fend for themselves. As Ramesses III later summed up, quote, "No land could stand before their arms, from Hatti, Karkemish, Arzawa, Alishia, all were cut off, destroyed at one time." And there was the world, changed, at least the known world of those Bronze Age civilizations. By 1180 BCE, the political map of the north had been wiped clean. Now the storm rolled on to the Aegean, and finally back to Egypt's doorstep once more. But we go to the Aegean first. Of course, concurrent with the collapse of the Eastern empires were the Mycenaean Greeks. They got hit pretty hard too. The Mycenaeans, that being Bronze Age Greeks of Homeric fame. You're talking the builders of fortified palaces like Tiryns, Pylos, and Mycenae, were not spared in that upheaval of 1200. Their downfall was, however, slightly drawn out, occurring in waves between roughly 1225 and 1175. But by the end of that period, the palatial system in Greece had vanished. The archaeological record shows widespread destructions and abandonments in the Aegean, some likely due to earthquakes or internal conflicts, and others possibly due to attacks or the ripple effects of sea people migrations. Signs of trouble in Mycenaean Greece actually predate 1200. In the later 13th century, several Mycenaean centers were damaged or hurriedly fortified. At Mycenae itself, archaeologists found that around 1220 BCE, the citadel's defenses were significantly strengthened, and a secret subterranean water cistern was built, presumably to withstand the siege. You run out of water, you're in real trouble. At Tiryns, massive walls were built, and evidence suggests an earthquake struck in the late 13th century too. At Pylos, the palace of Nestor in later legend, Linear B tablets indicate a state of emergency. One famous tablet records that the watchers are guarding the coast, implying coastal sentinels were posted to watch for expected seaborne assault. But we do not know who the expected enemy was. But if they're coming from the sea, well, it could have been Mycenaean kingdoms, rival ones, or outside raiders. But, coming from the sea, we probably can assume that it's sea peoples under that classification. Well, indeed, around 1200, Pylos was violently destroyed. The palace was burned to the ground. Bacon clay tablets in the archive that chronicle the kingdom's final hours. One tablet inventorying bronze distributions hints that weapons were being handed out for defense. The fact that Pylos was not rebuilt or reoccupied suggests that destruction was total. Similar fiery ends befell Mycenaean Tyrans just a few decades later. The magnificent palace of Mycenae, with its famous lion gate, shows a destruction layer and was never a palatial center again. And what a shame, too. It would have been great in its day. At Mycenaean Tyrans, some scholars see evidence of earthquake damage, walls collapsed outward, etc., while others argue for human attackers taking advantage of the chaos. It could have been that both occurred. A quake might have devastated the citadels, followed by marauders who sacked the cities in its weakened state. In other regions, smaller Mycenaean towns and trading outposts were abandoned around this time. For example, sites in Attica and the islands. The grand city of Thebes in Boeotia also suffered destruction and multiple rebuilds in this period, and that shows a little bit of instability. But this was not just a mainland phenomenon. Across the Aegean Sea, the city of Troy, located in northwest Anatolia, met its own end in the midst of these upheavals. The destruction of Troy 7a, that is the layers of Troy that they have, met its end in the midst of, often associated with the historical kernel of the Trojan War, occurred around 1190 to 1180, roughly contemporaneous with the Sea People's rampage. Whether the attackers were Mycenaean Greeks, as legend holds, or perhaps others, Troy's fall exemplifies the regional scale of conflict and movement at the end of the Bronze Age. Now, then we have the Luca and the other Anatolian groups. They may have swept in from the southwest, while Mycenaean sea peoples or their kin could have been moving through the Aegean. Either way, within a generation or two after 1200, the entire palace system of Greece had collapsed. The Linear B script, used for bureaucratic record-keeping, completely disappeared, indicating the administrative class was all gone. Many people likely fled. We see new Greek settlements in coastal Anatolia and Cyprus, hinting at migrations. This is the period Greek legend calls the Dorian invasion, or the migration of new tribes into a Greece largely emptied of its old rulers. But some of these migrants might have actually been the very sea peoples that troubled others. The Denyen or Danuna, they could have been Mycenaeans, who ended up in Cilicia or Syria. The Equesh could have been those who stayed behind in Greece, but were later labeled as part of the Sea People Confederations. Of course, it's still debated to what extent external invaders versus internal strife caused the Mycenaean downfall. Evidence of thick destruction layers and arrowheads suggest violent ends at some sites, but signs of earthquake and fire also exist at others. So who really knows? It's likely not one or the other, but a combination of factors. Earthquakes, famines, peasant uprisings, raiders, all those factors converging. The Sea People's phenomenon ties in when we consider that the collapse was nearly simultaneous across the eastern Mediterranean. The Mycenaeans, as part of that world, succumbed to the same cascade of disaster. As one layer of evidence, a study of ancient pollen and climate suggests a severe drought struck around 1200, affecting Greece and the Near East. It could have spurred migrations, hungry war bands, setting sail in search of a new land. And there we have it in 1150, where Greece enters its dark age. It is the backdrop for later Greek memory, tales of the Trojan War, wanderings of peoples, all that. In these legends, we might hear echoes of real events, Greek warriors sacking cities across the sea, and newcomers, the Dorians, settling in the old lands. The collapse of Mycenaean Greece both contributed to, and was exacerbated by, the wider upheaval involving the Sea Peoples. But now, let's go a little to the south. And we find ourselves in Egypt now, the great surviving superpower of the Bronze Age, but it faced its gravest threat around 1177, when the Sea People showed up and launched a massive invasion of the Nile Delta. It was the pharaoh, Ramesses III of the 20th dynasty, who fought what were arguably the world's first coordinated land-sea battles to repel the invaders, and thanks to detailed inscriptions and elaborate reliefs on the walls of Ramesses' mortuary temple at Medinet Habu, we have a pretty vivid account of the clash. It's pretty much the climax of the Sea People's migrations. So let's have a look at that. By Ramesses III's 8th year, that is around 1175, the Sea Peoples had already carved a swath of destruction through the eastern Mediterranean. The Medinet Habu inscription famously recounts, quote, "The foreign countries made a conspiracy in their isles. All at once, the lands were on the move, scattered in war. No land could stand before their arms. From Hatti, Kod, Karkemish, Arzawa, Aliasha, all cut off, destroyed at one time, they set up camp in Amuru and desolated its people." This is an Egyptian view of the apocalypse unfolding, basically, and a clear statement that the Sea Peoples had already completely wrecked the Hittites and others, effectively turned them upside down and mopped the floor with their heads. If I'm going to put it that way. Well, Ramesses III then describes the enemy turning its sights on Egypt itself. Quote, "They come forward toward Egypt. Their confederation was the Peliset, Jeker, Jekelesh, Denyen, and Weshesh, lands united." Bit of a paraphrase, but you get what I mean. Well, in other words, the Sea People coalition composed of those tribes advanced by land and sea into the Egyptian realm of Syria-Palestine in the Delta. Ramesses III prepared a two-pronged defense. He was not going to let them just march in like what happened to the Hittites. Knowing the invaders were approaching both over land, that is through Canaan, and by the sea, he fortified the frontier and positioned his fleet at the Nile mouth in ambush. When the Sea People's land army tried to enter the Egyptian territory, Ramesses III engaged them on the frontier, perhaps in southern Canaan or Sinai. Egyptian reliefs show chaotic battle scenes of hand-to-hand combat with foreign warriors. Well, the scenes that are shown have those foreign warriors being trampled, and they are identified as Peliset and Jeker by their feathered headdresses. At the same time, the Sea People's fleet sailed into the mouth of the Nile, likely aiming to land troops behind Egyptian lines. There, it was where Ramesses III had sprung his trap. The Egyptian navy, concealed in river channels, fell upon the Sea People's ships in a furious naval battle. On the temple walls, we see ships locked in combat, Egyptian archers on the shore, and on ships raining arrows down too, while the Sea People's boats with high prows adorned by bird head decorations capsize and the enemy warriors drown or get shot by arrows in the water. Better luck next time. Well, Ramesses III claims total victory, of course. There's another stela, quoting, "I caused the great green to swallow them up. Their ships were capsized and sunk." It's from the Papyrus Harris account. The great green is referring to the sea as well, by the way. And of course he goes on to say those who crawled ashore were slain right there on the beach. Now this Battle of the Delta was a defining moment. The Egyptians had never before faced an invasion on such scale, involving whole families of migrants, and indeed the Medinet Habu reliefs depict not only warriors but also ox carts carrying women and children in the Sea People's camp, indicating that this was a migration, not just a raid. But despite the ferocity of the fighting, many Sea Peoples were not killed. Ramesses took large numbers of captives, and in the aftermath he claims to have resettled them. Quote from the Papyrus Harris, "I have subdued the Sea Peoples. I have made them as my captives, and settled them in strongholds bound in my name." End of quote. And specifically, Ramesses states that he slew the Denyen in their isles, burned the Jeker and Pelaset, and brought the Shoden and Weshesh as captives to Egypt. Well, this suggests that after the battle, in year 8, Ramesses might have dispatched part of his fleet to punish the Sea People at their home front, and then settled the prisoners. But it is likely that the Philistines, that being Pelaset and the Jeker, were settled in southern Canaan as vassals or mercenaries of Egypt, laying the foundations for the Philistine cities like Ashdod and Jeker presence at Dor. As for the Shoden and Weshesh, they may have been given land or integrated into Egypt's military colonies. Some evidence even hints that Shoden were used to garrison Egyptian outposts. And so Ramesses went on to fight further campaigns in year 5 and 12 of his reign against the Libyans and any residual Sea People forces. But after year 8, the main threat had passed. Egypt, uniquely among the Bronze Age powers, survived the onslaught, albeit not scathed. The war exhausted Egypt's treasury. The huge mortuary temple and the Harris Papyrus listing donations suggest enormous resources were mobilized. And as for their Asiatic empire, that was largely lost. The Philistines and others settled along the coast, became de facto independent shortly after. And in fact, within decades, Egypt itself entered a period of decline and internal turmoil, partly because of that economic strain. Workers at Deir el-Medina famously went on strike too, in Ramesses III's later years, and that hints at a shortage. So, while Ramesses III could boast of being the victor over the Sea Peoples, the victory was Pyrrhic. The old order of the late Bronze Age was all gone. A new Iron Age order was taking shape, one in which Egypt would never again reach the heights of international empire. But let's go a little bit beyond the written records, because archaeology has been pretty important in tracing the Sea People's footprint. And not just that, but the broader pattern of migrations at the Bronze Age, Iron Age transition. And bloody well done to any archaeologists out there doing it. It's not an easy job, especially in that sun. Anyway. Well, excavations from Turkey to Syria, Cyprus to Canaan, and even in the western Mediterranean have unearthed a few clues of violent destruction, abrupt climate and culture change, and movements of people around 1200 BCE. One of the clearest indicators of the Sea People's passage is the destruction layers found at late Bronze Age sites. At the harbour town of Tel Tueni, that is ancient Gibala in Syria, a site within Ugarit's kingdom, by the way, archaeologists identified a thick layer of ash, collapsed walls, and bronze arrowheads, dating precisely to 1190, coinciding with Ugarit's fall, if you remember the dates. Where through radiocarbon dating of burnt grain and timber, this destruction was fixed at 1192 to 1190, and that provides a pretty firm timestamp for the Sea People's ravagers in the northern Levant. Similar layers at Enconmi and Kition on Cyprus show these cities were devastated in late 13th or early 12th centuries, after which new peoples and the pottery styles, the handmade decorated wares of early Iron Age societies start to appear. That once cosmopolitan Cypriot urban culture disappears, and then it's replaced by simpler fortified villages, consistent with an invasion or influx of newcomers. Now back in Canaan, that is the southern Levant, the early 12th century also sees dramatic changes. Several coastal cities, such as Ashdod, Lachish, Megiddo, Akko, etc., were destroyed or abandoned at this time, and shortly thereafter we find the emergence of the Philistine culture in the coastal plain of what is today Israel-Palestine. This is a prime example of the Sea People's resettlement. At sites like Ashkelon, Ekron, Ashdod, and Gath, early Iron Age strata, that is the 12th to 11th century BCE, reveal a distinctive assemblage. Aegean-style pottery, notably Philistine monochrome ware, decorated with geometric patterns in the Mycenaean technique, followed by Philistine bichrome pottery appear in abundance. These styles are clearly derived from the Mycenaean Greek ceramic traditions, indicating the presence of potters, and thus populations, because there has to be someone around to make the pottery, surely it doesn't just fall out of the sky. While alongside this, we see new architectural styles, hearths, and buildings reminiscent of Cypriot and Aegean designs, and even new foods. Pork consumption was much higher among early Philistines, aligning with European diet patterns. All evidence points to an intrusive population establishing itself, the Peliset or the Philistines, whom we know from texts were the Sea People settled by Ramesses III. And here's a fascinating thing. DNA analysis of skeletons from an early Iron Age Philistine cemetery at Ashkelon supports this narrative too. It detected a component of southern European ancestry in the 12th century individuals that was absent in earlier Canaanite burials. What a good discovery that is, Well, this genetic influx which dissipated on succeeding generations due to the intermarriage with locals, and it suggests a migration of people from the Aegean or Cyprus into Philistine cities around 1200. Other Sea People groups left more subtle traces. For instance, the Sherden and Shekelesh are thought to have origins in the central Mediterranean. In those regions around the end of the Bronze Age, we see sudden changes too. Sardinia's Nuragic civilization shows signs of disruption, but also new contacts. Bronze weapons of Eastern style have been found in Sardinia and Sicily, possibly loot or emulation from the Sea People's adventures. Some Sherden may have returned west after serving as mercenaries in Egypt, bringing back Egyptian influence too. Things like Egyptian objects, they appear in Sardinia in the Iron Age, such as the famous sardonic statuette of a Sherden warrior with a horned helmet found on Sardinia. Now over in Anatolia, in the vacuum left by the Hittite collapse, new peoples appear. The Philistines, the Peliset we already covered in Canaan, and the Jeker established themselves at Dor on the Carmel coast. At Dor, archaeology finds a break in material culture around 1150, and then an eclectic mix of the Aegean, Cypriot, and local traits in the early Iron Age, consistent with the Sea People ruling class over a local population. Farther north, a group called the Palestine show up in 12th century Syria, in text from Tiglath-Pileser I of Assyria, possibly referring to those same Philistines who moved further north, or another branch of the Sea Peoples perhaps. And the Denyen, they may have settled in Cilicia, parts of Adana and Dunana, contributing to what became the Neo-Hittite Dorian hybrid cultures there. Migration patterns of the Sea Peoples likely followed the great circular route of the Mediterranean, and many scholars indeed think that they originated in the western or central Med, possibly displaced from collapsing Mycenaean Greece, others from Italy or islands around it, and then island hopped via Sicily, Crete, and Cyprus, gathering momentum and picking up other uprooted groups along the way. They hit the Levantine coast, Ugarit, Cyprus, some turning inland, devastating cities, maybe even traveling overland into Anatolia or Syria, others continuing to the ultimate prize, Egypt, the richest land. But we know how that went. When Egypt halted them, the survivors did not, however, simply vanish, but instead settled along the Levant. That is, the ones who didn't have their throats cut on the beach, I suppose. The widespread destructions, followed by the evidence of new peoples settling, suggest a sequence of rapid mobility, followed by local settlement. And interestingly, not all movements were one-directional or uniform. It's possible that as cities were destroyed and trade networks collapsed, local populations also fled or migrated. Some might have joined the Sea People confederations out of either opportunism or just necessity. For example, we know that the Luca, that being the Lycians, were native to southwest Anatolia, but they're listed among the Sea Peoples by the Egyptians. They might have been both victims and participants in the turmoil. And similarly, the collapse of Mycenaean palaces could have created roving bands of warriors, those Homeric heroes perhaps, who ended up raiding foreign lands, essentially becoming Sea Peoples abroad. And archaeology also highlights a continuity in some places. Not every site was destroyed. For instance, the city of Carchemish on the Euphrates survived the Sea People's passage, perhaps due to strong fortifications and help from Assyria, but that's just a bit of imagination on that. It would make sense, though. In any case, it became a refuge for Hittite elites. In such places, we find later layers showing new pottery styles and mixed cultural influences, hinting at refugees and foreign settlers integrating with one another. And thus, the early Iron Age was a bit of a melting pot in the Levant and Aegean. But despite all we know, the Late Bronze Age collapse still remains one of history's greatest puzzles. Why did these advanced civilizations fall so suddenly, and what role did the Sea Peoples play versus other factors? Well, most people think it's more of a multiple interconnected cause, a perfect storm of a catastrophe. One category of exploration is the invasion theory, that the Sea Peoples and other invaders were the primary cause for the collapse. And this was the traditional view for many, many years. Wave after wave of ferocious barbarians, ravaging cities and toppling kingdoms, bring an end to that old world civilization. And indeed, the Egyptian accounts explicitly blame the foreign invaders for the destruction of Hatti, Ugarit, and other states, and there's no doubt that these invasions did wreak havoc. However, a critical question is why? Why did the Sea Peoples migrate and attack in the first place? What drove entire populations to take up arms and move en masse? Well, that's a question that leads to the broader causes. One widely supported factor is climate change and drought. Paleoclimate studies, like pollen analysis and isotope data from sediments and tree rings, indicate that around 1200 BCE, the eastern Mediterranean experienced a severe dry spell, a climate shift that led to prolonged droughts and poor harvests. For example, pollen cores from the Sea of Galilee and the Dead Sea show a sharp decrease in rainfall around this time, and a study of pollen in Cyprus at a site called Halassultanteke revealed a drought spanning 1197 to 1195. Well, this would correlate with letters from Hittites begging for grain and Egyptian records of their own famines. A drought could, of course, have a domino effect. The crops fail, everyone's starving, everyone gets angry, people leave, and when they find their new place, and, well, they need to take the food somehow, so there's the conflict. But closely linked is the idea of system collapse, or at least an overload of complexity. The late Bronze Age world was highly interconnected, and perhaps fragilely balanced. If one key node, say the Hittite grain supply system, failed, it could cascade into a whole bunch of other problems. Trade disruptions, possibly caused by initial raids or internal war, could break the supply of tin, and if you don't have tin, you don't have bronze. But also food, too. Either way, economies would be crippled, and some scholars have suggested that the collapse was not due to one culprit, but that synergy of interdependent failures. Climate change, rebellions, invasions, earthquakes, and the breakdown of trade, all reinforcing each other until the entire system fell to pieces. Well, another angle is internal rebellion and societal change. I suppose it's possible that long-running social tensions in these states led to uprisings too. For example, some historians have suggested that oppressed peasants or disaffected mercenaries in Mycenaean Greece or Canaan might have seized their opportunity to revolt, burning the palaces from within. The destruction of the house of the oil merchant in Mycenae around 1250, with deliberate arson hints at internal sabotages, by the way. We have archaeologists to thank for that discovery, too. Well, in the Hittite realm, there were certainly dynastic conflicts and civil wars shortly before the end. In a letter to Tadalia IV, there is a reference of a rebellion near the homeland's frontiers. So if central authority faltered, due to famine or war, these resentments could boil over, contributing to the chaos. So, in weighing up these theories, it's best that we adopt a multi-causal explanation. We can't just smack the label of sea peoples on the Bronze Age collapse. We just can't do it. And not every region, of course, experienced all different factors equally. Remember, we said that Egypt was less affected by drought. The Nile's inundation is a lot more stable. And they also had a well-organized military, so it survived the invasions, albeit barely. Well, in conclusion, I suppose we can say that the Sea People certainly played a central role in the Bronze Age collapse. But they were more the nail in the coffin, the hammer that shattered those last cities. But the anvil, that may have been environmental and systematic weaknesses that made those cities so fragile in the first place. And so the collapse should be seen as a convergence of human decisions, war and migration, along with natural forces, seismic events, climate, and then structural problems too, dependence on trade and over-centralization. And that is why such complexity of the end of the Bronze Age is sometimes compared to the fall of the Roman Empire, a perfect combination of factors rather than a single invasion. And just like Rome's fall, it ushered in a dark age in which we're left with a very, very different world. But we must remember that archaeology is always evolving. And as far as written records, who knows what we're going to find? Who knows what other cities and places were destroyed? You think of it this way, use your imagination. What if some official thought that, well, the writings on the wall now we have to go out into the desert and bury all of the royal records. And then that official got caught up and, well, the mystery is still out there. I use my imagination a little bit, but I think that's okay. When it comes to this mystery of the old world, I think that there's still a lot more to be told. I really hope that in 10 years' time, this video needs to be redone because of all of the new information we have. Perhaps the story will be completely rewritten. Who knows? But in any case, that is what we have as of 2025. In the ancient land of Sumer, over 4,000 years ago in Mesopotamia's fertile river valleys, the institution of kingship was infused with a divine mystique. The Sumerians believed that when kingship was lowered from heaven, kingship was first in Eridu. What does that mean? Effectively, it means that royal authority itself originated as a gift of the gods. Thus, to be a Lugal, a king in Sumer, was to be chosen as the steward of the patron deities, not just a human political figure. And thus life as a Sumerian king straddled the boundary between the mortal and the divine. These earliest kings of city-states like Uruk, Ur, Kish, and Lagash lived in a world just emerging from prehistory, a world of the first cities, the first writing, and eventually the first empires. It was a life filled with lavish ceremony, weighty responsibility, and occasionally a little bit of drama. A story that needs to be told. Luckily for us, we have enough written records and archaeology to get a pretty good idea of what the life of a Sumerian king would have been like. So, spend the next hour or so with me, and we can get a good understanding as we travel back in time. But first, let me welcome you to the channel. Perhaps you'd like to tell me what time it is in your part of the world and where you're listening from. And we should as well acknowledge that this channel is 100% ad-free due to the contributions of those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the occasional visit to the merch store, and of course the occasional donation. All links can be found in the pinned comment and the video and channel description, if you are inclined to find them. But if you are not, well, just enjoy the video and give it a like and subscribe. You know the drill. Anyway, let's begin. Well, what exactly was life like in general back then? I mean, we're talking 3000 to 2000 BCE, as the world of Sumer, which is, southern Mesopotamia and what is now Iraq. It wasn't a unified place, more a patchwork of city-states, and each one of them had their own patron deity and ruling dynasty. It wasn't until later times when things would get a little bit more unified. Now we got cities such as Eridu, Uruk, Ur, Lagash, Nippur, and Kish that rose from those marshy floodplains between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. They are often called the cradle of civilization, and for quite good reason. They were the ones who really took on the new technologies of writing, law, and urban life. Now, in Sumerian belief, rulership was not arbitrary human ascent, but a divine institution. Kingship descended from heaven. The Sumerian king list, an ancient chronicle compiled around 1800 BCE, opens with gods granting kingship to the first cities before a great flood. It then catalogues generations of kings, some with implausibly long reigns of hundreds or even thousands of years, blurring myth with a bit of history, which, to be honest with you, is my favorite kind. That's why I like ancient Greece and Sumer and all of that. It's walks a bit of a thin line, you know? Well, for example, the kings list names Etana of Kish, quote, the one who ascended to heaven on an eagle. It then goes on to name Gilgamesh of Uruk, the hero of the Epic of Gilgamesh, both of these as rulers who reigned in the early dynastic period. These legendary accounts convey the idea that Sumer's first kings were culture heroes ordained by the gods. Historically, by around 2500, the Sumerian city-states were ruled by mortal kings, who left archaeological footprints of their own. Early inscriptions mention kings such as Mebaragesi of Kish, who, quote, carried away the weapons of Elam in victory, and of course again Gilgamesh of Uruk, credited with building Uruk's walls, which were famously formidable. While each city-state had its own king, there was fierce competition for supremacy. The king list often says hegemony passed from one city to another. For instance, after a flood, it notes kingship re-established at Kish and then later transferred to Uruk, and so on and so forth. This hints at periods when one city's king dominated a region. In fact, the king of Kish became a coveted designation implying leadership over all Sumer, even if it was primarily symbolic. Sumerian kings were thus aware of existing in a lineage of rulers stretching back to mythical times, and they sought divine sanction to legitimize their rule among peers. Crucially, kingship was also entwined with religion. One cannot go without the other. The king was often considered chosen by the chief deity of the city, through omens or divine favor. One text describes the gods Enlil and An, the chief Sumerian gods of earth and sky, decreeing a great destiny for King Ur-Nammu of Ur, effectively beaming at him approvingly and selecting him as a king. Aspiring kings sometimes claimed the gods physically chose them. Ur-Nammu says Enlil picked him by extipacy, on an auspicious day, that is by reading a sacrificial liver. Now this divine mandate was the bedrock of the king's authority. The politics of Sumer could be unstable to say the least, and a king's life was often marked by wars and alliances with neighboring cities. For example, around 2500 BCE, Einatum of Lagash led his armies to victory over the rival city of Umma in a conflict over the fertile borderland. His triumph is recorded on the famous Stele of the Vultures, a stone carving showing vultures plucking at the corpses of Umma's soldiers as Einatum marches ahead of his phalanx. The inscription, which is fragmentary today, I know, it's a shame, right, suggests that Einatum credited the god Ningirsu for the victory and claimed kingship over the land. Such events illustrate that a Sumerian king's life could pivot from ritual to battlefield, and back again. In peacetime, he was the pious shepherd leading his people. In war, the ferocious warrior hero. This dual identity was encapsulated in the common royal epithet, shepherd of the black-headed people. The Sumerians called themselves black-headed, by the way, and implies that the king's protective pastoral care was there as well as his leadership. It was said that the gods expected a king to defend his flock like a shepherd defending a sheep from lions. And indeed, early kings even staged ritual lion hunts to demonstrate bravery and divine favor. A tradition began by the priest-kings of Uruk and continued by Mesopotamian rulers for a millennia. And thus we see at the dawn of our history, the Sumerian king stood as an extraordinary figure, sanctified by myth, yet governing real cities and people. He resided in palaces, i.e. the Sumerian Gal means big house, by the way, which emerged alongside temples as power centers. He was surrounded by attendants, advisors, generals, and priests, but unlike later absolute monarchs, early Sumerian rulers had to consult with city assemblies or noble councils at times, as hinted in the Epic of Gilgamesh, which portrays Gilgamesh seeking counsel of Uruk's elders. We see in the record that some kings boasted of uniting these often fractious city-states into a broader realm. Ur-Nammu of Ur, for instance, around 2100, claimed the title King of Sumer and Akkad, heralding a brief Sumerian empire. But whether reigning over one city or many, the king's legitimacy always rested on fulfilling the sacred and practical duties expected of that good shepherd appointed by the gods. After all, you wouldn't want to disappoint them, wouldn't you? Alright, so we know the general situation. Let's get into the most, well, perhaps one of the foremost roles of the Sumerian king, and that is that of the high priest and chief servant of the gods. It wasn't all sitting around and eating wine or eating grapes and drinking wine like the movies, not at all. They had things to do. You see, in Sumerian culture, each city was believed to belong to its patron deity. The city's temple was the god's house, quite in a literal sense in spiritual terms, and the king was essentially the estate manager on the deity's behalf. Kings often bore religious titles too. For example, the ruler of Lagash might be called Ensi, meaning governor or priestly ruler under the city god. Early on, kingship likely evolved from priestly leadership. The king was expected to lead or at least sponsor all major religious rituals and festivals. This meant performing temple sacrifices, libations, and prayers to ensure the gods' favor upon the land. We've even got royal inscriptions that we've found where kings present themselves as the beloved of the gods. For example, I am Shulgi, beloved of Ninlil, endowed with strength by Ninurta, showing that their right to rule was indeed divinely sanctioned. One Sumerian king even has King Shulgi of Ur declare himself the man whose fate was decided by Enlil, and a faithful provider of lavish offerings to all the gods. The king was basically the religious figurehead of the state, responsible for maintaining Meh, the divine order or cosmic balance. Think about it kind of like Ma'at in the Egyptian sense. Now, temple building was thus a sacred duty and a lifelong preoccupation of Sumerian kings. Almost every king's year annals and inscriptions proudly record construction or renovation of temples for gods. Archaeologically, we find that city temples like the White Temple of Uruk or the Ziggurat of Ur were often built in stages by successive kings. A remarkable artifact, the foundation figure of King Ur-Nammu of Ur from around 2100 BCE, quite literally illustrates this pious duty. It is a small bronze statue of the king, carrying a basket of earth or bricks on his head, dressed in a humble loincloth. In the inscription on its base, Ur-Nammu proclaims that he built and restored the temple of Inanna in Uruk, quote, for his lady, the goddess. Now, it's a pretty powerful image, I think. A mighty king, depicted not in this classy light, but just as a laborer, heaving around construction materials. It's perhaps not what was happening in reality, but more of a pious metaphor. The king taking on the work of the building of the god's house. Many kings placed such figures in or inscribed clay cones into the foundation of temples, and by doing so, they left their name for all eternity in these sacred structures. For the Sumerians, building a temple was not an act of vanity but of devotion. Kings often claimed the god ordered them to build it, sometimes in a dream. King Gudea of Lagash, from around 2125 BCE, famously recorded that the god Ningirsu appeared to him and instructed the design of the great temple. Gudea describes consulting omens, bringing special wood, stone, and precious materials from distant lands, and employing the whole city in the temple's construction. Upon completion, Gudea held days of feasting and led a procession to invite the deity's spirit to dwell in the new sanctuary. Such projects were at the core of a king's sacred obligation. The king also acted as the chief officiant in seasonal festivals. In Uruk, the Akidu New Year festival likely involved the king in rituals of sacred marriage, symbolically ensuring fertility of the land by ritually marrying the goddess, often represented by a high priestess. And while details from Sumer are scant, later Mesopotamian traditions, which built on Sumerian ones, suggest that the king and the priestess would often enact the union of the god Dumuzi, a dying and rising fertility god or deified king, with the goddess Inanna. We know that Sumerian rulers took titles connecting them to deities. Gilgamesh was called brother of the sun god Utu, and later kings like Shulgi were even declared divine in their own right. By the third dynasty of Ur, 2100 to 2000 BCE, kings such as Shulgi and his successors were openly venerated in temples, with cult statues and offerings effectively establishing a royal cult during their lifetime. And this was a significant development. Earlier Sumerian kings were not typically worshipped as gods. They were divinely chosen, but not incarnations. However, Shulgi, after decades of prosperous reign, assumed the status of a god-king. One text refers to offerings for the divine Shulgi. Now that being said, even divine kingship was framed as being a servant of greater gods. In royal inscriptions, Shulgi, Ur-Nammu, and others frequently call themselves, quote, the beloved shepherd of goddess Ninhursag, or trustworthy farmer of Enlil. The king's divine right was always conditional on honoring deities through prayers, offerings, and, don't forget, just rule. It is hard to overstate the time and resources that a king devoted to spiritual upkeep of his realm. The king sponsored temple economies, providing endowments of land, livestock, and workers to the temple. By doing so, he ensured the god's statues were clothed and fed with regular offerings, an expensive but vital duty, since a hungry god could abandon the city. And, well, then you've got all sorts of problems on your hands, don't you? We find administrative tablets recording deliveries of grain, beer, and sheep to temple storerooms, all offerings in the king's name. Kings also took part or supervised rituals to avoid disasters, for example, performing exorcisms or lamentations if the land was struck by drought or eclipse, seen as a divine displeasure. In one instance, when the city of Uruk was threatened, the king, possibly Utu-Hengal of Uruk, is said to have led the populace in reciting the great hymn to Inanna seeking her aid. The blending of the roles is pretty clear. The Sumerian king was both priest and monarch, and he expected to maintain what they called Meh, the right order of the universe, by satisfying the gods. But if he failed, the gods could withdraw their mandate, often evidenced by misfortunes befalling the kingdom. But beyond his temple duties, a Sumerian king was the supreme authority in matters of law and justice. Kings derived part of their legitimacy from being seen as protectors of justice, bringing order to human society, just as they brought divine order. In fact, some of the earliest law codes in history come from the Sumerian kings. The oldest known is the Code of Ur-Nammu, which predates Hammurabi's laws by centuries. In fact, the Code of Ur-Nammu is around 2100 BCE. King Ur-Nammu's legal code, portions of which still survive on clay tablets, proclaims in its prologue that he, quote, established equity in the land, he banished malediction, violence, and strife. It sets forth laws and their corresponding punishments, notably favoring fines over brutal retaliation. For example, if a man caused another man's eye to be lost, the code ordained a payment of silver, rather than the old eye for an eye, vengeance seen in later Semitic law. Similarly, Ur-Nammu's code fixed monetary compensation for injuries, and even for a case of divorce or adultery. This approach suggests the king's aim was to standardize justice and reduce blood feuds by placing legal authority into the hands of the state and not the aggrieved families. It is notable, too, that one of Ur-Nammu's year names was titled Year Ur-Nammu Made Justice in the Land, indicating how central this was to his royal reputation. And yes, by the way, you'll find on documents like the King's List that many of the years are actually not so much named in numerical terms, but more about the events that happened in that year, which I think makes it quite interesting. In any case, kings were often depicted as judges of their people. In art and texts, the king sits on a throne presiding over cases or pronouncing verdicts. One hymn of Shulgi describes him as the knowledgeable judge who strikes down the wicked, claiming that under his watch wickedness cannot pass unnoticed. While such language is probably propagandistic, there is evidence of a real royal judicial activity. Excavated tablets from city archives include reports of lawsuits and verdicts, sometimes invoking the king's name. Kings appointed official judges or governors to handle routine cases, but the toughest of disputes or any crime involving the temple or state property might be escalated all the way up to the palace. One illustration of that comes from the letters of the Ur-3 kings. One letter from King Shulgi to a governor sternly orders him to reopen a case of stolen silver, because the initial handling was unjust. In another, Shulgi warns an official against harboring fugitives or showing leniency to rebels. The king reminds him that only the king can pardon such offenses. These letters, part of the royal correspondence archives, reveal a king actively supervising the administration of justice and demanding accountability from his subordinates. And they close with formulas like, "Now my king is informed," or the king writing, "It is urgent," showing again that royal orders in justice were expected to be executed at haste. Now, importantly, Sumerian kings portrayed their laws not as arbitrary edicts, but as the fulfillment of divine will. In the prologue to the later Code of Lipit Ishtar from 1930 BCE, but in the Sumerian tradition, the king says the gods tasked him to, quote, "bring well-being to the Sumerians and Akkadians, and establish justice in the land." This tradition likely harks back to earlier kings like Urakagina of Lagash from around 2350, who is known for instituting social reforms described in his inscriptions. Urakagina's Reform Decree, often hailed as the first recorded attempt at social justice, complains of abuses by officials and priests against the poor, and lists measures to curb corruption. Urakagina claims that he, quote, dismissed corrupt officials, established fair prices and taxes, and decreed that the widow and orphan would no longer be at the mercy of the powerful. One evocative line from his Liberty Cone inscription says he acted so that, quote, the orphan or widow to the powerful will not be subjugated. Earlier, Enmetana of Lagash, that was Urakagina's predecessor, by the way, had similarly freed citizens from debts and obligations that forced some of them into servitude. Enmetana's tablet records, quote, a remission of obligations in Lagash. He returned the child to its mother, and the mother to her child. What this basically means that he cancelled debt slavery and allowed families to reunite. Tellingly, the Sumerian word amargi, which was used for obligations, meaning return to mother, came to signify freedom or manumission. Now, this concept of royal debt forgiveness became a periodic policy by Mesopotamian kings. Later Babylonian and Assyrian rulers too would declare debt cancellations in time of crisis, but the Sumerians appear to have pioneered it as a royal prerogative to restore the social equilibrium. But what drove these kings to act as reformers? Partly genuine concern for order, and partly savvy politics. You see, by protecting commoners from excessive exploitation, a king could strengthen loyalty to the throne and undercut his aristocratic rivals. Sumerian kings uniquely cast themselves as the champions of the people against the greedy elite. And this was extraordinary, in a time when power usually aligned strictly with the wealthy and noble classes. Yet the king himself relied on those same elites. Temple priests, wealthy merchants, nobles. He had to have them somewhat in his pocket for support. So royal rhetoric about defending the poor might have been a double-edged sword. It projected the king as a ruler upholding divine justice, while subtly reminding the elites that their privilege was not absolute. In practice, a Sumerian king's court likely heard petitions from all levels of society. Subjects might appeal to the king in the case of unjust treatment by officials or creditors. For example, if a man's field was seized unlawfully by a governor, he might travel to the palace gate in Ur or Lagash and loudly petition the king, or the crown prince or vizier for redress. Kings also periodically toured their realm to dispense justice. Shulgi claims to have traversed Sumer to inspect canals and hear disputes personally. The imagery of the king as the ultimate judge is vividly seen in art. Stelae show kings like Ur-Nammu depicted larger than others, often with one hand raised, possibly in a gesture of giving verdict or assurance of order. But in daily life, the king delegated much of the legal administration to others. There were scribes and judges in each city's tribunal, but the laws in force were royal laws, and significant legal decisions were issued as royal decrees, often commemorated in year names, etc. The year Shu Sin abolished the tax on fishery. By the way, Shu Sin was Ur-Nammu's son. A name like that might be one of a year. Just an example. While a king's reign was remembered as just or unjust, depending on how well he lived up to the idea of maintaining the straight paths of the land, a Sumerian phrase for just governance. Tablets from the Ur-III period refer to the king's responsibility to not let the strong oppress the weak, echoing the standard royal ideology. And indeed, later Mesopotamian monarchs from Hammurabi to the Persian kings would continue to invoke this Sumerian ideal in their own inscriptions. So, to sum all that up, life as a Sumerian king meant carrying on one's shoulders the supreme duty of both lawgiver and judge, to create the semblance of fairness in a world that could easily fall into complete chaos. This was seen as part of the king's sacred compact. As the sun god Udu granted light and justice, the king was his agent on earth to shine light on injustice and ultimately rectify it. But then there is that metaphor of the king as a shepherd. It's not only spiritual, but in terms it's kind of economic. You see, the king was expected to ensure that prosperity and sustenance of their people would keep going, quite literally to keep the flock fed, watered, and safe. So in practical terms, this meant overseeing agriculture, water management, and the redistribution of resources. Sumer's bounty depended on irrigation canals channeling the Tigris-Euphrates waters to the fields of barley, dates, and vegetables. One of the king's primary tasks was to build and maintain these canals and reservoirs. All Sumerian kings built canals for irrigation and transportation, and by doing so, they turned barren plains into fertile croplands. For instance, King Ur-Nammu records in an inscription, quote, "I drained the marshes and controlled the waters. I straightened the road from north to south," boasting that under his rule the fields yielded good crops, with barley so tall, quote, "it rises to the chest of the farmer," and once again using that Sumerian saying, "the straight roads." These are probably propagandistic flourishes, kind of like at the end of the year where the president or the prime minister will get up and spruik their achievements and everyone rolls their eyes. But in this case they are supported by the fact that Ur-Nammu did actually sponsor major canal projects. In any case, another king, Lipit Ishtar, was praised in a hymn as the one who, quote, "made the grasses abundant and the grain plentiful." The king's epithet, farmer of the land, was as important as mighty warrior. Because irrigation was vital and also collective, a king had to coordinate large labor forces for digging and dredging canals. Sumerian society had a system of corvée labor. Citizens owed a certain amount of labor to the state each year for digging canals, building city walls, etc. And the king's administrators oversaw this workforce. One royal letter from Shulgi to an official admonishes him to ensure that workers are diligently cleaning the canals and not shirking their duties. Very serious how canal maintenance was taken. Now, if an irrigation canal became clogged with silt, it could ruin the harvest of multiple villages. Kings sometimes named years after the opening of a new canal, and these projects were celebrated because they literally brought life. Water equals life, right? Sumerian art sometimes depicts the king with streams or flowing water. Notably, statues of Gudea show water gushing from a vase he holds, symbolizing bringing fertility. One inscription says, "Gudea made the waters of Lagash flow like the Tigris." And in a sense, the king acted like a chief engineer of the early state. Hand in hand with irrigation was the duty to ensure ample food supply and prevent famine. Sumerian kings took pride in stockpiling grain in state granaries for lean times and organizing distribution when necessary. The archives from Shulgi's reign reveal a well-run economy. Standard weights and measures were implemented, and royal granaries kept track of harvests and disbursements. There's an old hymn, too, that put it in a more poetic way. "Because of me, the king, the fields of barley are resplendent. The people eat splendid food." The king's name was associated with plenty. We also see that kings tried to keep key prices and wages stable. Urakagina's reforms, for instance, set limits on what temple priests could charge for religious services like funerals and weddings, and regulated the fees for hiring oxen or boats. And this suggests that kings paid attention to the everyday economy, not just the grand infrastructure. The Sumerian king had to also be a manager of the state's resources. Large estates of land, including fields, orchards, and herds of livestock, were considered the property of the crown or temple, and the king allocated these to officials or used them to support craftsmen and soldiers. In many cases, the palace and temple were intertwined economic units. The king often acted through the temple to redistribute food and goods as offerings or rations. Tablets from Ur III show monthly rations of barley, oil, and wool being given out to laborers and craftsmen, essentially an early form of state ration systems, with the king as the ultimate guarantor that laborers would be well fed. Royal decrees sometimes even cancelled debts or grain loans to relieve burdens on farmers, as we noted with Etpentana and Urakagina, which in turn kept the agricultural workforce stable but also loyal. Sumerian kings even took credit for ensuring some of the more enjoyable staples of life, beer and bread. A colorful bit of text claims that Sumerian kings, quote, built breweries, guaranteeing their subjects a steady supply of beer. And beer was indeed the daily drink of Sumer, brewed from barley and safer than water at the best of times. A king who ensured abundant beer was truly taking care of his people. But don't think it was one of those things that people drank to get drunk. It had a very low alcohol content, maybe like 0.5 to 1%. You're barely going to get much out of that, aren't you? It was more about the drinking something cleaner. In any case, the Standard of Ur, from around 2600 BCE, a famous mosaic artifact, has a peace panel. It shows a royal banquet. Rows of servants bring fish, animals, jugs of drink, while the king and elites toast to their prosperity. This scene likely reflects a ritual feast celebrating a successful harvest or victory. On the standard's lower register, common folk carry provisions and lead animals, symbolizing the land's productivity. And on the top, register the king, a figure larger than others, drinking with a lyre-playing musician behind him. Well, in essence, the message is that under a good king's guidance the land yields bounty, and everyone, all the way from the king down to the peasant, can enjoy that. The king's duty was to make this ideal a reality. Now, trade and commerce were also in the king's purview. Sumer lacked many raw materials. No forests for timber, no large stone quarries. They had a few metal ones, but, pretty scarce. Thus, the kings organized long-distance trade to acquire luxuries and essentials. They sent merchants or emissaries via caravans and boats to places like Dilmun in Bahrain, Magan in Oman, Meluha in the Indus Valley, all in search of copper, gold, carnelian, lapis, and fine woods. Cuneiform records from the city of Ur mention royal agents arranging shipments of copper from Magan and trading textiles or grain in return. One letter from the last Ur III king, that is Ibi Sin, to a general, Ishbi Era, famously invokes purchasing huge quantities of grain from abroad to alleviate a famine, showing a king grappling with supply chain issues during the crises. The king thus could be seen as a chief trader, negotiating tribute or trade agreements. In some cases, foreign lands sent gifts, really diplomatic trade, to Sumerian kings like timber from Lebanon or diorite stone from Arabia, which kings like Gudea used to carve their statues. Gudea, in his inscriptions, thanks the gods that, quote, the foreign lands bought him their resources for building the temple, listing wood from Amanus, stone from Magan, etc. But perhaps the most human aspect of a king's economic role was responding to hardships like famine or flood. A clay tablet from Lagash records how a king distributed emergency grain rations during a bad year. And in mythic poetry, kings are remembered for saving their people from starvation. Gilgamesh in one poem is said to have opened his storehouse during a famine. Conversely, if a king mismanaged land, the consequences were dire. Crops failed, hunger spread, and the people might blame the king for angering the gods. Give you an example. The fate of King Ibisin of Ur, 2028 BCE. Under his reign, Ur's power began to began to wane away, not completely collapse, but it was not looking good. A famine struck, and grain prices skyrocketed beyond what ordinary people could afford. Letters from governors at the time described people eating grass or just starving. Eventually, Ur fell to invaders, the Elamites, and chronicles portray Ibisin as having lost the mandate due to inability to provide for Sumer. Now, the argument is, of course, whether the Elamite invaders would have been able to take out that city without the famine. But it certainly didn't help. In any case, it serves to show that a Sumerian king's reputation and survival depended greatly on his success as the steward of the land and the caretaker of his people's welfare. You do a bad job, you get fired. Well, while the king's peacetime roles were priestly and administrative, he also bore the title of Supreme War Leader. And in fact, many scholars believe that the office of the king, Lugal, literally meaning big man, okay then, emerged in early Sumer when leadership was needed to defend cities in war. Life as a Sumerian king, therefore, often meant a life of combat, or at least in military preparedness. The king was commander-in-chief of the army, which could consist of professional soldiers and citizen militia levied from the farming population. Sumerian armies were not large by later standards, but they were well organized. A typical city's forces included infantry with spears and copper helmets, archers and primitive chariots, more properly heavy four-wheeled chariots drawn by donkeys or onagers, that could charge the enemy and disrupt formations. Kings took pride in their martial prowess. They often styled themselves as mighty men appointed by war gods. For example, Einatum of Lagash called himself the Net of Ningirsu, his war god that ensnared the enemy. Shulgi of Ur claimed to have personally run 100 miles in a day between temples, but also to be a formidable archer and warrior without equal. His words, right? Many royal hymns are essentially victory songs, thanking the gods for granting triumph in battle. The symbolism of the king as a provocateur is vividly shown in art like the Stele of the Vultures and the Standard of Ur. On the Standard of Ur's war panel, we see in one register the king standing among his soldiers as prisoners are presented. The lower register shows the Sumerian chariots charging at full gallop, their wheels scything down foes, and infantrymen advancing over fallen enemies. Now, this artifact encapsulates the royal ideology of war, the king as the embodiment of the city's might, leading from the front and bringing the enemy to heel. After such victories, kings would often dedicate trophies to the gods. Einatum, for example, deposited weapons from his defeated enemies in the temple of Ningirsu and erected his stele as a monument to divine-sanctioned victory. Sumerian inscriptions frequently credit the gods with martial successes. Yet, they do not hide the king's personal glory in battle. Kings were expected not only to win wars, but also to fortify and defend their cities. The city walls of Uruk, Ur, and others were continually maintained and expanded under royal orders. Ur-Nammu's foundation figure inscription also notes that he built the city walls and the first ziggurats. These ziggurat towers could double as watchtowers. The year names of Shulgi include building a massive defensive wall across Mesopotamia's frontier, the wall against the Amorites he constructed to keep out the nomadic incursions. One letter from Shulgi's correspondence hears a report about securing fortresses on the empire's border and demands rapid completion of a certain fortress. It ends with Shulgi's command, "It is urgent," showing again how pressing the border defense was to him. Additionally, Kings had to keep internal order against banditry or rebellion. Another Ur-3 letter has an official assuring the king that the bandits and brigands have been cleared from the roads, which implies the king's troops engaged in internal policing to make the travel and trade systems safe. Thus, the king's protective role was both external and internal. But military campaigns could dominate a king's yearly agenda, especially in the dry season after harvest when armies could march. A king might lead his troops to conquer a neighboring city, or to suppress a revolt in a subject town. Victory often meant not just glory, but economic gain. Tribute, slaves, resources, you'd get it all. For example, if Lagash defeated Umma, the king of Lagash might carry off herds of cattle or impose a heavy tribute of grain. Some conquered cities were forced to acknowledge the victor as suzerain, perhaps even to worship the victor's gods in addition to their own, a way to cement political subordination with religious hierarchy. Sumerian warfare could of course be quite brutal. The stele of vultures shows vultures picking at the enemy corpses, and captives being trampled. Yet kings portrayed themselves as just conquerors. One early king, Etana of Kish, is described as, quote, the one who consolidated all the lands, implying that unifying via conquest was a noble act that brought peace. Similarly, Einatum claimed his wars ultimately enforced the gods' justice in the land. His inscriptions say the conflict with Umma was over proper boundaries set by gods. And we also see instances of kings forging diplomatic ties, a carrot and a stick. Marriage alliances were one tool. A king might marry a daughter to the ruler of a neighboring city to secure peace. For instance, historical records indicate that a daughter of the king of Kish married the king of Ur as part of a treaty. Another strategy was confederation under a single strong king. You see, after generations of war, King Utu Hengal of Uruk and Ur-Nammu of Ur cooperated to expel the foreign Gutian invaders around the 2100 BCE period, and then Ur-Nammu took over as king of a reunified Sumer. This event was remembered as a restoration of order. Ur-Nammu, quote, helped wipe out the name of Gutium, who filled Sumer with wickedness. It highlights that kings also had to contend with the constant threat of invasions from outside. A Sumerian king's life was thus partly spent on guard, building coalitions of defenses against these looming dangers, and the end of Sumerian rule itself came when Ur, the last stronghold, was sacked by Elamite forces around 2004 BCE, illustrating that even vigilant kings could eventually be overwhelmed. Now, despite the grim realities, royal propaganda often cast war in almost ritual terms. The king was likened to Ninurta, the warrior god, or to a raging storm or a lion. Of course, between all the campaigns, the kings drilled their troops and kept garrisons. But there was a ceremonial aspect to the king's martial role. He participated in military parades and hunting. Hunting wild bulls or lions in peacetime was a royal sport that symbolized dominance over nature and enemies. We have an early depiction from Uruk of a king hunting lions with a bow. Later Mesopotamian kings continued this tradition famously, and these events served both as training and propaganda. It showed the king as fearless and strong. The Sumerian term for heroism was tied to kingship. You see, the word Lugal itself carried connotations of strength. Some kings even took names reflecting might. One king of Uruk was named Ensha Kushana, which may mean Lord of all power, or something like that. But what about when they're not in the temple or the battlefield? Well, when they were doing that, the Sumerian king spent much of his life within the palace. administering his court and kingdom. Archaeology has uncovered portions of palaces at sites like Kish, Mari, which is slightly later but illustrative, and the Ur-III palace at Ur. These royal complexes were sizable, with numerous rooms for official business, storage spaces, workshops, barracks, and the royal family's private quarters. The Sumerian palace was bustling with activity, a microcosm of the state. High officials, scribes, ambassadors from other cities, craftsmen, and servants constantly went in and out. The king's daily routine would involve holding audience, hearing reports from governors of outlying towns, adjudicating important disputes, and receiving envoys or messengers. For example, the tablets from the Mari archives, although Mari is not Sumer proper, its royal practices in the Old Babylonian period, likely inherited Sumerian traditions, for they show kings meeting foreign envoys with gifts and letters. In early Sumer, we have evidence that rulers exchanged gifts too. The treasure found in the royal tombs of Ur includes precious items from far lands that may have been tribute or royal gifts. The royal court included the queen or queens, princes, princesses, advisors, generals, and a host of specialized attendants. There was the cup-bearer, a high official who served drink, but also acted as a confidant. Interestingly, Sargon of Akkad, who later conquered Sumer, is said to have begun as a cup-bearer to the king of Kish. There were scribes who recorded everything too. Inventory of palace storerooms, drafts of the king's letters, astrological observations, etc. The kings prized literacy and learning. One telling boast by King Shulgi is that he was not only a mighty warrior, but also skilled at reading tablets. He could even compose songs. Shulgi, in his self-praise hymns, claims he could, quote, write tablets, solve mathematical calculations, and debate with scholars. And this suggests that, at least by his era, high culture was part of royal life. The palace employed learned men. Scribal schools called edubas sometimes operated under royal patronage to train the next generation of administrators. There's even a delightful Sumerian school text where a model student is presented before King Shulgi to display his wisdom, and Shulgi rewards him, indicating the king took an active interest in education and the propagation of scribal arts, since literate bureaucracy strengthened the kingdom. Ceremonial occasions at court were frequent too. The king held banquets to celebrate religious festivals, military victories, building completions, or royal weddings. The peace panel of the Standard of Ur likely depicts such a banquet. The king sits with dignitaries, drinking from cups while a musician plays the lyre, and servants bring meat on skewers and fish on trays. In Sumerian banquets, entertainment could include music, dance, and perhaps recitations of epic tales or hymns, some of which praise the king's lineage. I'm sure the king enjoyed hearing them quite a lot. Well, the court musicians played on harps and lyres. Indeed, several exquisitely crafted lyres were found in the royal tombs of Ur, showing that music was highly valued in royal circles. A king like Shulgi even boasts that he's a skilled musician and singer, claiming to have perfected songs for the gods. And so we might imagine Shulgi at a feast delighting in poetic verses that glorify his deeds or those of his legendary ancestors. A mix of pomp and culture made the royal court not just a center of power, but of patronage for the arts and literature. In fact, many Sumerian literary compositions, myths, epic stories, and hymns that have come down to us may have been first performed or compiled in royal courts for the king and his retinue. The royal family played important roles too. The queen, in Sumerian Munus Lugal, or the king's woman, could wield quite a bit of influence too, especially if she came from another city's royal line, cementing alliances and so on. The most famous Sumerian queen in archaeology is Queen Puabi. a name found on a cylindrical seal, buried around 2600 BCE at Ur with astonishing riches and attendance. While Puabi's status is debated, her grave goods, a golden headdress, jewelry, and a golden lyre, attest to the opulence surrounding the Sumerian royalty. It also shows the practice, at least in early dynastic times, of human sacrifice in royal burials. Puabi's tomb had the remains of servants who were likely sacrificed or took their own lives to accompany their mistress into the afterlife. And this suggests that in death the king or queen was accorded an almost divine honor, with a retinue sent to serve them beyond the grave. Later, by Ur 3 times, such extreme burial practices seem to have faded away. That being said, we've not found any, so who knows what else is out there, but Ur-Nammu and Shulgi's tombs, if identified correctly, do not have the mass sacrificial pits seen earlier. Instead, the kings of Ur were deified and given offerings as ancestor deities after their death, which might be seen as more of a humane continuation of afterlife service. Princes and princesses often had specific roles. A crown prince would typically be entrusted with military or administrative duties in preparation for kingship. For instance, Shulgi, under his father Ur-Nammu, likely governed a province or led an army to learn statecraft. Royal daughters were frequently made high priestesses of important cults, especially the moon god Nana or the sky god Anu. This had diplomatic/religious value. The most renowned example is Enheduanna, the daughter of Sargon of Akkad. Though Akkadian, she was a high priestess at Ur, and she did write hymns in Sumerian, so it's worth a mention. Her role solidified Sargon's control over Sumerian Ur, and she produced beautiful hymns to Inanna that also praise her family's rule. In the Ur 3 period, kings continued this tradition. One of Shulgi's daughters was the high priestess of the moon god at Ur, strengthening the king's link to the city's patron. Now, life in the royal palace could be quite luxurious. Kings and queens wore fine wool garments often dyed in bright colors, and an abundance of jewelry. Mesopotamian art depicts royalty with elaborate headdresses. Servants fanned them in the summer heat, perfumed oils were applied, and the best foods were on the tables. A tablet from the city of Mari lists the royal dinner provisions. Dozens of sheep, cattle, bread, beer, honey, dates, and wine were imported from the north. Sumerian kings likely enjoyed similar fare to this. There was a ceremonial regimen. The king held court from a throne on a raised dais in the palace hall, and we have found decorated thrones and reliefs showing subjects prostrating themselves before the seated king. One door plaque, as discussed in the Divine Right text, shows even a gesture of submission by an official crossing his arm over his chest in front of the queen and kings. The decor of palaces included wall murals and precious inlays. For example, fragments of mosaic inlays and shell plaques have been found that once adorned the palace walls with scenes of lion hunts or ritual processions. However, the splendor was not merely self-indulgence. It had a political purpose. Displaying wealth and generosity kept the court loyal, you see. But palace life could be dangerous as well. Intrigues and plots are known from later Mesopotamian history and are likely present in Sumer too. A usurper might be a royal family member. Indeed, towards the end of the Ur 3 dynasty, a general named Ishbi-Era, initially a loyal governor under Ibbi-Sin, effectively declared independence and found its own dynasty in the city of Isin, while Ur was busy collapsing in on itself. So you can imagine the tense councils in Ibbi-Sin's palace as reports came in of Ishbi-Era's ambitions. Earlier, towards 2300 BCE, the rival between the king of Kish and the king of Umma might have involved espionage or betrayal at court. Kings had to keep a close eye on their advisors and family, a little balance of trust and vigilance. And also it's worth noting intellectual life at court. Sumerian kings patronized literature. Many Sumerian literary compositions, like the Epic of Gilgamesh and wisdom proverbs, so on, might have been written or performed under royal aegis. And Heduana, the royal woman we mentioned, is the first known author by name, compiling hymns. During Shulgi's reign, scribes compiled and standardized Sumerian literature, possibly as a cultural initiative of the state to celebrate Sumerian heritage. Shulgi was very conscious of legacy, you see. Well, this could be seen as the king surrounding himself with scholars, theologians, and poets, and engaging with them. In one letter, Shulgi actually invites a renowned scribe to come to Ur to debate and show his knowledge. A rare peek into an ancient intellectual court scenario. And finally, the king's life in the palace was also about judgment and mercy. In a personal sense, we hear of kings showing clemency at times. Shulgi once reportedly forgave an official who erred after making him swear a renewed loyalty. And then on the other hand, the king could be harsh. Records of execution of palace conspirators or banishment of disloyal governors also existed. The throne room was the stage for both generous reward and severe punishment, all dramatized as the king enacting his own justice. It's a hard job, but there was worse jobs in those times. The ancient battlefield. The earth trembles as a line of war chariots surges forward, spiked wheels whirring and scything through the air. Each chariot carries a skilled archer, armed with a composite bow, a new weapon, capable of piercing armor at distances previously unimaginable. But that's not the worst part. In the distance, a massive wooden siege tower, a veritable moving castle, creeps toward the city walls, bristling with catapults and ballistae, ready to hurl boulders and spear-sized bolts. Elsewhere, soldiers recoil in fear as they see war elephants charge, a living tank scattering all in its path. Real scenes from the ancient world, the innovations in violence from antiquity. In those times, from the Bronze Age through classical antiquity, certain weapons and technologies stood out as particularly effective, so formidable and feared that they can only be described as superweapons of the ancient world. Game changers that could shatter armies, topple walls, and strike terror into all who face them. And so today, we are looking at these superweapons of the ancient world. It might be something like a catapult. It might be a phalanx. It might even be something psychological, or even something else that is completely unexpected. I suppose you'll have to wait for the surprise. But let's spend the next hour or so together, and we can talk about these innovations in warfare. But allow me first to say hello, and welcome to any newcomers. It's good to have you here, and hello to anyone coming back. Now, once again, I will begin with the thank you to the patrons, members, and those who donate, those who check out the merch store. That's the reason why everything's ad-free. If you're the kind of person who hates ads, well, relax, because you won't get them here. You can listen to this all the way from start to finish without any interruptions. What a time to be alive. But apart from supporting in that material way, well, just by enjoying the content, that's good enough for us. Give it the old like, subscribe, and hype treatment, and it's even better. But with that out of the way, let's get on to the topic at hand. Well, we already mentioned the chariot and the composite bow, and there's a reason for that. Because they were really the first true superweapons in history, emerging around the Bronze Age, so roughly 3000–1200 BCE. Of course, they come in at different times. That was certainly a time when warfare was transformed by rapid change. And chief among them was indeed the war chariot, paired with the powerful composite bow, a combination that gave armies 1. Mobility, but 2. Firepower. Well, around 1800 to 1600 BCE, steppe nomads and Near Eastern peoples developed a light, two-wheeled chariot with spoked wheels, and even a suspension system, pulled by swift horses. This was a revolutionary upgrade from the earlier, clumsy four-wheeled carts. You see, now a chariot could dash across the battlefield at speed without collapsing, carrying an archer who could rain death on enemies while staying virtually untouched by the slower foot soldiers. The composite bow completed this deadly package. It wasn't a long bow, it wasn't made for big distances, but rather a short, recurved one, made from wood, horn, sinew, laminated together for maximum power. Though small enough to use from a chariot's platform, it had far greater draw weight and range than simpler self-bows made of a single wood stave. And of course, pairing that with the chariot, well, it's the best combination since salt and pepper. Now, early evidence of the chariot warfare patterns appear almost simultaneously across the Old World, spreading from the Eurasian steppe into the fertile civilizations of Egypt, India, Mesopotamia, and even as far east as China. The Egyptians encountered horse-drawn chariots around the 16th to 15th centuries BCE, likely introduced by West Asian groups. Think of the Hyksos, peoples like that. And they quickly adapted to the technology too. New Kingdom Egypt, from 1500 BCE onwards, made chariots a centerpiece of its military. Pharaohs are frequently depicted in battle reliefs riding galloping chariots and shooting arrows with quite a good bit of accuracy. Think about the Battle of Kadesh, that is in 1274, one of the largest chariot battles in history. Ramesses II himself faced off against the Hittite Empire in what he describes as a grand clash of two chariot corps numbering in the thousands. Egyptian inscriptions boast that Ramesses himself in his shining chariot charged into the Hittite host, quote, like Montu the war god in his might, his arrows falling upon them like rain. Well, you might have caught a little whiff of propaganda. I don't blame you. The victors always write the history, and indeed the Egyptians were victorious, even though it wasn't much of a victory to celebrate, but a victory nonetheless. In any case, the Hittite charioteers were thrown into a panic by the onslaught, and only the pharaoh's personal valor and the grace of Amun, his patron, saved the day. They want you to believe it, but in truth it was probably more of a stalemate. You see, both sides understood that chariot units were the elite strike force of their time, and it's good when you have them and the enemy doesn't, bad when the enemy has them and you don't. But if you've both got them, well, it just ends up being quite a mess. A single chariot with a driver and an archer could outmaneuver and massacre dozens of infantrymen who had no means to catch or counter it on open ground. Think of later medieval horse archers, this kind of thing. And it is telling that contemporary accounts refer to chariots in almost exalted terms, as if they were almost mythical instruments. Let's get away from Mesopotamia and Egypt for a moment. In the Indian Rig Veda, that is an ancient collection of hymns from around 1500 to 1200, there are references to war chariots and skilled archers in heroic battles, and that indicates how prestige and victory became associated with these weapons too. In any case, the dominance of chariot warfare lasted for centuries. Between roughly 1700 and 1200, chariot armies were indeed superweapons. They could either build an empire or take one down. The Hittites in Anatolia, the Mycenaeans in Greece, the Shang dynasty in China, who acquired chariots by the 13th century, and many other cultures all invested heavily in chariotry. It wasn't just the vehicle itself, but the entire system. Breeding and training horses, a new animal in many regions, by the way. It's not like everybody had horses to begin with, but also developing skilled drivers and archers. Then there's the manufacturing of composite bows and light armor. It all represented cutting-edge military technology. There was a lot to learn, and a lot went into a chariot. Indeed, charioteers became an aristocratic warrior class in many societies, because maintaining these weapons was quite expensive. We might even compare them to the medieval knightly cavalry in terms of their social impact. They confer status and required great skill, but also resources. In fact, you might sometimes hear historians describe a chariot age during the late Bronze Age, when small elites armed with chariots held sway over infantry levies, creating a kind of feudal hierarchy, supported by this superiority in military terms. But, as with any superweapon, a countermeasure eventually arose. You see, chariots were devastating on flat open plains, but they had a weakness: rough terrain, mud, or densely wooded areas. That could bog them down, and without their mobility, they're not much good. If infantry kept discipline and used long spears or barriers, a direct charge might be blunted. By the end of the Bronze Age, and especially in the early Iron Age, new tactics and weapons began to challenge this supremacy. Foot soldiers equipped with long spears, shields, and later iron weapons could form defensive lines that chariots struggled to break, foreshadowing the rise of mass infantry formations. However, the spread of mounted horseback riding without chariots introduced more flexible cavalry tactics that would, in time, render the chariot completely obsolete. But, of course, during its prime, the combination of the horse-drawn chariot and the composite bow was the ultimate military innovation, the Rolls-Royce, kind of like when they rolled out the tanks first in the First World War. Well, they weren't that good, but eventually they became pretty fearsome. The first tanks really just broke down more often than they worked, but that's a little bit beyond our timeline for today. In any case, the chariot was truly a superweapon of the ancient world. It transformed warfare and enabled those who could master it to conquer vast territories. The first superweapons and the first empires. Well, alas, the Bronze Age must end, and as the Bronze Age gave way to the Iron Age, after 1200 BCE, new powers emerged with superior metallurgy and new strategies. Among these was the Neo-Assyrian Empire. They were around about 900 to 600 BCE, give or take. They were in Mesopotamia, and they distinguished themselves by wielding iron weapons, and of course pioneering a little bit of clever siege engineering. Now, if the earlier age was defined by mobile superweapons like chariots, the Assyrians brought a different kind of superweapon to the field, i.e., the disciplined, engineered army, complete with specialized units and war machines dedicated to crack the greatest military obstacle of the age, the walled, fortified city. In effect, The Assyrian war machine itself was the superweapon, with siege engines as its greatest component. So let's take a look at the Assyrians. Well, with their capital at Nineveh on the Tigris River. So remember, you have between Mesopotamia, the land between the two rivers, you have the Euphrates on one side, the Tigris on the other. Well, this Nineveh capital was built on what is often considered the world's first truly professional standing army, with iron-equipped soldiers, and that certainly makes quite a difference, especially when you're hacking through shields and armor. Iron swords and spears and armor gave their troops an edge over the enemies still equipped with the softer bronze. An advantage both in weapon durability, but also in penetrating power. But even more critical was that development of the siege weapons and tactics to subdue the walled cities. Everyone thought they were safe, and they were for a little while, until, well, this happened. Usually you'd have to starve a city out, hope for their surrender. But the problem is reinforcements can come and just ruin that whole idea, or if they hold out until a winter hits or your own supplies run out, well, then the siege has to be called off. But now there was no real need for that. You could just batter down the walls. Of course, the preferred method was to starve people out, but time permitting, it wasn't always the best. Now, earlier armies had generally struggled pretty much everywhere to take fortresses, and the Assyrians changed this game. They constructed massive battering rams. These were wheeled wooden frames, often covered with wet animal hides for fireproofing. They housed a huge beam tipped with iron. Under the cover of shields or a roof, the Assyrians would roll these rams up against enemy walls or gates and relentlessly pound away to create a breach. Contemporary relief carvings, which the Assyrian kings proudly displayed in their palaces, by the way, show vivid details of these assaults. For example, the siege of Lachish in 701 BCE in the Kingdom of Judah is depicted in a famous series of panels found in King Sennacherib's palace. We see towering siege engines on rams, their iron-tipped rams attacking the walls, while Assyrian archers on the platforms within the engines shoot the defenders. Siege ladders and teams of sappers accompany the assault. The Lachish reliefs even show the grim aftermath, prisoners being led away, and some of them being executed. The totality of Assyrian dominance. And it is clear that by Sennacherib's time, so around 701, this sort of thing, the same time as the siege of Lachish, the Assyrian army had a full arsenal of siege technology at their disposal. And that's not just rams, but also movable towers and excavated ramps. They'd well and truly figured out how to take a walled city, and everyone else was struggling to catch up on the defense side. They employed large crews of engineers and laborers to build earthen ramps up to high walls, as done at Lachish, and to undermine the foundations. You either go over, under, or through. Any one of them's a good option. But then there's the psychological effect of these engines. That was quite immense. Imagine yourself being a defender, thinking you're safe and sound, and seeing this great, lumbering fortress clad in iron plate, grinding forward inexorably, while arrows and stones rain down from the upper levels. In addition to brute force machines, there were also masters of combined arms tactics. They coordinated infantry, cavalry, chariots, engines, sappers, and archers in a terrifying strategy. One Greek historian of a later era, impressed by Assyrian methods, credited them with using iron-covered rams and siege towers that could be disassembled and moved. Well, the Assyrians also pioneered psychological warfare as a kind of weapon. Their kings had this reputation for extreme ruthlessness. They would sometimes skin rebels or display severed heads of defeated kings, frightening others into a submission without even a fight. If you knew the Assyrians were coming, well, you knew it was victory or death. Not often victory at those times, too. And while cruelty sure is not a weapon in a mechanical sense, it certainly functioned as one, amplifying the power of their armies by breaking enemy morale. Many cities surrendered at the mere sight of the Assyrians approaching. And in that respect, terror itself was an Assyrian superweapon, a deliberate strategy to complement the material siegecraft. But ironically, the high efficiency of the Assyrian military machine sowed the seeds for new defenses. Of course, as we said, everyone was struggling to catch up, but, well, desperate times certainly speeds up innovation. You either adapt or die, and generally people don't really want to die, so they adapt instead. Enemies began to build stronger fortifications, or develop counter-tactics. For instance, engineers in besieged cities tried clever tricks like digging trenches inside walls to catch battering ram heads, or lighting fires to burn siege towers. The constant Assyrian pressure also spurred neighboring peoples like the Babylonians, Persians, and Medes to improve their own armies, eventually leading to the downfall of Assyria in 612, when a coalition used some of the same siege tactics against the Assyrian capitals. Yet for several centuries, the Assyrians had been unmatched, wielding what we might call the artillery and engineering corps of antiquity. Their legacy of siegecraft endured. Later empires, from the Persians to the Romans, built upon the inventions first seen in Assyrian campaigns. Thus, in the story of ancient superweapons, the Assyrians represent the transition from individual weapons like chariots to organized technological warfare, where the synergy of training, engineering, and iron hardware created an almost unstoppable force. Almost. Until 612 at least. Alright, so let's move on. We can look at classical Greece now. The Greek city-states introduced new military innovations that, while perhaps less high-tech than an Assyrian siege engine, were extraordinarily effective in their context. Now, two Greek contributions stand out as superweapons of their time. First of all, it's the hoplite phalanx on land and the trireme warship at sea. But additionally, there is something else. Greek ingenuity in this period gave rise to experimental weapons, including, believe it or not, one of the earliest recorded flame-throwing devices, Greek fire. Let's start with the hoplite phalanx. It was not a single weapon, but rather a tight formation of heavily armed infantry, and it dominated Greek battlefields from the 7th through to 4th centuries BCE. Armed with the doru, a 6 to 9 foot thrusting spear, and protected by large round shields, hopla, that's where the name gets from, hoplite, helmets, breastplates, greaves, all the rest of the armor. These citizen soldiers would stand shoulder to shoulder in ranks, sometimes 8 or more deep. When the phalanx pushed forward, it acted like a giant armored battering ram of bronze and flesh, a unified mass with spear points bristling out in the front. In an age when many opponents, like the Persians for example, relied on lighter troops or archery, a well-drilled phalanx could simply smash through the enemy lines by sheer weight and cohesion. Let's look at the Battle of Marathon, for example, in 490 BCE. The Athenian hoplites used a rapid charge in phalanx formation to collide with and rout the numerically superior Persian army, which was frankly not prepared for close-quarter shock combat. The Persians' arrows, their own kind of superweapon in open terrain, were less effective at short range once the hoplites closed in dense formation. Marathon showed that a disciplined formation of heavy infantry could essentially be a superweapon system, negating the advantages of cavalry and missile fire under the right conditions. Greek writers often marveled at the discipline and bravery needed to maintain the phalanx, and it became the pride of cities like Sparta, whose hoplites were drilled from youth to be virtually unbeatable in these formations. Yet the hoplite phalanx had limits. It was ponderous and worked best on flat, open ground. Recognizing this, one Greek innovator, Philip II of Macedon, we call him Greek, he's probably Macedonian if we want to get technical, but the broad Greek world in an antiquity sense. Well, he modified the concept to make it even more formidable. Philip's phalanx used the sarissa, an extremely long pike about 18 feet, wielded with 2 hands. Macedonian pikemen could outreach shorter spears and create a forest of points that enemy footmen or horses dared not go near. And with this pike phalanx, complemented by cavalry on the flanks, Philip and his son Alexander the Great created an army that swept through the known world. One might argue that Alexander's true superweapon was combined armed tactics, coordinated use of phalanx infantry, heavy cavalry, like his companion cavalry armed with lancers, skirmishers and siege engineers all at once. At battles like Gaugamela in 331, Alexander's forces, though quite outnumbered, used tactical genius and a flexible application of different troop types, and with that they defeated the Persians. Well, the Persians themselves, they had their own special weapon at Gaugamela, scythed chariots. Those were chariots modified with long blades on the axle, meant to just mow down infantry. But Alexander was prepared. His archers and javelin throwers targeted the horses, and his men simply opened lanes for the chariots to pass harmlessly through. It was a lesson that even a terrifying weapon could be nullified by training and a little bit of presence of mind. Don't panic, and everything will be okay. After Gaugamela, the era of classic chariot warfare was well and truly over. The Macedonian phalanx and cavalry had proved to be well and truly superior. And then we have the seas, which, of course, we can't talk about Greek warfare without the naval combat. They're famous for battles like Salamis and so on. Well, that was where we find the Greek trireme, another superweapon of antiquity. A sleek warship about 120 feet long, propelled by 120 rowers in 3 tiers, hence the name trireme. It was a light, fast, and it was designated for one primary tactic: ramming. The prow was fitted with a bronze-sheathed ram at the waterline. In the hands of a skilled Athenian crew, a squadron of triremes could maneuver at high speed, shearing through the oars of enemy vessels or crashing their rams into an opponent's hull to sink it. During the Persian Wars, Athens built a formidable fleet of triremes, which proved decisive at the Battle of Salamis, 480 BCE. Yeah, we mentioned it for a reason. It's probably the greatest naval victory in antiquity, I'd say. In any case, in that battle, Greek triremes outmaneuvered the larger Persian fleet in the narrow straits and scored a stunning victory, literally holding and capsizing Persian ships. The trireme thus became known as the ancient equivalent of a battleship. Whoever controlled triremes controlled the seas. Athens' maritime empire and the Golden Age were built on the power of this warship, which no earlier civilization had employed in such numbers or with such skill. But now, beyond these well-known formations and ships, the classical Greeks also experimented with more exotic weapons, showing that the spirit of invention was certainly alive and well. A particularly fascinating episode comes from the Peloponnesian War, 431 to 404, between Athens and Sparta and their allies. In 424, during the siege of Delium in Boeotia, a remarkable siege weapon was recorded by the historian Thucydides. The Boeotians, trying to dislodge Athenian troops fortifying the temple of Apollo at Delium, constructed what can only be described as an ancient flamethrower, or fire blower, perhaps. Flamethrower sounds a bit cooler, though. Thucydides gives a detailed account. The attackers took a long wooden beam, hollowed it out, inserted a metal tube within it, and at one end they hung a cauldron filled with combustible mixture of charcoal, sulfur, and pitch, and at the other end was a large bellows. When they ignited the mixture and worked the bellows, the device blasted a jet of flame and thick smoke out of the metal tube. The Boeotians wheeled this contraption up to the palisades of Delium, and the result was terrifying. A great gout of fire that set the wooden defences ablaze and spewed out noxious fumes. The Athenian defenders, choking and unable to withstand the heat, abandoned the walls in panic, and the position was overrun. An ingenious flame weapon, that's for sure, considered the earliest use of a flamethrower in warfare, and it even predates the famed Greek fire of medieval Byzantines by over 1,000 years, though it did work on a different principle since true Greek fire was an incendiary liquid. The Delium device shows that Greek engineers were capable of extraordinary creativity, and they were certainly on to something by using fire as a weapon in the way they did. So who knows if Greek fire was found of some ancient secret? In any case, while such flame projectors didn't become common, the psychological impact of fire as a weapon had certainly been demonstrated. Greek forces in other instances also used fire offensively. During the Sicilian expedition of 413 BCE, the Syracusans built a large wheeled frame with a suspended cauldron of burning materials to try to burn the Athenian siege engines, essentially a fire crane. The lesson was clear to all sides. In siegecraft, anything goes. That includes harnessing fire or smoke. If it works, it's okay. There are no rules. Well, let's move on to the Hellenistic period, that is 323 to the 1st century BC, which followed the conquests of Alexander the Great, certainly an age of grand armies and elaborate war engines. Successor kings and generals inheriting pieces of Alexander's empire vied with each other in arms races to field the most imposing forces, and of course the most impressive siege apparatus. Now this era saw the introduction of what we might call mega-weapons, from enormous siege towers that were practically mobile fortresses to widespread use of war elephants as shock troops, to ingenious devices attributed to learned men like Archimedes. And one of the most spectacular examples was the Helepolis, which means taker of cities in Greek, essentially a colossal siege tower. The most famous Helepolis was built for the siege of Rhodes in 305 by Demetrius I of Polioketus. His epithet Polioketus literally means the besieger. Ancient engineers like Polydus of Thessaly and Epimachus of Athens designed this behemoth of a siege engine. According to descriptions preserved in Diodorus Siculus and Vitruvius, another Roman engineer, the Helepolis of Rhodes was 130 feet tall and 65 feet wide, weighing an astonishing 160 tons. It rested on 8 enormous wheels, plus casters for lateral movement. Its 3 sides, the ones facing the city, were clad in iron plates to make it fireproof and resistant to missiles. Inside were multiple levels connected by stairs, each level housing heavy artillery, catapults that could launch 180-pound stones on the lower floors, lighter catapults on the upper floors, and slots for archers or dart throwers at the top. It reportedly required over 3,000 men to move and operate, some turning capstans and roll the wheels, others loading and firing the weapons. As this ironclad leviathan rolled towards the walls of Rhodes, one can imagine the mix of awe and terror it inspired. Plutarch writes that Demetrius' siege engines, including the Helepolis, made the ground shake and produced incredible sights and sounds during the assault, like a giant moving skyscraper armed with giant crossbows coming to break down the city. However, in a twist of fate that often accompanies superweapons, the Rhodians managed to defy Demetrius and his Helepolis. They continually reinforced the walls, used fire hoops to damage the tower's sides, and mounted desperate counterattacks. And at one point, heavy Rhodian fire from catapults forced Demetrius to withdraw the Helepolis for repairs. The siege ultimately failed. Better luck next time. And Demetrius abandoned the great tower. It was a good idea, but the Rhodians just had better ones. Oh, by the way, the Rhodians later sold the metal from the Helepolis, and legend has it, used the money to build a wonder of the world, the Colossus of Rhodes, the giant statue of the sun god Helios. Kind of ironic. A failed superweapon funded a famous symbol of peace and resilience. But the engineering know-how should not be lost. Variations of the siege tower certainly continued to be used, and Demetrius himself built another large tower for the siege of Thebes a few years later, and the idea of a towering siege engine persisted right into the Roman era. In fact, Hellenistic treatises by engineers like Philo of Byzantium and Athenaeus Mechanicus detail how such machines indicating there was a thriving military science at the time. So when we think of the Hellenistic age, you might think about phalanxes and cavalry. But don't forget the theatrically large siege towers. Here's another hallmark of Hellenistic warfare: the war elephant. Alexander had encountered elephants in 331 BCE. In fact, Darius III had a few of them at Gaugamela, and more dramatically in 326 BCE at the Battle of Hydaspes in India, where King Porus deployed dozens of elephants against the Macedonians. Impressed and perhaps a bit unnerved by these beasts, Alexander incorporated elephants into his army after that battle. His successors then made elephants a staple of their armies, especially the Seleucid kings in the Middle East and the Ptolemies in Egypt. Now we have to keep in mind that these were mostly Indian elephants, and they were larger and more trainable than the smaller North African variant. North African forest elephant, which the Carthaginians later used, unfortunately went extinct. Probably because they were put in so many battles, we don't know. In any case, elephants in battle were the ancient equivalent of a tank, basically. They carried on their backs a tower like howdah with archers or javelin men. Their tusks might be fitted with iron spikes, and they could trample infantry and horses alike, causing panic at the sheer size, the trumpeting sound, and don't forget the smell. Many battles of the 3rd century BCE featured elephant charges as a moment of decision. For example, at the Battle of Ipsus in 301, the successors of Alexander fought a huge engagement in which Seleucus, one of the generals, Seleucid Empire, by the way, fielded a reputed 500 war elephants, an enormous number acquired through a treaty with the Indian Mauryan Empire. Pretty good deal. Those elephants played a pretty decisive role in blocking the retreat of the opposing general Demetrius's cavalry, effectively isolating and contributing to the defeat of Antigonus, who was Demetrius's father. But they also developed some countermeasures against elephants. One approach was to try to wound the elephant or scare it into throwing its own troops into chaos. At Magnesia in 190, Romans and their allies faced Seleucid war elephants. The Roman-aligned general, Eumenes, deployed an unusual tactic. He used slingers and skirmishers to hurl projectiles at the elephants, and reportedly used the sound of horns and trumpets to confuse and frighten them. Elephants, for all their power, could certainly become liabilities if they panicked and started to run amok. And indeed, guess what? At Magnesia, many of the Seleucid elephants turned and trampled their own ranks once they were hurt or frightened, certainly sealing Antiochus's defeat. And this points to an important truth about superweapons, that the impact can cut both ways. If your opponents find a clever way to nullify or terrify your fearsome weapon, it can backfire spectacularly. But still, the allure of elephants remained, a symbol of royal power and might. They knew the risks of using them, but risk versus reward. I suppose you got to add it up. Most people thought the reward was far greater. But no discussion of Hellenistic superweapons would be complete without highlighting the legendary innovations of Archimedes of Syracuse. Archimedes, around the 3rd century BCE, was a genius mathematician and inventor, and when the Romans besieged his native city of Syracuse in 213 to 212 during the Second Punic War, he supposedly devised several ingenious defensive weapons. The Roman historian Polybius and later Plutarch give accounts of these inventions. The most famous is the claw of Archimedes, sometimes called the iron hand, a device essentially a large crane or lever hidden behind the city walls, with a hefty grappling hook at the end. When a Roman ship approached the walls to attack or land troops, the claw would swing over, drop the hook onto a ship's prow or hull, and then by a system of weights and pulleys suddenly yank the ship upward and sideways. Didn't see that coming, didn't they? According to accounts, the claw could capsize ships or at least damage and destabilize them enough to thwart an assault. For the Romans, it must have seemed as if the city walls themselves could reach out and swat their galleys away. Truly a blow psychologically. Modern experiments and reconstructions, even a BBC documentary in the early 2000s, by the way, which I remember when I was very young, have suggested that such a machine was mechanically feasible, at least on a small scale, and it lends some credence to these historical reports. And then there is the famous legend of Archimedes' burning mirrors, which is a pretty cool one. But the ancient sources are a bit contradictory on this. The burning mirror story appears in its fullest form in much later writers, around the medieval period, who claimed that Archimedes polished bronze or glass mirrors to concentrate the sun's rays and set Roman ships on fire from a distance. Now it all sounds pretty good, doesn't it? But, well, it's... let's just say it's viewed with a lot of skepticism. Okay, it's just too fantastical, a line of mirrors acting like a laser beam. Experiments have shown that it's very difficult to ignite a moving ship with diffuse sunlight, although it's not impossible to smolder a stationary target under ideal conditions. But think about a moving ship, it just seems a bit far-fetched. Archimedes himself left no writings on such a device, by the way, and Polybius, who was generally quite thorough with everything, did not mention it when discussing the siege of Syracuse, which you would think that he would. Thus many scholars consider the death ray a later embellishment, a kind of tribute to Archimedes' outsized reputation as an inventor. So yes, critical approach here. Well, all things considered, the Hellenistic period provided a rich theatre for superweapons. Giant siege towers that pushed engineering to its limits, elephant cores that served as living weapons, and brilliant one-off inventions that became lore. Some inventions that were completely made up, but, well, as always, love to ruin the fun with modern skepticism, don't we? In any case, by the 1st century BCE, a new power was rising. Rome would absorb or neutralize these superweapons with a combination of practical engineering and tactical flexibility. So let's talk about the Roman war machine now. So by the time of the late Republic and early Roman Empire, the Romans had become the paramount military power in the Mediterranean. No arguing that one. Their approach to warfare was characterized less by singular miracle weapons and more by organized discipline and engineering prowess. In a way, the Roman superweapon, was the Roman legion itself. Highly flexible, professional, heavy infantry that could adapt and innovate as needed. That's on and off the battlefield. Yet, the Romans did employ and improve various weapons that gave them advantages over adversaries. They also eagerly adopted or countered the superweapons of other cultures. So while Rome might not have introduced something as visually spectacular as a Helepolis or a war elephant, indeed they mostly fought against them, they refined more workaday superweapons. Things like advanced artillery, fortification techniques and naval ingenuity. And when extraordinary measures were called for, well, Rome rose to the occasion. In terms of personal weapons and tactics, one of Rome's celebrated secret weapons, though not secret for long to their enemies, was the pilum, a heavy javelin carried by legionaries. Not legionaries. Well, each Roman foot soldier typically carried 2 pila. And what made the pilum special was its design. It had a long, slender iron shank behind the pointed head, often with a weakened section. And when thrown, the pilum could penetrate enemy shields or armor. And importantly, if it stuck into a shield, the shank would bend due to its soft iron or deliberate rivet design, which would make it very hard to pull out. The enemy thus found his shield weighed down and awkward, usually forcing him to discard it, and that left him more vulnerable, just as the legionaries closed in with their short swords, the gladius. In essence, the pilum was a very clever anti-shield weapon, one that disrupted enemy defenses moments before hand-to-hand combat, and probably confused the living daylights out of them too. You imagine you're all taught to fight in one certain way, and they say, well, let's all get in, defend yourself with your shield, and all of a sudden you don't have a shield. Well, what do you do then? You best hope that everybody can think on their feet. In any case, ancient sources like Polybius describe Roman pila being thrown in coordinated volleys, pila, of course, being the plural for pilum. And they were certainly effective against, for example, Celtic warriors who relied very heavily on their large shields, kind of those big oval-like shields that would protect the majority of the body. A reminder that not all superweapons need to be huge or technologically advanced. Some are pretty simple, and they have a super effect. And once the distance was closed, of course, the Romans wielded that famous gladius, and, it was a stout, short sword about 50 centimeters long. Not for slashing. You wouldn't be slashing around with a gladius, you would be stabbing in close quarters. And while a sword itself is not a superweapon, the training and discipline of the Roman legionaries to use the gladius in a tight formation, behind the shelter of a large rectangular scutum shield, meant that they could outfight foes who favored slashing attacks with longer swords, who lacked the same unit cohesion. Now at Pydna, at 168 BCE, where Rome defeated the Macedonian phalanx of King Perseus, it was the flexibility of the legion that overcome the previously near invincible pike phalanx, breaking into smaller units, exploiting gaps using their close combat skills. The lesson often drawn is that the Roman military system itself was a kind of superweapon. It could absorb and neutralize the flashy Hellenistic weapon systems through better training, morale, and overall adaptability. However, hold your horses. Well, the Romans were not all averse to employing technology. It wasn't just a hands-on melee. They had their siege warfare too, and arguably, they became the best in the world. I'm not going to argue it, but you might. They might not have had built a single helepolis as big as Demetrius's, but they would mass-produce medium-sized siege towers, battering rams, and artillery engines for sieges. Well, a classic example is Julius Caesar's siege of Alessio in 52 BCE, where he besieged a Gallic stronghold while simultaneously being attacked by a Gallic relief army. Caesar's response was to construct a staggering system of double walls, circumvallation facing inward and contravallation facing outward. He did this all around the city of Alessia, complete with ditches, spikes, towers, and artillery emplacements. This feat of engineering, essentially building an 18-kilometer ring fortress in mere weeks, well, that's an extraordinary use of weaponized labor. I'm sure that the requests for leave were denied before that project went up. The fortifications themselves became the super weapon. You see, they bottled up the enemy inside and repelled the enemy outside until starvation and attrition forced surrender. Roman siegecraft in general was relentless. At Masada in 73 CE in the Jewish War, Roman legions built a gigantic earthen ramp up to the plateau fortress, demonstrating that, given time and resources, no position was truly impregnable to them. And this recalls the Assyrian spirit of siege warfare, but on an even larger and more organized scale, with legions as the workforce. Where a smaller ancient kingdom might abandon a siege that took too long, the Romans, backed by state resources, could persist and invest months in massive earthworks and siege platforms. Roman artillery was another powerful component. They adopted the Greek torsion catapult technology and refined it into several types. The Scorpio, a light torsion engine functioning like a massive crossbow, was used as kind of a sniper weapon to pick off enemy troops or officers at up to several hundred yards. The ballista, a large torsion engine firing heavy bolts or stones, and the onager, a kind of torsion-powered stone thrower named for its kick like a wild donkey. Devices like this gave the Roman armies a ranged punch in sieges, and even in open battles. It's kind of hard to ignore the giant ballista, bolt, and stone coming at you at mind-boggling speeds. Well, the Scorpio, for instance, could be deployed in numbers. Caesar mentions using them in Gaul, and in the civil wars too. A coordinated volley from a line of scorpions could impale many enemies before hand-to-hand combat, much as modern machine guns soften up an assault. Later in the imperial period, the Romans even mounted versions of these on wagons or designed them rather, small enough to be carried, essentially creating the first mobile field artillery. But at sea, too, the Romans got there eventually, but initially they were not a naval power. This all changed during the First Punic War, however, in the 3rd century BCE against Carthage, the old great enemy of the Roman Republic. They demonstrated characteristic innovation by developing the Corvus boarding bridge. Since the Carthaginians excelled at naval maneuver and ramming, the Romans turned a sea fight, into something like a land fight, which they were much better at. It's better just to get on the ships and start stabbing people with the gladius. Bit more effective. The Corvus was a hinged gangplank, with a heavy spike on the underside. In battle, a Roman galley would maneuver alongside an enemy ship and drop the Corvus, the spike hooking into the enemy deck. This effectively lashed the two ships together, and created a stable bridge for Roman legionaries to storm across. And the result was that Roman infantry tactics could decide the battle right there on the deck. The Corvus was used notably at the Battle of Mille in 260 BCE, where Rome won its first major naval victory ever. But if you win it by fighting on the deck, does it count as a naval victory? I don't know. We'll let them get away with it. They came there on ships anyway. If it's on a ship, it's a naval victory. What if it's in the dock, though? I don't know. Well, while the device certainly had drawbacks, as in it was heavy and could destabilize ships in rough seas, it had already done its work in neutralizing Carthage's naval superiority. And there it is once again, a kind of counter superweapon. Adaptive thinking, the hallmark of Roman military success. During the centuries of the Empire, the Romans continued to face new threats, and sometimes new superweapons from adversaries. One of the most formidable challenges came from the Parthians, and later Sassanid Persians in the east, and from various nomadic horse peoples like the Huns later on. The Parthians at the Battle of Carrhae in 53 BCE famously annihilated a Roman army led by Crassus, using a combination of heavy cavalry, cataphracts clad in armor and masses of mounted archers. Crassus couldn't buy his way out of that one, I'm afraid. While the Parthian horse archers had composite bows that outranged the Romans' javelins, and could harass them relentlessly, even feigning retreat and then circling to shoot. The tactic of the Parthian shot, the Romans, caught in the open desert with little mobility, were nearly helpless against the mobile missile superweapon. Thousands of Roman infantry fell to incessant arrow fire, and Crassus's defeat at Carrhae sent a shock through Rome. It was a pretty good demonstration that even the Roman legion, so dominant in close combat, could be outmatched by a very different kind of weapon system, relying on speed and range. Well, in response, over the next few centuries, the Romans adjusted their tactics and troop compositions when fighting in the east, employing more cavalry of their own, using auxiliary light troops, and avoiding being drawn into flat, exposed terrains without support. It's perhaps telling that later Roman writers like Vegetius emphasized the need for flexibility, and even mentioned the idea of training soldiers to use crossbows or powerful bows, shooting, or rather showing an appreciation for high-impact ranged weapons. And indeed, by late antiquity, the crossbow, called the arqueballista by the Romans, by the way, was being adopted in the Roman army, and the infantry tactics had evolved from the classic legion formation to something a little bit more versatile, and a bit more cavalry too. The so-called Roman superweapon had to evolve too, as enemies got more diverse. Well, yet all through this, the Romans maintained an edge in military engineering. Even as late as the 4th and 5th centuries CE, enemies marveled at how Romans built marching camps daily, fortified their cities with massive walls, the Theodosian walls at Constantinople, for instance, and constructed their war machines on the go. When the Sassanid Persians or Huns fielded fearsome heavy cavalry, the Romans responded with spiked barriers, ditches, and camouflaged pits called lilia to break the charges. We even read of Eastern Romans employing handheld flamethrowers and wildfire akin to Greek fire by the 6th and 7th century CE, a sign that the ancient world was already transitioning into the early medieval period of new secret weapons. Well, while the Mediterranean and Near East saw the rise and fall of many different war engines, you shouldn't neglect the equally rich military innovations in South and East Asia. Civilizations in India and China developed their own formidable superweapons and tactics, some in parallel with Western developments and others quite unique. The Chinese, in particular, were pioneers in certain technologies that would much later appear in Europe, and ancient Indian armies fielded impressive war animals, even early steel weaponry. These regions also provide probably the earliest evidence of chemical weapons and strategic thought that treated surprise or trickery as a weapon in and of itself. But let's start with India. And of course, one of their most striking features is the war elephants that we mentioned before. Indian armies from at least the first millennium BC, integrated elephants into their battle order as regular units. Texts like the Mahabharata, though epic and semi-mythical, we have to admit they certainly reflect older warfare traditions, mention elephant warriors and chariots alongside foot soldiers and cavalry. By the time of the Magadha kingdoms and the Mauryan Empire, that is the 4th and 3rd century BC, elephant corps were a standard component. Mauryan Emperor Chandragupta had thousands of elephants, and one of his successors, Ashoka, even mentions in an edict the establishment of medical treatment for animals, implying the large role of elephants and possibly horses in war. Indian treatises on statecraft and war, such as the Artha Shastra, attributed to Chanakya, the advisor of Chandragupta around 300 BCE, give detailed consideration to the maintenance, training, and deployment of war elephants. The Arthashastra, in fact, can be seen as an ancient military handbook, kind of like an Indian version of the art of war, and it reveals pragmatic and sometimes ruthless approaches. For example, it lists recipes for poisons and incendiaries, recommending their use when advantageous, essentially sanctioning a form of chemical warfare and espionage. But it also suggests using secret agents to sow chaos or assassinate enemy leaders, showing that in addition to big weapons like elephants, the use of guile and unconventional tactics was certainly a part of the strategist's arsenal. And here's a fascinating aspect of Indian military traditions: the concept of divine or super weapons in a religious form in literature, which, while mythological, show how ancient people imagined the ultimate weapons. The Sanskrit epics speak of the Brahmastra, for example, a weapon of gods, invoked by certain mantras, said to be able to destroy entire armies or cities in a cataclysmic blast. Some later interpreters even likened it to a modern nuclear explosion in description, with its blinding light and intense heat. Pretty handy to have one of them around, I suppose. There were also astra, like the Agnayastra, a fire weapon, or the Narayanastra, which would fire a volley of millions of deadly missiles. These were, of course, legendary and not historical armaments. However, they likely echo real weapons, just in a metaphorical form. For example, the Agyanastra might reflect the use of flaming arrows or oil weapons. Moreover, they illustrate that ancient Indian culture had a notion of the ultimate weapon bestowed by the gods, a concept akin to superweapons in the imagination, if not in reality. But let's turn to China now. We find a remarkably early adoption of technologies like the crossbow, complex siege machinery, and later on, the seeds of what would become incendiary and gunpowder weapons. The crossbow in particular stands out. Archaeological evidence and texts indicate that by the Warring States period, that is the 5th to 3rd centuries BCE, Chinese armies were using crossbows on a wide scale. A bronze crossbow trigger mechanism was a sophisticated piece of engineering, allowing even relatively untrained conscripts to unleash powerful bolts with quite a bit of precision. The state of Chu, one of the major powers, is traditionally credited with the first crossbow around the 6th century BCE. By the time of the Qin unification of China, 3rd century BCE, crossbowmen were pretty important to the army. You couldn't have an army without them. And the famous terracotta army of the first emperor Qin Shi Huang includes figures of crossbowmen, and actual bronze trigger parts have been found in the pits, still operational after 2,200 years, and if that doesn't show their metallurgical skill, I don't know what does. No need to buy a warranty, I suppose. Well, a crossbow bolt could penetrate armor at ranges that a regular bow might not. And crucially, an average soldier could operate a crossbow effectively with far less training than an expert archer would need. This gave Chinese states a force multiplier, essentially an early version of a mass-produced firepower, which could cut down charging nobles or nomadic horsemen alike. Chinese writings even talk about volley fire and concentrated crossbow barrages that sound reminiscent of the later musket lines. First rank fire, kneel. Second rank fire, kneel. This kind of thing. Well, the Chinese also invented repeating crossbows. They were also known as the Zhuge Nu, or the Chu Ko Nu, named in folklore after the 3rd century AD strategist Zhuge Liang. Though he likely improved an existing design, he still gets the credit. This was a magazine-fed crossbow that could rapidly shoot a series of small bolts by working a lever back and forth. Its range and power were lower than a standard crossbow, but it excelled at close quarters for laying down a flurry of shots. Some historians considered it more of a multi-shot defensive weapon than a battlefield game-changer, but it's impressive as an ancient attempt to increase rate of fire, a problem every era of warfare tries to solve. And then, of course, there's siege warfare. Ancient Chinese states built some of the first traction trebuchets, a type of catapult where men pulling ropes provide the force to hurl a projectile. These were in use by at least the 4th century BCE, and could throw large stones to break walls or bombard troops. Sieges also saw tunneling and counter-tunneling, the use of smoke to flush out defenders, and other methods that have parallels with Western siegecraft. But what is intriguing is that by the later Han dynasty around the 1st or 2nd century CE, the Chinese had compiled works like the Mo Jing, of the Moist school, that described defensive strategies and devices, including things like wooden low chariots, that is, movable observation towers, and counterweight drop traps. And while these might not be singular superweapons, they certainly reflect a robust military engineering tradition. It all has to add up to something, right? But additionally, the Chinese were among the first to weaponize chemical and incendiary compounds. There are records and later legends of Chinese forces using poison smoke, perhaps made by burning noxious materials like mustard seeds or arsenic compounds to choke enemy soldiers in tunnels or enclosed areas. One legendary account from the Han dynasty tells of a general who used a form of tear gas by burning peppers and herbs to overwhelm a fortress's defenders, though the exact historicity of that is once again debated. Chinese manuals do discuss creating smoke bombs, however, using combinations of sulfur, railgar, which is a kind of arsenic disulfide, oils and other ingredients to produce blinding and toxic smoke. This is remarkably early for chemical warfare doctrine. We only really think of it in terms of the First World War, at least in the West. In China, they think of it all the way back in those times. The Chinese propensity to experiment with materials laid the foundation for the eventual discovery of gunpowder in the Tang dynasty, 9th century CE. And while true gunpowder weapons appear after our period, rockets, bombs, and guns from 900 CE onwards, it is worth noting that the precursors, understanding the saltpeter, I haven't had dinner yet, excuse me. I'm thinking about that salmon I have in the oven. Anyway, saltpeter, charcoal, and sulfur were being explored by Taoist alchemists in late antiquity. In fact, an ancient Chinese text, the Huolongjing, compiled later in the 14th century but containing older material, attributes to much earlier times the use of a kind of fire arrow, essentially an arrow with a small gunpowder charge attached to set things ablaze. Even if those specifics are anachronistic, we do know that by the late Han, the Chinese had fire arrows, arrows wrapped in burning cloth or pitch, and thunderclap bombs, earthenware jars filled with combustible substances that made a loud blast when ignited, more psychologically effective than physically destructive. Again, there's hints of what was to come, showing that East Asia's military technology trajectory was certainly pointing towards new forms of superweapons that wouldn't fully materialize until the later medieval period. Still, it's pretty impressive, I think. But strategically, Chinese military philosophy, exemplified by Sun Tzu's Art of War, which was written around the 5th century BCE, emphasized that the greatest victory is one won without fighting, by breaking the enemy's resistance beforehand. Sun Tzu's advocates deception. I get mixed up when I speak English and Chinese together. Now, Sun Tzu advocates deception, intelligence gathering, and speed as ultimate weapons. While not a physical superweapon, this philosophy itself became a kind of intangible weapon. Chinese generals often used surprise, feints, and psychological tactics to outwit opponents. For example, there is a famous story, albeit from the later Three Kingdoms era, that is Zhuge Liang's empty city stratagem. You might have heard of it. He basically fools a much larger army into retreat by calmly playing his lute atop an open gate, giving the impression that he must have a city full of troops, walls set with hidden archers and deadly traps all over the place, when the reality was the city was nearly defenseless. They knew if that army showed up, they were completely going to have the floor mopped with them, basically. So he thought, well, we may as well take a bluff. And it worked out. The enemy was confused, and they thought, there's no way, he's inviting us in. Maybe they got spikes on the ground, maybe they got archers ready to get us. Someone's going to ambush us. No, there's no way. So they all withdrew. And, well, the day was won. And this tale, whether it's real or not, I prefer to think that it's real, shows how deeply the idea of winning through a cunning ruse was ingrained in Eastern warfare, to the point where cunning could neutralize brute force. All right, we're almost done. Stick with me. We got one last little section to do. In case you're having fun. If you are, make sure you tell me in the comments, huh? Well, beyond the famous machines and units, ancient warfare often saw kinda unconventional weapons and tactics. And that's what we're going to talk about now. Some of them were a bit smaller in scale, but they've earned their place in legends of military history. These include the use of animals, poisons, sound, and just good old trickery. Now, we've touched on a few, like flaming naphtha or poison smoke, but it's worth gathering some additional striking examples. They highlight the creativity and occasional desperation of ancient commanders. But they also show us a key theme. A superweapon isn't always a shiny new piece of hardware. It can be any unexpected tool or method that confers an overwhelming advantage, even if it's just for a moment. Well, the famous instance is the use of flaming pigs. That's the first one we're going to talk about. That was an anti-elephant weapon. Several ancient sources, including Polyaenus, a Macedonian writer and stratagems in the 2nd century CE, and Claudius Aelianus somewhat later, recount that during the siege of the Greek city of Megara in 266, the Macedonian king Antigonus II Gonatus brought war elephants to assault the city. Now, the Megarian defenders, in a stroke of inspired madness, took pigs, covered them in pitch or tar, set them on fire, and chased these squealing, blazing pigs towards the attacking elephants. Well, the sight, sound, and the smell, imagine the smell, of shrieking pigs on fire, apparently caused the elephants to panic. I mean, it would cause me to panic. I can't really blame the elephants for that. Well, elephants are known, apparently, to dislike the noise of squealing pigs, so we're not so different after all. And they stampeded away, in some cases, trampling over the Macedonian troops. Bit of a bonus. The siege was lifted, and thus a seemingly trivial farm animal became a superweapon for the day. Kind of unfortunate for the pigs, but desperate times, desperate measures, I suppose. And this story teaches a serious lesson, and that's know your enemy's weakness, even if they're not obvious, martial ones. Sometimes you've got to fight dirty. Elephants might be impervious to spears in the front, but a clever tactic exploiting their senses can certainly undo even the strongest and biggest of foes. Well, animals were used in other creative ways too. In naval warfare, there's an account from the Pelloponesian War of defenders releasing doves or other birds with burning materials tied to their feet to set fire to the besiegers' siege engines. The idea being the birds would fly back to their nests, which were in the wooden siege towers, and inadvertently ignite them. The success of that is questionable, but it shows imaginative attempts to enlist nature into war. And of course, I suppose it's an earlier precursor of the Olga of Kiev story. But even in the realm of biological war, there are reports of ancient armies using venomous creatures. For instance, Hannibal Barca, during one of his later campaigns in Asia Minor, in the 2nd century BC after the Italian War, allegedly filled clay jars with venomous snakes and had his sailors catapult them onto enemy ships. Yeah, that's a good way to work. Yeah, that would certainly panic people. The sudden appearance of angry snakes slithering around the decks caused chaos among the crews, effectively turning each jar into a living biological weapon. This was recorded by the historian Frontinus in his stratagems. It might not have won an entire war, but in that naval battle it certainly gave Hannibal a clever edge against King Eumenes of Pergamum. Eumenes II of Pergamum. Sorry if Eumenes I is listening. Well, likewise, there are accounts of scorpions and centipedes being used in similar fashion in sieges. The city of Hatra in Mesopotamia supposedly threw clay pots full of scorpions at Roman attackers in the 2nd century CE, which would work as well as snakes, I suppose. Poisoning was another ancient tactic, though often frowned upon. As mentioned from the Indian and Chinese sources, poisoning wells, food supplies, or using poison-tipped arrows, they were all pretty known practices. The Scythian nomads of the Black Sea region were infamous for their poison arrows. They concocted a gruesome poison by mixing viper venom, decomposed animal matter, and blood, letting it ferment into a deadly biotoxin. Any arrow wound from a Scythian arrow thus risked swift and agonizing death, far beyond the physical injury. Greek writers like Herodotus note the Scythians' use of such poisoned arrows with a little bit of horror in the wording. A kind of psychological weapon too, I suppose. Just knowing the enemy's arrows were poisoned could sap a soldier's morale, not getting anywhere near those. Some early treaties or unwritten rules tried to ban poison, but good luck doing that. We're far from the Geneva Convention. The ancient Greek laws of Manu, which was an Indian text actually, forbid poison arrows, as did a couple of Hellenic agreements. But such rules were often ignored when it was expedient. The Romans at times even poisoned enemy water supplies. One Roman general in the 2nd century BCE, Manius Aquilius, did so to end a war quickly, though the later Romans claimed to disapprove of that. You don't really get paraded out in a triumph for a dirty trick like that one. And in siege situations, everything from flinging dead animals to spread disease to contaminating rivers with corpses was attempted. These are the precursors of biological warfare, make no mistake, though the ancients didn't really understand what they were doing, no germ theory, but they did observe that filth and decay brought illness, plague, and that's an observation they were pretty quick to weaponize. And then there's noise and psychological warfare. They were also deliberately employed. We've already touched on the loud noises scaring elephants or the use of horns to misdirect troops. But we'll talk about the Parthians now. They would supposedly yell and make sudden shouts to disorient enemies. Sometimes Parthian horsemen even used whistles on arrows to create a terrifying whizzing sound. The Celts, according to Roman reports, made a fearsome sight and sound in battle. Many painted their bodies or spiked their hair with lime, and they would charge with wild war cries. They used a distinctive war trumpet called the carnex, a long bronze instrument with an animal-headed bell. At the Battle of Telamon in 225 BCE, the Roman chroniclers described the Gallic army on a hilltop, thousands of warriors yelling and carnixes braying, causing an unnerving echo across the valley. While the Romans did not break, one can imagine the intimidating effect on those who had never encountered it. In a sense, the Celts' shock tactics and use of psychological terror, well, that was their superweapon. They would ultimately failed against Roman discipline, so not so super after all. Conversely, the Romans themselves, they understood psychological edges. Their centurions carried the eagle standard and drilled their troops to shout in unison. The famous war cry of the legions. That could be quite imposing. It's said that at Pharsalus in 48 BCE, when Caesar's legions shouted their battle cry and clashed swords on shield, Pompey's less experienced recruits were taken aback before the fight even finished. And finally, good old deception deserves a mention as an unconventional weapon. You know the most legendary case, the Trojan horse. A masterstroke of trickery rather than a physical weapon, but one that ended a decade-long war in a single night. And that's a pretty super weapon. According to Homer and elaborated by Virgil and others, the Greeks built a wooden horse. They hid a few crack troops inside and pretended to abandon their siege of Troy. They left this horse as an offering, almost like a parting gift. The curious Trojans bought it within their walls at night, and the Greeks emerged and opened the gates for their returning army. Of course, you know what happened next. Troy was all gone. Now, historically, we're not sure if this event happened at all, or even happened as described. Perhaps it did happen, but we're not sure. Archaeologically, Troy did fall around the Late Bronze Age, but the horse might be poetic license, possibly a metaphor for a siege engine, or an earthquake. We don't know. Plenty of earthquakes in Anatolia, tell you that much. But regardless, the Trojan horse became the epitome of the deceptive stratagem. For ancient readers, it was a lesson that cunning could defeat strength. If you were having a rough time of it, or maybe just take a step back and think. There has to be a way to get around this problem. They'd find it. Well, sneaking troops into enemy forts disguised as locals or feigning surrender only to attack when the enemy relaxed, they were just among a few. For instance, in the 4th century BC, Sicily, a tyrant famously captured a city by hiding armed men in wine carts that were regularly delivered inside the gates, a direct intimidation of the Trojan horse concept. Minus the shape, of course. Of course, the existence of these unconventional tactics, it shows us the superweapons in antiquity weren't just about advanced technology or just huge contraptions. Don't think of it all like that. Sometimes the most effective weapon was just a good idea, catching an opponent off guard. Warfare is as much a battle of wits as it is about strength. And every once in a while, David could kill Goliath. A clever general could snatch victory by means that his adversary would never even contemplate. In the 2nd century, the Roman Empire stretched from the windswept frontiers of Britannia all the way to the deserts of Mesopotamia. That once small city-state had forged a vast empire through centuries of warfare, defeating an array of enemies from the Celtic warriors and Greek phalanxes to Carthaginian war elephants and Germanic tribes. Ancient observers were already asking the question, what made the Roman legions so effective? Was it superior weapons, relentless discipline, the leadership? Or was there something more profound in Roman society itself? Well, to hook your interest, consider this remark by the historian Josephus. He wrote that, quote, "Their exercises are unbloody battles, and their battles bloody exercises," suggesting that Roman training was so realistic and constant that real combat felt just like an extension of practice. And indeed, Publius Flavius Vegetius, A military writer of the late Roman Empire concluded that the Romans, quote, owed their conquest of the world to no other cause than the continual military training and exact observance of discipline. Now, those two quotes are among many from the historians of antiquity, and, well, it hints at some key ingredients of Roman success. They combine discipline, organization, training, and adaptability in a way that was unique to the ancient world. Yet the Roman advantage was not due to any single factor. Many other peoples had brave warriors and skilled commanders, and Rome too suffered devastating defeats at times. But at the high point of Roman conquest, roughly from the Middle Republic through to the early Empire, the legions displayed a combination of qualities that made them extraordinarily formidable on the battlefield. And so today, we're going to talk about why the Romans were so effective in battle, all the tactics, the training, the discipline, and everything in between. We might not come up with a solid answer, like we said, it's no one thing, but we'll certainly learn quite a lot about how the Romans fought. Now, before we begin, allow me to welcome you to the channel. Hello. If you're new here, I invite you to subscribe. And if you are new here, you might not know about the no ads policy on this channel. Well, we hate the advertisements as much as you do, so we decided to get rid of them entirely. We are, however, supported financially by those on Patreon, the YouTube memberships, the occasional donation in Super Thanks and PayPal, and also the merch store. Helps keep the lights on and the channel running in its ad-free capacity. But the best thing you can do for us is tell your friends, leave a like, subscribe, comment for the algorithm, the hype button, all those algorithm-boosting things. In any case, with all that out of the way, let's begin the video. The best way to begin, I suppose, is the fundamental reason for Roman success in the eyes of many people, and that's the organization of the army, particularly the structure of the Roman legion and the intense training regimen that legionaries underwent. So unlike many ancient armies that were loosely organized or composed of temporary levies, the Roman legion, by the high point of the Republic and into the Empire, was actually highly standardized, and in all definitions a professional fighting unit. Each legion consisted of roughly 5,000 heavy infantry, divided into coherent sub-units, that is, cohorts and centuries, that could act in concert or even independently. It was this modular structure that gave Roman forces tactical flexibility. For example, during the Middle Republic, the legion was arranged in 3 lines, that is the triplex acies, hastati at the front, principes at the second line, and veteran triarii in reserve. Now these lines could rotate during combat, fresh troops replacing tired ones, a tactic that astonished enemies, accustomed to single monolithic battle lines. Later, in the imperial era, legions were organized into 10 cohorts, but the principle of a flexible formation remained. A Macedonian Greek historian, Polybius, observed that at the Battle of Cynocephali in 197 BCE, the Roman manipulator formation's flexibility outmatched the rigid Macedonian phalanx. On rough terrain, segments of the phalanx lost cohesion, and a Roman officer seized the moment to flank the enemy, a maneuver that proved to be decisive. Well, this shows how the legion's structure allowed Romans to exploit opportunities on the battlefield with speed and coordination against those using old tactics. I suppose, good old phalanx. Nothing ever beats the phalanx, until something comes around and beats the phalanx. In any case, training in the Roman army was constant and deliberate. From the moment a recruit joined, he was drilled in marching, weapons handling, and battlefield maneuvers. Romans placed a special emphasis on marching discipline, that a standard daily march covered a set of distance while carrying heavy packs of tools and supplies, and in fact, every legionary was effectively also an engineer. Soldiers routinely carried a shovel, pickaxe, or a saw rather, along with their weapons, enabling them to build fortified camps or entrenchments at a moment's notice. The act of building a fortified camp at each day's march became a hallmark of Roman practice, and this not only kept soldiers safe at night, but also ingrained organizational habits and teamwork. Ancient commentators marveled at how swiftly and orderly the Romans would set up camp. Josephus recounts that upon entering enemy territory, Roman legions did not rush heedlessly into battle. Instead, they, quote, do not begin to fight until they have walled their camp about, working with such efficiency that an entire camp resembling a small city complete with a ditch, rampart, 4 gates, and a grid of streets for tents could be erected in mere hours. Such feats were only possible because of rigorous training and a clear chain of command. No weak links, that's for sure. Now, weapons training was equally thorough. Recruits practiced swordsmanship with wooden swords and wicker shields, heavier than the real ones, to build up strength. They learned to thrust with the gladius, that is the short sword, rather than slash, because a short stabbing wound was often more lethal than a flashy cut, a point that Vegetius emphasizes in his manual. They drilled at throwing the pilum, a heavy javelin designed to bend on impact so enemies could not easily throw it back or use their shields effectively after being struck. Archery, sling, and hand-to-hand drills were conducted relentlessly. According to Vegetius, Roman training was so exhaustive that the new soldiers were taught not only how to fight, but even how to swim, march in step, and camp, every skill needed between the battlefield and off. A trained Roman unit could perform complex battle maneuvers on signal, turning wheel formations, forming the famous testudo, that is the tortoise shell formation under missile fire, or quickly fanning out in a skirmish line. The result was that in the chaos of combat, Roman troops responded to orders and kept formation, where many other armies would dissolve into disorganized mobs. It was this level of organization and training that meant that the Roman legions functioned as disciplined machines. Each century, about 80 men, led by a centurion, was a tight-knit group that practiced and even lived together, and that of course creates more unit cohesion. The centurions, the professional officers often risen from the ranks, were pivotal in maintaining standards. These hard-bitten leaders enforced drills and led by example in battle, keeping soldiers steady and coordinated. There is another famous story, too, of a centurion in Julius Caesar's 10th Legion who, with wounds to face and body, urged his men forward and held the line in a critical moment. It shows how leadership and a small unit level reinforced Roman effectiveness. Through ceaseless training, clear organization, and experienced leadership, the legionary entered battle as part of a well-oiled unit, not as an individual warrior seeking personal glory. Now this stood in contrast to many of Rome's adversaries, where warriors might fight bravely but without unified tactics or discipline. But as we shall see, organization and drill were only one facet of the Roman military system. It was the foundation upon which other advantages were built. Well, discipline was the skeleton of the Roman army, the foundation that the whole thing was built on. The legions were notorious for enforcing strict rules and swift punishment, but also for instilling soldiers a strong sense of duty and pride. This combination of harsh punishment and generous reward created an army in which cowardice and disobedience was rare, and valor richly incentivized. Let's look at the punitive side, where Roman military law was quite unforgiving. Officers had the power and the right to execute or flog soldiers for serious infractions, and examples of that abound in the historical record. Falling asleep on sentry duty, for instance, could be punishable by death, sometimes carried out by the gruesome method of clubbing by one's fellow soldiers. While in extreme cases of unit misconduct, Romans employed the terrifying punishment of decimation. Every 10th man in a disgraced unit was executed as a lesson to the whole. Though this was used sparingly, decimation was not just a legend. A famous incident occurred during the Spartacus Rebellion, 73 to 71 BCE, when the general Marcus Crassus, frustrated with his legion's defeat in an earlier skirmish, ordered a cohort that had broken ranks to be decimated. Lots were drawn, and 1 in 10 men, regardless of individual blame, was put to death while their comrades looked on. It was a draconian measure, recorded by the historian Plutarch. It sent quite a shockwave of fear through the army. But what it did do besides that was restore fighting discipline. No one would be retreating after that one. What's the point of retreating to save your life if you're just going to get executed afterwards? Seems a bit counterintuitive. In any case, lesser punishments were more routine. A soldier might be beaten for insubordination or given meager rations, for example, being forced to eat barley instead of wheat as a humiliation, as Polybius notes happened to units that underperformed. The Roman military even had punishments like standing guard outside the safety of camp, or other penalties that reinforced that failure always had a consequence. Yet, discipline was not maintained by fear alone. Equally important were the rewards and honors that Rome bestowed on exemplary soldiers. The Roman Republic and Empire developed a sophisticated honor system to recognize bravery. After a battle, it was customary for the commanding general to address the army and personally call forward those who had distinguished themselves. Polybius describes how generals would publicly praise courageous individuals and award them decorations. For instance, a soldier who was first over the enemy wall in a siege might receive the corona muralis, that is, the wall crown, a golden crown symbolizing this feat. Saving the life of a comrade or officer in battle could earn the man the corona civica, the oak crown, one of the highest honors, which also conferred social prestige. More common awards included golden neck torques, armlets, decorative spears for wounding or killing an enemy in single combat under heroic circumstance. These awards were given in front of the whole army, and that amplified their impact. Not only did the recipients gain fame, but their peers were inspired and perhaps even a little envious to emulate their heroism. In peacetime, triumphal processions or unit parades, soldiers wore their awarded decorations on their uniforms, a visible reminder of their valor. This was a kind of carrot and stick approach. It meant that the average Roman soldier was motivated both to avoid shame but also to seek glory. Psychological pressure came not just from generals but from the soldiers and the sense of honor. Every legion had a standard. The silver or gold eagle or aquila was almost sacred. Losing it in battle was the ultimate disgrace. Men would fight desperately to protect or recover the eagle. Likewise, centuries and cohorts took pride in their reputation. There are accounts of Roman units refusing to break or flee, even when heavily outnumbered, in part because each man knew the horrific punishment that awaited if he routed, but also because of the personal and collective shame that cowardice would bring upon the unit. Polybius noted that Roman soldiers, if they lost a piece of equipment, like a shield in the chaos of combat, would sometimes risk death to retrieve it, rather than face accusations of throwing it away. The fear of dishonor in the eyes of one's comrades, family, and the Roman public was a very powerful force. A Roman citizen soldier, especially in earlier eras when many were still citizen volunteers, grew up hearing of stories of heroic ancestors and stern mottos of discipline. Manly and discipline, for example, became a phrase after the legendary episode in which Consul Titus Manlius Torquatus in the 4th century BCE executed his own son for disobeying orders in battle. Though extreme, this tale recounted by Livy showed to the Romans that military obedience was paramount. It was even more important than family. Well, by enforcing discipline, but also making soldiers stakeholders in honor and victory, Rome created legions that could be trusted to hold the line under the worst pressures. Ancient writers frequently commented on this. Polybius explicitly attributed Rome's military success to the strict attention given to punishments and rewards in the army. In his view, it was no wonder that Romans were victorious so often, given how effectively they cultivated bravery and prevented cowardice. And modern historians tend to agree that the Roman system produced an exceptionally high moral force. Roman soldiers were not stupid, but they were willing to endure and persevere in bloody and exhausting battles, where less regimented foes might give up and flee for their lives. They had total confidence that their comrades to the left and right would stand firm, and that confidence itself could decide engagements. For example, let's look at the epic Battle of Zama in 202 BCE, which ended the Second Punic War. Roman infantry stood up to Hannibal's veteran mercenaries in a grinding melee, and the discipline of the Roman line, held together by years of drill and a culture that forbade breaking the ranks, eventually gave Rome the edge over Hannibal's fearsome veterans, and they were a tough lot, that's for sure. So we could say that the iron discipline of the Roman army meant that it functioned with a unity of purpose. Orders were followed swiftly, troops regrouped, and reformed lines, even amid chaos. Fear of punishment was mixed with love of honor, and it made each soldier highly reliable, and this reliability was a force multiplier. Roman commanders could execute complex plans because they trusted their men to carry them out, and enemies found it difficult to rout Roman units, even when the odds seemed very much against the Romans. So, we have our first cornerstone, discipline, a quality continually reinforced by both the dread of consequences and the allure of honor. But let's look at another major factor in Rome's battlefield dominance, and that's the quality of Roman arms and armor. Combine that with the tactics and, well, you maximize your strengths. The Roman legionary by the 1st century BCE was arguably the best equipped infantryman of his era. He carried the scutum, a large curved shield that protected much of the body. This shield was central to Roman tactics, allowing soldiers to form a near impenetrable wall when standing shoulder to shoulder, and to create the famous testudo formation overhead against arrows. The legionary's primary weapon, the gladius, was a short sword, about 1/2 meter long, optimized for stabbing. In close combat, a line of Roman infantry could thrust under or around their shields, delivering deep lethal stabs to the enemy. Ancient opponents often used the longer slashing swords or spears. While those could be deadly in their own right, sure, the Romans learned that a short thrusting sword was highly effective in tight melee, where space to swing a weapon was limited. Vegetius later stressed that Roman recruits were specifically trained to, quote, strike not with the edge, but with the point, because even a 2-inch stab could be fatal, whereas a slash might glance off armor, or only just wound superficially. Before closing to sword range, Roman tactics typically began with a volley of pila, that is the singular of pilum. Each legionary carried one or two of these heavy javelins. When hurled en masse at short range, the pila could penetrate enemy shields or cause chaos by wounding and breaking up the front ranks. And ingeniously, the pilum's design included a soft iron neck that bent on impact, so an enemy struck could not easily just throw it back. And a shield hit by it often became unusable due to the fact that there was a giant heavy javelin stuck inside it. Kind of makes it impractical, right? Well, this tactic would disrupt an enemy charge or formation. At the crucial moment after the javelin volley, Roman infantry charged with a stout baritus, drawing their sword with a shout, called a baritus, and they would draw their swords. Now, the combination of the javelin impact, followed immediately by a disciplined close-quarters assault, was often quite devastating, as described in Julius Caesar's battle accounts when he went on his European tour of bloodshed. You know, if he did the same thing just 100 years ago, he would be universally seen as a monster, but because it was in antiquity, he's a hero. It's funny how that works, isn't it? Some kind of a statute of limitations. Anyway, Roman armor was also a battlefield advantage. Throughout the High Conquest period, legionaries typically wore a mail shirt called the lorica hamata, or later the segmented pale armor called the lorica segmentata. These provided strong protection against cuts and some defense against thrusts, giving Roman soldiers better odds at surviving enemy blows than many of their foes had. A sturdy helmet guarded the head and face, and a Roman's large shield could cover most vital areas. While not making them invulnerable, this equipment ensemble, shield, armor, and helmet, meant that Romans could sustain a fight longer with fewer casualties. In a grinding melee, being well armored and holding a line of overlapping shields gave the Romans a significant edge in staying power. Well, the Romans were masters of combined arms tactics, using different types of troops together. Though legionary heavy infantry was the core, Roman armies usually fielded cavalry and light infantry, often from allied or auxiliary units to scout, skirmish, or pursue. For instance, against very mobile or archery-focused enemies like the mounted nomads in the east, Romans deployed their own cavalry or specialist auxiliaries. Think about things like Numidian horsemen, Syrian archers, etc. This would do their best to counter the threats. Roman generals understood the value of a balanced force. Heavy infantry to hold the line, light troops to harass and flank, cavalry to exploit openings. And not all ancient armies integrated multiple troop types, so, well, the Romans had the advantage on this in terms of coordinating roles in battle as well. The tactical effectiveness also came from flexibility and initiative on the field. Commanders, and even junior officers, were expected to adjust formations and tactics as needed. The earlier example of a tribune flanking the Macedonian phalanx at Cynocephali illustrates this local initiative. A rigid plan was less important than a trained ability to respond to developments. Roman units could perform complex maneuvers on signal. For example, shifting from a column into battle line or redeploying reserves, which allowed them to react when an enemy formation weakened or terrain created an opening. In essence, Roman tactics combined drill and planning with an ability to improvise in battle, a combination that modern historians recognize as a hallmark of effective military forces. To put their tactics into perspective, consider this: the variety of enemies Rome defeated by being versatile. They beat the Hellenistic armies of Greece and Asia, with their massive pike phalanxes, by exploiting the legion's flexibility on varied terrain, and using maneuver to flank or break the phalanx. They overcame fierce tribal warriors like the Gauls and Germans by withstanding initial wild charges with discipline, and then counterattacking in organized fashion once the enemy's fury spent itself. They dealt with war elephants, fielded by Pyrrhus of Epirus, and later by Hannibal, by employing skirmishers and by clever tricks, such as opening lanes in their ranks for rampaging elephants to pass through, then striking them from the sides. Even when facing skilled horse archers of Parthia, the Romans experimented with counter-tactics, using protective formations, bringing their own bowmen, or luring the enemy to close quarters. They could mitigate the threat. And while not every battle was a Roman victory, their overall track record is pretty good, especially against different foes, and shows how broad their military toolkit was, how adaptable their approach had become. So we can say that Roman soldiers went into battle very well protected, wielding efficient weapons, and following tactics that emphasized both shock action and coordination. They possessed the technical means, arms and armor, and the tactical methods to go toe-to-toe with the elite forces of other powers, and frequently they came out on top. When combined with the discipline and training discussed earlier, it's these factors that made the Roman legions extraordinarily formidable in practically any combat scenario. But the effectiveness of the Roman army in battle was bolstered by advantages that often came before the fighting even began. And that's two things: superior logistics and engineering. These are less glamorous facets of warfare. How to supply an army, and how to shape the battlefield environment. Where areas where Romans excelled, well, this was one of them. They often outclassed pretty much everybody in this regard. The Roman military was logistically organized to a degree that was rare in antiquity. They famously built a network of roads throughout their empire, allowing the rapid movement of troops and supplies. The Roman army on the march could rely on these paved roads to cover long distances swiftly. Good roads also meant that supply wagons and pack animals could keep up, ensuring that legions in the field had food, equipment, and fresh reserves when needed. In many wars, Roman legions outmaneuvered enemies strategically because they could appear where they were least expected, or concentrate forces more quickly. Let's take this for an example. During the Second Punic War, despite suffering defeats, yes, we all know about that, well, Rome's ability to send new legions to Spain, Sicily, or even North Africa via well-organized roads and sea lanes eventually put them in a superior strategic position over Carthage. Similarly, centuries later, Emperor Trajan's campaign into Dacia, or Dacia, I think it's Dacia, actually. I'll have to check that, correct me in the comments, was supported by the construction of a massive bridge across the Danube, a logistical feat that allowed Rome to sustain a large invasion force in hostile territory. Roman soldiers, as mentioned earlier, carried much of their own gear and rations, earning nicknames like Marius Mules. This meant a Roman army could operate without an overtly cumbersome supply train, and could forage or build as needed. When supply lines were necessary, the Romans set up depots and had designated officers and quartermasters to manage the flow of grain and material. An army that is well fed and well equipped is far more effective in battle than one is weakened by hunger or short of arrows and spears. Many of Rome's adversaries struggled to keep their forces provisioned over long campaigns. For instance, tribal coalitions often disbanded if the food ran out. The Romans, by contrast, had the organizational depth to keep armies in the field until the job was done, which meant that they could dictate the timing and duration of campaigns. And then there was military engineering, the art of building and fortifying. Another realm where The Romans made their own luck in war. Legionaries built a fortified camp every single day of the campaign, an unparalleled habit that gave them security and a tactical edge. If an enemy tried to attack a Roman army at night or off guard, they would typically find the Romans behind a trench and rampart, ready for anything. Beyond camps, Roman armies modified terrain to suit them. They dug ditches, put up palisades, and set traps or obstacles, especially when expecting to receive an attack. Roman commanders often chose battle sites carefully. For example, backing their army against a hill or river to secure the flanks, or fighting on open ground where their legions could fully deploy. If suitable terrain was not available, they might create defenses on the spot. During Caesar's civil war campaign at Dyrrhachium in 48 BCE, he contained a larger force of Pompey by building miles of entrenchments and walls, showing once again how Romans could use field works to neutralize an opponent's numerical superiority. Siege engineering was perhaps the ultimate display of Roman persistence and skill. It protracted sieges. The side with superior engineering usually prevailed, and Romans had very few peers in this area. They constructed towering siege ramps, employed battering rams and siege towers, and positioned artillery like torsion catapults to bombard the defenders. The siege of Masada, that's 73 to 74 CE, offers a good example of this. Masada was a fortress atop a steep mountain in the Judean desert, held by Jewish rebels. The Romans, rather than give up, spent months building a gigantic earthen ramp up the mountain side. Once the ramp reached the fortress walls, they rolled up the siege towers, and they broke through. An awe-inspiring feat that demonstrated to the world that no stronghold was beyond Roman reach. Likewise, Julius Caesar's siege of Alesia in 52 BCE, where he built dual lines of fortifications, one to contain the besieged Gauls and one to fend off the relief army, highlighted Roman ingenuity in simultaneously fighting foes on two fronts through engineering. Now, that being said, I always felt very sorry for Vercingetorix. Poor guy. Well, these feats required iron discipline and teamwork under fire. Legionaries had to dig and build, while enemy missiles rained down on them. The Romans also made use of field artillery, and that's in both sieges and open battles. Devices like ballistae, large crossbows, and scorpions, smaller torsion bolt throwers to hurl projectiles into enemy ranks. Few other armies of the period had such mechanical weapons in the field, at least as routinely. And this gave Romans a kind of standoff capability, softening enemy formations before the decisive clash of infantry. So we can say that Roman armies usually entered battle in a favorable condition, because they had arranged it so through engineering and logistics. They chose the ground, they fortified the camps, and they ensured their troops were supplied and rested, and often weakened the enemy's siege works or preparatory strikes. It was said that the Romans made war as much with the pickaxe as with the sword, and by excelling in these preparatory supporting aspects of war, they multiplied the effectiveness of their legions when the fighting began. But their success was not static or based on an unchanging formula. A crucial factor was also adaptability of the Roman forces and the innovations they adopted over time. You see, the Romans were keen students of warfare. They absorbed lessons from each adversary and were willing to incorporate foreign weapons, tactics, and even troops into their own system whenever it appeared to be an advantage. And this pragmatism meant that Rome often stayed one step ahead of its rivals, or eventually even just caught up and surpassed them. One can see this adaptability in the evolution of the Roman army itself. In early Rome, the army fought in a dense phalanx like the Greeks. But by the 4th century, after hard fights against Samnite hill tribes, the Romans reorganized into more flexible legions called manipular legions. Now, this formation with hastati, principes, and triarii in checkerboard order allowed smaller units to maneuver and relieve each other in combat, a clear improvement over a single rigid line. The change was likely inspired by lessons learned fighting more agile enemies. It paid off against the Macedonian phalanx later, as we did discuss. Now, another example of Roman adaptability came from the First Punic War, when Rome, initially a land power, had to fight Carthage at sea. The problem was that the Romans lacked naval experience, but they quickly built a fleet, and innovating further, equipped their ships with the corvus, a boarding bridge that effectively turned naval encounters into infantry battles, playing to Rome's strength in close combat. Now, this invention helped them win crucial sea battles despite Carthaginian naval superiority. The Romans also eagerly recruited the best auxiliary troops from among conquered peoples to cover any gaps in their own capabilities. If a particular people were renowned for a skill, the Romans made use of it. We see Numidian cavalry, swift, light horsemen from North Africa, who had once plagued Roman armies under Hannibal, later serving Rome and proving decisive at Zama under Scipio Africanus. We see archers from Crete or Syria, slingers from the Balearic Islands, and even Germanic horsemen enlisted to fight alongside the legions. By the early empire, entire auxiliary units composed of non-Italian recruits were standard in Roman armies, giving Rome a truly multi-ethnic force that could bring specialized skills to bear. And this does reflect a broader Roman strategy, turning former enemies into allies. Well, Rome didn't just defeat people, it absorbed them. A Gallic warrior might resist Rome for a time, but once subdued, his sons might enlist in the Roman army, earning a good wage and eventually Roman citizenship. In effect, Rome constantly refreshed its military with talent and manpower drawn from across the growing empire. Romans also adapted tactically during ongoing conflicts. If a cunning enemy general dealt them a defeat, the Romans were determined not to be fooled the same way twice. During the epic contest with Hannibal, the Romans initially suffered disastrous defeats, Trebia, Trasimene, and especially Cannae in 216. In response, they changed their approach, avoiding pitched battles for a while, the Fabian strategy of wearing Hannibal down through attrition and harassment, and reforming and training leaderships of the legions. Eventually, they fielded commanders like Scipio Africanus, who studied Hannibal's tactics and found out a good way to counter them. Well, Rome's victory in the Second Punic War was not just luck. It was a testament to institutional learning. Polybius later commented that the Romans, unlike some states that might lose heart, showed a unique capacity to come back after a calamity, having learned from all of their mistakes. Likewise, when Rome expanded into new environments, the dense forests of Germany or the deserts of Parthia, they had to adjust to that too. A notorious setback occurred in 9 CE in Teutoburg Forest, when 3 legions led by Varus were ambushed and annihilated by Germanic tribes. This taught the Romans painful lessons about arrogance and local conditions, and in subsequent campaigns into Germania, Roman generals like Germanicus used better reconnaissance, secured their supply lines, and avoided deep trap-laden marshes. Well, although Rome never fully conquered Germania beyond the Rhine, they did restore stability and proved that they could adapt tactics to the wooded, marshy terrain when necessary. Against eastern foes like the Parthians, the Romans eventually supplemented their armies with more cavalry and even tried to employ horseback archers of their own, showing they recognized the need to counter the famous Parthian horse archer tactics that had decimated Crassus's army at Carrhae in 53 BCE. Now, technologically, the Romans were not the most invention-driven civilization, but they were excellent at adopting and improving useful innovations from others. The classic Roman sword and shield were adaptations of designs used by others, like the Spanish sword, the Celtic shield, now perfected for Roman use. They improved siege engines and camp-building techniques gleaned from the Hellenistic world. In organization, the Marian reforms around 107 BCE, named after Gaius Marius, were an innovation that transformed the Roman army into a fully professional force, open to the poorer classes, and standardized equipment too. Now this made the legions more homogeneous and ultimately more reliable. They also introduced the eagle standard, aquila, for each legion around that time, which became a potent symbol of unit pride, and perhaps was meant to inspire a kind of loyalty that earlier citizen soldiers had to the Republic. But perhaps Rome's greatest innovation was in the realm of policy, integrating conquered peoples, that is. By granting many auxiliaries citizenship after their term of service, Rome created quite an incentive for allies to fight hard on Rome's behalf. In fact, getting Roman citizenship was the Rolls-Royce of the ancient world, I suppose. Well, the empire became, in a sense, self-replenishing. Fresh blood from the provinces continually flowed into the legions and auxiliaries, and this meant that even as ethnic Romans from Italy became a minority in the army's standards of discipline and training converted provincials into Romans in arms, and as a result, the army remained effective beyond the point where many empires would have started deteriorating from a thin core. So really, the adaptability of the Romans was a hallmark of their military culture. Far from being stuck in their ways, the Romans were pragmatic. They changed what needed to be changed. If a strategy wasn't working, they tried a new one. If an enemy had a superior weapon or unit type, the Romans found a way to incorporate it or counter it. This flexibility allowed them to bounce back from setbacks and to remain competitive against new challenges. It ensured that Rome's effectiveness in battle was not a static quality, but an evolving one, capable of meeting the demands of each new, horrifying era of warfare. But let's look beyond the tactics and equipment, because there's also this intangible quality to the Roman effectiveness, and that is the will to win, this persistence that impressed even their adversaries. You see, the Romans as a society placed enormous value on tenacity in warfare. They were, as many historians note, remarkably willing, or rather unwilling, to accept defeat, a trait that repeatedly turned the tide of wars. High morale and a collective ethos of fight to the finish made Roman armies hard to break and quick to recover. So consider Rome's response to military disasters. We start with 216 BCE. Good place to start. The Second Punic War. It was at this time when the Romans suffered one of their worst defeats in ancient history. At Cannae, they lost 10,000 of men in a single day. Tens of thousands, rather, excuse me. A lesser nation might have sued for peace, but not the Romans. Instead, they mustered more troops, even arming slaves to bolster the ranks, reformed their strategies, and fought on with a grim determination. Eventually, they wore Hannibal down, and the war was won. Ancient commentators were astonished by the resilience. Polybius contrasted the Romans with the Carthaginians by observing that Romans, even when beaten badly at first, redeemed defeat by final success. whereas the Carthaginians, well, they tended to lose heart after a single setback. And this relentlessness meant that any opponent faced not just the legion in front of them, but the might of a republic or an empire later on that would simply just keep coming back. Roman morale was bolstered by strong unit pride and discipline, as we discussed in earlier sections, but also by a sense of civic duty, or later loyalty to the emperor. In the Republic, soldiers were fighting for their homeland, for the glory of Rome, ideals instilled from childhood. In the Empire, the professional soldiers swore an oath to the emperor and their standards. The legion's eagle standard was almost sacred. To lose it was the highest disgrace, so men would fight desperately to protect it. Every legion had a history and honors that soldiers felt the pressure to live up to. For instance, Julius Caesar's 10th Legion was famed for its bravery, and knowing that reputation, those men arguably pushed themselves even harder in battle to maintain it. Fearsome reputation preceded the Romans, which itself could influence battle outcomes. By the height of its power, the Roman army had an aura of invincibility in many regions. Some enemies were demoralized by the prospect of facing the legions, who were known for not running away and for ruthlessly punishing those they defeated. This psychological edge sometimes led enemy coalitions to crumble as soon as momentum turned against them. A classic example of Roman morale versus enemy morale is the confrontation with the Britons under Queen Boudicca in 61 CE. Heavily outnumbered, the Roman legionaries held firm in a defensive stance until the Britons' initial courage faltered. Then the Romans went on the attack and routed a force many times their size, killing thousands. Now, good old Tacitus notes that discipline and confidence were the two things that allowed the Romans to prevail despite overwhelming odds. They knew that if they stood their ground and followed their training, they could win, whereas the Britons, lacking that discipline, lost heart when their fierce charge failed to break the Romans. But Roman leadership also consciously fostered a never-say-die attitude. Generals would remind troops of past Roman victories, of the dire consequences should they lose, and of the rewards awaiting them when they win. The possibility of plunder and bonus pay was a very real incentive for soldiers to fight on tenaciously. Triumphs and honors awaited victorious legions, and ordinary soldiers could share in the pride of having conquered the world for Rome. Conversely, each man knew that if he fled Roman military law and societal scorn would be unforgiving. Even in extremis, Romans displayed a capacity to hold on. In sieges, defenders, and attackers alike, Romans were notorious for not surrendering easily. During the siege of Casilinum in 216 BCE, this is after Cannae, by the way, a small Roman garrison held out for months against Hannibal's forces, eating leather straps and mice to survive, because capitulation was simply unthinkable. Episodes like that scattered through history certainly helped build up a Roman reputation as dogged fighters. This culture of relentlessness amplified all the other factors behind the Roman military success. Discipline, training, and tactics are immensely powerful, but their full value is only realized when troops have the will to employ them, even under severe stress. And the Romans had that will. Time and time again, when battles hung in the balance, or when a war dragged on uncertainly, the Romans' sheer refusal to admit defeat would tip the outcome. Enemies who might win a battle found that winning the war was another matter entirely, because Rome simply would not allow it to happen. In essence, Roman soldiers were effective in battle not only because they were well prepared, but because they, and the society backing them, were committed to enduring and prevailing, no matter how long or how difficult the road to victory was. So we can say that the Roman army's effectiveness in battle was a product of remarkable synergy of factors. At the height of the Roman conquest, the legions combined superb organization, rigorous training, discipline, equipment, tactics, engineering, and, perhaps most importantly, spirit. Any of these factors alone might not have been unique to Rome. Other peoples had brave warriors too. They had their own clever leaders, their own strong forts. But no ancient state fused all of these elements together as successfully and consistently as Rome did. It's no wonder they conquered half the known world. A Roman legion was more than just a collection of soldiers. It was an institution, one that molded ordinary men into a coordinated engine of warfare, capable of facing the unexpected and emerging victorious. So we have seen how primary observers like Josephus, Polybius, and Vegetius all pointed to different aspects of Rome's military prowess. Perpetual drilling and discipline, carefully meted punishments and reward, and the training that made the battles feel almost routine, just like the simulations. Roman armies were effective, not because Romans were inherently superior as individuals, but because their system maximized the potential of each soldier and forged them into a cohesive whole. They were led by commanders who, at their best, were both inspirational and shrewd, and by centurions who anchored the line with professionalism. They fought using tactics that could adapt to rain, shine, forest, or plain, whether it was meeting a phalanx head-on, enduring a barbarian charge, or outmaneuvering horse archers. Anything. They were ready. And if ever that system faltered, the Romans were ready to learn and improve. So it's also too important to acknowledge that Roman success was not absolute or eternal. Over the centuries, circumstances changed. Some of these advantages waned. Discipline could decay. Political turmoil could undermine the army. And new kinds of enemies, or even internal decay, eventually contributed to Rome's military decline by the late Empire. But we're not here to talk about that. We're talking about the Republic and early Empire, the Golden Age, when these elements were at their peak, and the Roman war machine was the envy and terror of the world. A city-state turned into the ruler of the Mediterranean. Among the ancient civilizations of the world, Greece is one of those who left us with quite a bit of written records, and this is a good thing. We know quite a lot about ancient Greece, but the great thing is, there's so much more left to find out. They're famed for their rich history, cultural achievements. One just needs to take a walk through modern-day Athens. You can see it's still standing. But among all of those ruins lie mysteries that have perplexed people for centuries. From the secret religious rites, the undeciphered scripts, and those lost treasures, there's many a facet of this distant past that still remains quite shrouded in mystery. And so today, that's what we're going to talk about. The unsolved mysteries of ancient Greece. We've already done Rome and Egypt, so why not continue on? Well, each mystery is kind of a glimpse into the gaps in our knowledge, puzzles and things like that archaeologists and scholars continue to investigate, and, of course, we must keep an open mind with some of the theories. Not everything is set in stone yet, and while we'll try and avoid the more outlandish theories, we will try to explain everything on equal footing, as who knows what evidence we're going to dig out of the ground next. So let me welcome you to the channel first. If you're a newcomer here, I invite you to hit the subscribe button And if you are coming back, well, good to see you again. Also, you get no ads throughout the breadth of this video, all uninterrupted, which is pretty good. This is all due to us being supported by the Patreon, YouTube members, the merch store, the few little ancient Greek goodies on there, and also the occasional donation. That is through the Super Thanks and the PayPal link. If you're interested in any of those links, well, you can find them in the pinned comment or in the video and channel description. Now, with all that being said, let's get on to the video for today, the unsolved mysteries of ancient Greece. Well, I suppose we should start from the most enigmatic of the mysteries, that is of the Delphic Oracle. Now, I've spoken about this in more detail in the Oracle of Delphi video, and just in general the other oracles of Greece, because it wasn't just the Delphic Oracle, but we're going to give a little bit more credence to the, I suppose, the more theoretical parts of things in this video, since this is the mysteries video. It's perhaps one of the most mystifying institutions in all of ancient Greece. You see, for thousands of years, Greeks from all walks of life, as from farmers to soldiers all the way up to emperors, traveled to the sacred site on Mount Parnassus to consult the god Apollo's prophetess. This prophetess, of course, was called the Pythia. Now, the Pythia would sit atop a tripod in the temple's inner chamber and enter a kind of trance-like state before delivering Apollo's pronouncements. We know this from the ancient writer Plutarch, who himself actually served as a priest at Delphi. The oracle never gave simple answers. Instead, she spoke in riddles and allegories with hidden meanings and ambiguities. Of course, this leaves the petitioner to interpret the true message. It's a classic example. We get it from Herodotus, the prophecy given to King Croesus of Lydia. The oracle declared that if Croesus attacked the Persian Empire, he would, quote, destroy a great empire. Well, of course, you can take that for what you will, and Croesus, of course, perhaps with a little confirmation bias, went to war quite encouraged, only to find out that the empire that was going to be destroyed was his own. Cryptic answers, of course, often only understood in hindsight. It's very, well, it sounds like something out of a Greek tragedy, doesn't it? In any case, it contributed to the Delphic Oracle's reputation and enduring mystery. In any case, the ancient observers, they grappled with how the Pythia reached these prophecies, and everyone had their own theories on that. Plutarch noted the presence of a sweet-smelling pneuma, that is, a vapor rising from a chasm in the temple floor, and that suggests that Apollo's inspiration might literally be in the air. While some modern scholars once doubted this story as legend, geological studies at Delphi have uncovered, fissures in the earth and residues of gases like ethylene, that is a sweet-scented gas. Problem is, the ethylene can induce trance and euphoria, so you best be careful with that. These findings certainly lend credence to the idea that the Pythia's ecstatic state might have actually been triggered by natural fumes seeping from the underground. However, despite the scientific insights coming along once again to ruin all the mystery and fun, I'm afraid, much still remains quite unsolved. You see, we still do not know exactly what combination of substances the oracle inhaled. Various proposals range from the aforementioned ethylene to carbon dioxide and methane. And we also don't know the precise mechanism by which the temple priests managed the oracle's sessions. So did the Pythia babble incoherently under the influence of the vapors, with attending priests then translating her utterances into and elegant poetic verse. Ancient accounts certainly seem to suggest as much. They describe the Pythia raving, while priests transcribed the words into hexameter verse. But once again, the details are pretty scarce on that one. The Delphic oracle, thus, remains quite an enigma at the intersection of science and religion. But it is fascinating, though. It fascinates historians and scientists alike. An ancient practice where divine inspiration might have had a very earthly explanation. Yet until we uncover more evidence, the full secret of how the Oracle of Delphi delivered her prophecies continues to get away from us. And it reminds us that even in a well-documented culture like Greece, some phenomena were kept mysterious quite deliberately. And of course, we can't go past the mysteries of ancient Greece without the mysteries of ancient Greece. And what I mean by this, of course, is the Eleusinian mysteries. Literally given us the word, to be honest. It was a mystery so well kept that it just seeped into our modern vocabulary. These were basically secret initiation ceremonies held in honor of the goddess Demeter and Persephone at Eleusis, a town that's quite close to Athens. For nearly 2,000 years, initiates from across the Greek world and later the Roman world, and perhaps other places, participated in these yearly rites, which promised spiritual benefits, possibly including a hope for a better fate after death. Yet what exactly transpired during the ceremonies, that is still an unsolved puzzle, because the participants were sworn to absolute secrecy. To reveal the sacred proceedings was a capital offense under Athenian law, and remarkably, this vow of silence was largely kept. As a result, us modern observers have to piece together clues from a couple of archaeological remains here, a few fragmentary sources there, but we know full well that the most important things were never written down. I know, it's a shame, but there's still a little bit to be gleaned, I suppose. What do we know about it? Well, we know that they were split into the lesser and greater mysteries, with the greater initiation taking place in the fall and involving a multi-day journey from Athens to Eleusis. Ancient descriptions speak of processions of worshippers carrying torches, fasting and then drinking a special barley and mint drink called kikeon, and performing, of course, recitations, dances, things like this. Of course, the crescendo occurred at night in the Telesterion, a great hall at Eleusis, where the highest secrets were revealed by the priests, the content of which has never been explicitly recorded. But some later writers have hinted at what might have been seen. Perhaps a sacred object was shown. An enigmatic description refers to an ear of grain cut in silence, symbolizing the cycle of life and rebirth, central to the Demeter and Persephone myth. Initiates likely witnessed a dramatic reenactment of Persephone's descent into the underworld and return to the earth, a powerful myth of death and rebirth. The Roman statesman Cicero, who was initiated at Eleusis, lauded the mysteries as the pinnacle of Greek religion, writing that Athens had given nothing finer to the world. Through these rites, he said, people, quote, learned the fundamentals of life and gained the knowledge not just to live happily, but also to die with a better hope. Of course, this suggests that initiates would have somehow experienced some kind of profound spiritual reassurance. Well, there's a few clues for you, and maybe you've got an image in your mind of what's going on. I suppose everyone's going to imagine it differently. But despite all these clues, the precise sequence of events and the ultimate revelation remains unknown. As for the scholars, they theorize quite boldly, One modern theory even proposes that the Kikeon drink was laced with ergot, a fungus containing a potent hallucinogen related to LSD, to induce a visionary state in the initiates. That's probably going to get the job done. Well, this psychedelic hypothesis is quite speculative, but if it is true, it might explain the transcendent experiences participants reported. Others point out the psychological power of the communal ritual in a dark hall, with torches, music, and the sudden unveiling of sacred symbols. Could itself, perhaps, have altered consciousness without the need for any stimulants. Of course, we're left with these tantalizing testimonies too. Initiates uniformly praised the experience. But when they were asked about what it was actually like, they refused to divulge in any sort of detail. They would only tell people that you have to go and do it for yourself. It can't be explained. It can only be felt. It can only be experienced. Of course, the mysteries stopped once Christianity came around. That was around the late 4th century CE, and Christianized Roman Empire officials finally closed the pagan sanctuaries. And with their ending, the secret was all lost. Today, archaeologists excavating Eleusis can identify the Grand Telesterion Hall and the cave behind, believed to be the entrance to Hades in the myth. But these stones are silent. They don't tell us any stories. Nothing about what truly happened on those very mysterious nights. And so they remain unsolved, in the most literal sense, a religious secret that antiquity kept to itself. But it challenges us to imagine a ritual that transformed thousands of lives, but left just barely a whisper of its content in the historical record. Perhaps we'll never know. And, well, I suppose they never wanted us to anyway. Well, on to the next mystery. And not all mysteries are so grandiose. Some come from the scribes. And while classical Greek literature has come down to us in quite a bit of abundance, there are writings from the ancient world that stubbornly resist our efforts of translation. Now, chief among these is Linear A, the script used by the Minoan civilization of Crete during the 2nd millennium BCE, and the enigmatic Phaistos disc, uniquely transcribed clay. Well, these represent mysteries of language and communication, messages from ancient Crete that still remain untranslated to this very day. Now let's talk about the Minoans for a while. They flourished on Crete in the Bronze Age, so we're going back quite a while. Around 2000 to 1400 BCE, they erected palaces and developed an advanced society. In fact, you could even say they were contemporaneous with ancient Egypt and Babylonia. They left behind numerous clay tablets and inscriptions in a writing system that we have dubbed Linear A, so named by archaeologist Arthur Evans, by the way, who discovered it, because the characters are arranged in lines, so linear. In any case, Linear A's symbols are elegantly abstract, and they clearly represent some syllabic writing system, but the language it encodes is unknown. All attempts to decipher Linear A have been inconclusive, largely because we lack a bilingual text, or a large enough corpus to crack its patterns. But what frustrates scholars is that Linear A's immediate successor, Linear B, has been deciphered. And guess what? It turned out to encode an earlier form of Greek used by the Mycenaean civilization on the mainland and Crete after about 1450. The decipherment of Linear B in the 1950s by Michael Ventris was a triumph of linguistic detective work, up there with the Rosetta Stone and cuneiform, revealing inventories and records of the Mycenaean palaces. Yet Linear B was quite obviously adapted from Linear A, and the two scripts share many signs. Now this raises the question, why can we read linear B, but not linear A? There's an answer, and that answer lies in the underlying language. You see, linear B encodes Greek, which scholars could eventually recognize. Linear A appears to encode a non-Greek language, and that is presumably the native Minoan tongue. And we've just got no other examples. A language isolate. Thus, even though we can sound out some linear A texts phonetically, those sounds don't correspond to any known language. Until a lucky find, perhaps a Minoan inscription, accompanied with a translation in Akkadian or Egyptian, for instance, provides a key, linear A likely will remain an undeciphered mystery. We pretty much have to find something akin to a Rosetta Stone, this kind of thing. So for now, we can only guess at the content of the Minoan records. Maybe temple offerings, trade transactions. If we're lucky, we'll get some hymns to goddesses, maybe even some old stories. Who knows? But early writing systems generally are a little dry in their contents. In any case, it's locked behind a script that we cannot understand. Now, speaking of things we cannot understand, if linear A is a broad linguistic mystery, the Phaistos disk is a more singular puzzle, literally a one-of-a-kind artifact. It was discovered in 1908 in the ruins of a Minoan palace of Phaistos. This baked clay disc, around 15 centimeters across, is stamped on both sides with a spiral of strange symbols. There are 45 distinct signs depicting objects like humans, animals, plants, and abstract designs repeated in various combinations. In fact, there is 241 impressions in total. The creator of the disc, whoever that was, impressively used movable stamps to press each sign into the clay. An early example of printing, if we want to put it that way, quite unique in the ancient world. But what does it say? What does it all mean? The symbols don't clearly match any other known script, though some resemble linear A or Egyptian hieroglyphs in a general sense. Others we have to do a little bit of stretching and imagination for. Scholars have proposed countless interpretations. Some believe the disc is a hymn or a prayer. Others think it's a kind of board game, a calendrical chart, maybe even a simple nursery rhyme. Well, decipherers have read it as everything from a dedicatory text to a tale of adventure. But there's no consensus whatsoever, and many theories rely on considerable imagination. Now, because the Phaistos disk stands alone, no second copy or related text to compare, verifying any hypothesis is extraordinarily difficult. Well, we don't know what language it might represent. It could be the Minoan language in a unique pictographic form, perhaps, or a language from elsewhere that found its way to Crete. Some experts have even mused whether the disc might be a forgery by the ancient scribes of Phaistos, perhaps a teaching tool or a clever puzzle, perhaps just some bored scholar making up a language of his own. Who knows? But its mystery deepens when we consider that the disc was carefully fired, suggesting that it was meant to be preserved, not just a disposable record. So was it a sacred object? Perhaps something of some cult, a mystery of Crete, kind of like the Eleusinian mysteries. A cryptographic message, perhaps? We just don't know. In any case, over a century after its discovery, the disc remains an undeciphered artifact, and it teases us with the possibility that meaningful text lies just beyond our reach and understanding. I suppose together, linear A and the Phaistos disk remind us that there are whole chapters of Greek prehistoric life, particularly the Minoans, that are still mute to us, pending the discovery of a Greek Rosetta Stone that will unlock their words. But until then, these mysteries continue to prompt debate and inspire would-be code breakers. But that keeps alive a hope that one day we might literally read a new page of history. Who knows? Perhaps somebody watching this now will be the one to finally translate Linear A or figure out the Phaistos disk. Don't write yourself off. You could do it. Just try. What I'm gonna do. Okay, so moving on. We talk about Terra and Atlantis. You see, around 1600 BCE, there was a catastrophic event that shook the Aegean world. The explosive eruption of the volcanic Terra, present-day Santorini. This was one of the largest volcanic eruptions in human history, up there with Pompeii, Krakatoa, all the rest. The island's center blasted apart, sending ash clouds high into the atmosphere and generating tsunamis that likely struck nearby coastlines. The thriving Minoan settlement on Thera was buried in pumice, preserved today at the archaeological site of Akrotiri, sometimes called a Bronze Age Pompeii. The wider impacts of this eruption on the Minoan civilization of Crete are still debated. Did this cataclysm directly cause the downfall of the Minoans, or did it simply weaken them? We're not sure, but what we know is that within about a century of the eruption, by around 1450, the great Minoan palaces on Crete were either abandoned or destroyed, possibly taken over by Mycenaean Greeks from the mainland. And so the collapse of Minoan culture is a mystery intertwined with Thera's eruption. Natural disaster, internal turmoil, and the foreign invasions might have all played a role. But what intrigues many is the possible link between this real prehistoric disaster and that of one of the most enduring legends of Western tradition. And that is the lost island of Atlantis. You see, the story of Atlantis comes not from Bronze Age records, but from the Greek philosopher Plato, who wrote about it in two dialogues, Timaeus and Critias, around 360 BCE. According to Plato, Atlantis was the powerful island empire beyond the Pillars of Hercules. Now that is, i.e., beyond the Strait of Gibraltar, that in distance and antiquity had waged war on the known world. Now the gods weren't too happy about this. They punished Atlantis for its hubris by sending earthquakes and floods that sank the island beneath the sea in a single day and night. Plato's account is detailed, describing a grand capital city with concentric rings of land and sea, yet he presents it as a story told by Egyptian priests to the Athenian lawmaker Solon, and he uses it to illustrate philosophical points about ideal societies and the fate of empires, I suppose. But importantly, Plato places the fall of Atlantis at 9,000 years before Solon's time. Now that's a date that would have been about 9600 BCE, long before any known advanced civilizations, and long before any record-keeping, that's for sure. These aspects strongly suggest that Atlantis was intended as a fictional or symbolic tale. But the tantalizing parallels to the Thera eruption have prompted speculation for generations that Plato's myth was inspired, perhaps indirectly, by memories of the Minoan collapse. Consider this. The Minoans were a great seafaring civilization. Their prominent island, Crete, along with Thera, suffered devastation from natural forces. Although Crete itself did not sink, luckily for them, the island of Thera literally imploded, leaving a caldera now filled by the sea, a sunken island, as it were. So it was not hard to imagine that centuries later, distant echoes of this Bronze Age cataclysm might have reached Egypt or Greece in the form of a legendary sunken kingdom tale. Is Atlantis, therefore, a distorted memory of the Thera eruption, and of course the Minoan downfall? Many scholars find that to be quite plausible. If an Egyptian priest in 600 BCE had some records or oral tales of a great island of the north destroyed by earthquakes and flood, the story could have been embellished and passed on to Solon, and then relayed to Plato's circle. The dramatic details in Plato's narrative, an island engulfed by the sea, a once great civilization, once virtuous, now becoming corrupt, could be a morality tale woven around a kernel of true disaster. However, the fact remains that Plato is our only source on Atlantis for now, and he may well have invented it outright as an allegory, a kind of philosophical agitprop. No unequivocal archaeological evidence of a sunk Atlantis has ever been found, despite numerous expeditions and fringe theories placing Atlantis everywhere from Spain to even all the way up to Antarctica. Santorini's ruins at Akrotiri show a society halted in its tracks by eruption, but they correspond to the Minoan Crete culture, not a radically separate empire. Thus the mystery of Atlantis endures largely because it bridges myth and history. We are left with a set of intriguing coincidences rather than actual proof. The Thera eruption certainly happened. No one's doubting that. It was certainly devastating. Now that's a historical fact. But whether it is the seed of Plato's fable is an open question that scholars continue to debate. Atlantis, as an unsolved mystery, teaches us caution. It's a story that has launched countless imaginative claims. But responsible inquiry requires sifting through myth from possible reality. So for now, Atlantis remains elusive to us, a utopian fiction for many, but for others, a sign that behind Greek myths there sometimes lurks memories of real events, so dramatic that they echo down the ages, albeit with changed names and places. Now, not long after the time of the Thera eruption and the end of the Minoan dominance, another great upheaval struck the Aegean. Around 1200, the civilization of the Mycenaeans, that is the first Greeks, by the way, who built the palaces and left the written records in Linear B, fell into ruin. The imposing citadels at Mycenae, Pylos, Tiryns, and other sites were destroyed or abandoned. The art of writing was lost. Trade dwindled. A Greek dark age, lasting several centuries. Not a good time for anyone involved, that's for sure. But the question was, of what caused the collapse of Mycenaean civilization? And that's one of the most enduring puzzles of ancient history, not just for Greece, but for the entire Eastern Mediterranean. You see, it was part of the broader late Bronze Age collapse, period of widespread turmoil that also saw the end of the Hittite Empire in Anatolia, the sacking of cities in the Levant, and the decline of Egypt's power. It is as if around 1200 BCE, the civilized world just came crashing down. Why did it happen? Well, just in a general sense, there's a few contributing factors. First of all, is invasions or the migration of outside peoples, such as the Sea peoples who are recorded as attacking Egypt and other regions around the time, or the influx of new Greek tribes, i.e. the Dorians, for example, moving southward. There's also natural disasters, like a cluster of earthquakes or prolonged droughts that led to famine and instability. And then there's the general internal social upheaval, such as peasant revolts, civil wars. The disruption of trade routes and economic systems didn't help either. The Bronze Age world was interconnected, with tin and copper for making bronze shipped over long distances. If these key trade networks collapsed due to war or other factors, the economic shock could destabilize the whole known world. Of course, evidence exists for all of these factors, and I've covered it in more detail in a more general Bronze Age collapse video if you look in the Bronze Age playlists. I also just did one about the Sea Peoples too about a month ago, if you're interested. But in terms of Greece, the layers of destruction and fire are evident at many archaeological sites around 1200. Weapons and fortifications found from that period indicate increased warfare. Egyptian inscriptions, notably on the mortuary temple of Pharaoh Ramesses III, describe invasions of foreign raiders, a confederation of sea peoples causing havoc across the eastern Mediterranean. Now, some of these sea peoples have been tentatively linked by scholars to groups in the Aegean. For instance, a group called the Denyen might relate to the Greek Danans, that is another name for the Greeks. Meanwhile, climatological studies of pollen and sediment suggest a severe drought struck the region in the late 13th century, which could have, of course, induced famine and mass migrations. Of course, it's easy to see these calamities feeding off each other, crop failures leading to unrest and the movement of peoples, which in turn sparks wars, and it cuts off trade, topples cities, all the rest. Chaos usually snowballs like that. But the ancient Greeks themselves, looking back on what we now call the Greek Dark Age from around 1100 to 800 BCE, had their own explanation: the Dorian invasion, or the return of the Heraclidae. This legend held that a generation or two after the Trojan War, the descendants of the hero Heracles, that is Heraclidae, allied with the Dorian tribe, swept into southern Greece and reclaimed the lands of their ancestors, conquering the Mycenaean strongholds. Herodotus and Thucydides both mention these events in passing as a change that reshaped early Greece. Thucydides even provides a timeline saying that the Dorians came about 80 years after the fall of Troy. Now, for a long time, historians took this legend as a kernel of truth. Perhaps a real migration of Dorian Greek-speaking peoples came from the north, brought down the old Achaean kingdoms. However, more recent scholarship has been a little bit more skeptical. While there are signs of new pottery styles and iron weaponry emerging in post-1200 Greece, possibly indicating newcomers, it's unclear if this was an armed invasion, or rather a slower process of cultural change. However, the Dorian invasion's legend might have been a later construct to explain differences between dialects in classical Greece, that is, the Dorians versus the Ionian Greeks, rather than anything based in any real factual memory. To sum it up, the collapse of the Mycenaean civilization remains unsolved, as a precise event at least, but the outline we have is of a complex systems failure. The Mycenaeans' fall plunged Greece into a centuries-long era of smaller villages, waning population, and loss of arts like writing and large-scale building. It was only until 750 did the Greek society finally revive, with the adoption of the Phoenician alphabet and the rise of city-states. What happened in the interim was largely forgotten or mythologized by the Greeks of classical times. Modern archaeology and interdisciplinary research continue to piece together this dark puzzle, combining textual hints, ruins, and environmental data. But we still might never get a smoking gun for the late Bronze Age collapse in Greece. But as new evidence emerges, like signs of ancient drought or analysis of skeletons indicating warfare, we get closer to understanding the confluence of factors that ended Greece's golden age, or at least the first one. Now that's a sobering reminder too, that even advanced societies can prove fragile. One thread gets cut, the whole thing comes tumbling down. Who knows what kind of chaos awaits after that kind of collapse? Historical mysteries can have multiple overlapping answers rather than a simple dramatic cause, and often the story is a lot more complicated than we first will begin to think. But few tales from antiquity are as storied as the next one, the Trojan War. Immortalized in Homer's epic poems, the Iliad and Odyssey, the war was said to have been fought by lines of Greek kings against the city of Troy, sparked by the abduction of the infamously beautiful Helen, the Spartan queen, the face that launched 1,000 ships. Well, for the ancient Greeks, the Trojan War was a cornerstone of their heroic past, a saga of honor, wrath, and the whims of the gods. But the modern observer asks, did it actually happen? And if it did, what were the real events behind the legend of Achilles, Hector, the wooden horse? The historicity of the Trojan War remains an open question, a mystery that sits at the crossroad of archaeology, mythology, and the most boring of textual analysis. For a long time, scholars in the West doubted that Troy even existed at all, considering it perhaps purely myth. But that changed in the 19th century, when archaeologists guided by Homer's descriptions discovered a large ancient city at Hisarlik in northwestern Turkey. Pioneered by Heinrich Schliemann in the 1870s, excavations revealed multiple layers of a settlement that had been inhabited over many centuries. One layer in particular, often identified as Troy 7, dated around 1200 BCE, shows evidence of destruction by war. So could these be the ruins of the very city that the Greeks besieged in those old stories? Many scholars now believe that Homeric Troy corresponds to a real city that did experience violent upheaval around the time the legend suggests the war took place. But the consensus is that there likely was a conflict, or several conflicts, between the late Mycenaean Greeks and the inhabitants of the region of Troy known as Troas, perhaps involving a siege of a city in that location. The scale and details, however, were almost certainly smaller and different than the epics suggest, which, if you know Greek history and Greek epics, you expect that as a matter of course. But what evidence supports a historical kernel for the Trojan War? Apart from the archaeological signs of destruction at Troy, we've also got Hittite texts from the same era, which intriguingly mention a place called Wilusa, very likely the Hittite name for Troy, which, and we know that because Wilusa is phonetically similar to the Greek Ilios or Ilion, Homer's name for Troy, that is. These documents also reference a king of Ahiawa, which most scholars interpret as the Hittite term for the Mycenaean Greek king, possibly referring to Achaeans of Homer. In one Hittite letter, there is talk of tensions or raids involving Wilusa and the Ahiawa. In another, a treaty is made with a ruler named Alexander of Wilusa, and intriguingly, if you caught it, Alexander is linguistically akin to Alexandros, which in Greek is the alternate name of Paris, the Trojan prince who took Helen. Such correspondence suggests that the Greeks and the Hittites had diplomatic and perhaps adversarial reactions over northwestern Anatolia, and that names resembling those in the legend have appeared in real records. And that is indeed a stunning convergence of myth and archive together. A Trojan prince named Alexander, a city that sounds like Ilios, foreign Achaean aggressors. It all hints that the Homeric story preserved some distant memory of actual people and events, albeit through a very distorted lens. However, you can imagine that separating fact from fiction is extraordinarily difficult. The Iliad, composed orally around the 8th century and written down later, is a product of centuries of storytelling evolution. By the time Homer's version took shape, any historical war would have been 400 to 500 years in the past, akin to us today, recalling events of the medieval era through only folk ballads. Homer's account is full of divine interventions, heroic single combats, and anachronisms. His Bronze Age heroes sometimes use iron weapons, or fight in ways more typical of Homer's own era, phalanxes and all that sort of thing, tortoise formations. But this tells us that the epics are not a journalistic report, but rather a blend of various war traditions and poetic invention. Thus the mystery of the Trojan War boils down to which elements, if any, are historical. Was there a real Helen? Was there a real Achilles? Most likely not in the way described, but perhaps there was someone with that name or something akin to that concept. The figures seemed to be archetypal, but there could have been a warlord in Greece who led a coalition against the rebellious city of Troy as part of the turbulent events of the late Bronze Age. The war might have been one episode within the larger collapse mentioned earlier, perhaps linked to movements of peoples or rivalries over trade routes or control of the Dardanelles Strait. Now, the unsolved part of this mystery is that the archaeological evidence, while supportive of a conflict, cannot confirm any of the narrative details, and the written records from that time, Hittite text that is, are too scant to draw a full picture. For instance, we have no ancient Trojan account of the war, only the Greek side's later mythologized memory. It is conceivable that the memory of such a siege was handed down orally and amplified over generations into the epic cycle that we know. The Trojan horse, famously used to deceive and capture the city, is almost certainly a later myth. Archaeology can't confirm any giant wooden horses in the area, but who knows, perhaps we just haven't found it yet. Some have suggested that it might allegorize an earthquake. You see, Poseidon was the god of earthquakes, and also associated with horses, so a horse perhaps could be metaphorically Poseidon shaking the walls down. Or perhaps a siege engine. They just called it a giant horse, who knows? Speculative interpretations of a poetic symbol, but it's worth engaging in a bit of speculation, I suppose, when we don't know the complete facts. In any case, the Trojan War's historicity remains partly in the realm of educated guesswork. Many historians take a middle ground. Troy was real and destroyed in the war, but the Trojan War as we know it is a fusion of various wars and mythic themes. Thus the war is neither pure fiction nor simple fact. It's a legendary narrative grown around a hardened core of truth. Unraveling that exact truth, that's an ongoing scholarly detective game. Each discovery, like the Hittite references or new finds at Troy, adds a piece to the puzzle that hasn't been solved entirely yet. In any case, the allure lies in its dual nature. It's both a cornerstone of Western literature and also a historical question mark. The Greeks themselves were divided on it. For example, Herodotus believed the war happened, though he relays a variant that Helen actually stayed in Egypt during the war. Whereas some later philosophers thought that the epics were just complete allegories. In any case, today we have to rely on archaeology. Unfortunately, we can lean toward believing in a real conflict. But that debate is far from settled. So what is certain is that the story of Troy will continue to captivate, that's for sure, in part because it asks us to confront the boundary between history and myth, and that boundary in this case remains frustratingly blurry. Well, if the Trojan War was a mystery of events, the Homeric question is a mystery of authorship. It's quite simply put, who was Homer? The poet or poets? to whom the Iliad and Odyssey are attributed. How were these monumental epics composed? By whom and when? We have a name, but we don't have a face. This might seem like a more literary puzzle than a historical one, but it's deeply connected with the history of the early Greek culture and writing. Ancient tradition presents Homer as a single individual, a blind bard from Ionia, that is the coast of Anatolia, who lived sometime between the 12th and 8th centuries BCE, depending on which source one reads, of course. Various cities claim to be his birthplace, Chios and Smyrna among them. There were even fanciful biographies. One legend describes Homer as a wandering poet who was blind and begged for a living. Another as a schoolmaster who turned to poetry. The very name, Homer, might not have been a personal name originally. Some suggest it could mean hostage or blind in dialect, hinting at a symbolic label. But we simply have no contemporary record of a man named Homer. By the time we have historical authors referencing Homer, say Herodotus in the 5th century or Aristotle in the 4th, Homer had become a quasi-mythical figure, revered as a great ancestor of Greek literature. Herodotus guessed that Homer lived around 400 years before his own time, which would place Homer around 850. A pretty reasonable estimate, I suppose, but at the end of the day, still an educated guess at best. But the core of the Homeric question lies in the nature of the epics themselves. Linguistic and textual analysis has shown that the Iliad and the Odyssey likely originated in an oral tradition of epic poetry. Before writing was common, you see, professional bards called aodoi would recite long heroic tales from memory, often singing them to the accompaniment of a lyre. They employed a special poetic language, and many repeated formulaic phrases to aid in composition and memorization. In the early 20th century, scholars demonstrated by studying living oral bards in the Balkans that such oral poets could spontaneously compose epic-length songs using formulas and themes. This research illuminated why Homer's texts have so much repeated lines and epithets, the hallmarks of oral composition. But it also suggested that the Homeric poems might have been shaped over generations by multiple poets, gradually growing and evolving until reaching the form that we have today. So if that is true, then who exactly wrote the Iliad and the Odyssey? The prevailing theory is that these epics were the product of a long oral tradition and were likely first written down in the 7th or 8th century BCE, when the Greeks finally adopted the alphabet. Possibly there was a gifted bard, whom we might perhaps call Homer, who performed a particularly authoritative version of these epics. And then that version, of course, being the most popular one, was decided upon and transcribed. Or perhaps the texts were compiled by scholars from the oral repertoire of several bards. There is even the possibility that Homer was not a single person at all, but rather just a stand-in name for a collective tradition of epic singers. Ancient scholars in Hellenistic times noted inconsistencies between Iliad and Odyssey works and argued that the two might have had different authors. A minority view, but it shows the question is still very old. The Iliad is often considered more unified and archaic in style, whereas the Odyssey has a somewhat later feel and different focus. War versus homecoming. Could one person have composed both, perhaps at different ages? Yeah, it's possible. A genius poet could certainly have had a long career, but it's also possible that a school of poets was involved. Another layer of mystery comes from the so-called Homeridae, a clan or guild of rhapsodes in Chios in antiquity who claimed descent from Homer and acted as preservers of his poetry. Now their existence hints that the poems were transmitted and perhaps edited by generations of reciters. By the 6th century BC, the Athenian ruler Pisistratus is said to have commissioned a standard written edition of Homer's epics to use in festivals, implying that even before then there were variants in circulation. Now this editing might have fixed the text, but who provided the text in the first place? Possibly the Homeridae or other oral sources. In any case, despite the centuries of scholarship, we cannot definitively say who Homer was. Many have concluded that asking for a single biographical Homer is the wrong approach. Instead, Homer symbolizes the poetic tradition that gave birth to the epics. And yet, the idea of a brilliant author refuses to die, because the Iliad and the Odyssey are such cohesive and artful works in their final forms. They have intricate plots, deep characterization, and that feels like the stamp of a single genius. It may be that an exceptionally talented poet at the end of the oral tradition wove together existing tales into grand narratives, imposing a unifying vision, and if so, that person's identity is now lost to time. Beyond the name Homer, scholars continue to analyze the language and structure of the epics for clues. For instance, noting that the Odyssey might reference events that occurred later than the Iliad, implying it could be a later composition. The subtleties fuel the ongoing debates about whether one mind or multiple shaped the epics. Well, away from literature now, but still within the realm of art, we have the lost fate of the statues of Phidias. Now, who was Phidias? Well, he was a sculptor in the golden age of classical Greece, and he created some of the wonders of the ancient world, the statue of Zeus at Olympia, and the Athena Parthenos in Athens. These masterpieces, both made around the 5th century BCE, were dazzling creations of gold and ivory. Well, he would do this over wooden frameworks. Don't think that the entire thing was solid gold. Still impressive, but hey. Well, they stood as symbols of Greek religious devotion and artistic genius. Yet despite their fame, neither statue survives today. They vanished in late antiquity under uncertain circumstances. The disappearance of these wonders is an unsolved historical question, illustrating how even great treasures can be lost without a clear record. Phidias' Zeus at Olympia was created around 435 BCE for the Temple of Zeus in Olympia, where the Olympic Games were held. According to ancient descriptions, especially a detailed account by Pausanias, a 2nd century CE travel writer, the statue depicted the king of the gods seated on an elaborate throne. It stood roughly 12 meters or 40 feet tall, so large that, as the saying went, if Zeus were to stand up, he would unroof the temple. The god's flesh was rendered in ivory plates, giving a lifelike paleness, while his robe and ornaments were of gleaming gold. In his hands he held a figure of Nike, that is, victory, and a scepter with an eagle, both symbolic. The throne was inlaid with ebony, ivory, and precious stones portraying mythical scenes. The overall effect left viewers awestruck. It was said that when Phidias was asked what inspired his Zeus, he cited lines of Homer describing Zeus's majesty, and then he made it visible. But the mystery lies at the end. The temple of Zeus at Olympia eventually fell into disuse with the rise of Christianity, and the Olympic Games were suppressed in the late 4th century too. One story holds that the great statue was destroyed by fire when the temple itself burned down in 408. However, another tradition claims a different fate, that the statue of Zeus was transported to Constantinople earlier in the 4th or early 5th century, to save it or adorn a palace. There it supposedly became part of a collection of pagan artworks owned by a wealthy official named Lausus. This collection of antiquities was known to include other famous statues of Greek gods. But in 475, a terrible fire swept through Constantinople, gutting the palace of Lausus and presumably destroying the artworks within, possibly including the Zeus statue of Phidias. A Byzantine chronicler centuries later lamented the glory of the Greeks perishing in those flames. But we are left uncertain as to which version is true. Did Zeus burn in Olympia or Constantinople? No remnants of the statue have ever been identified. Only small clues, like coins or gems that bear the images of it. And Pausanias's description gives us a sense of its appearance. But either way, by the late 5th century CE, the great statue of Zeus was gone. Its disappearance was not well recorded by its contemporaries. And that's probably because by then it represented the old pagan world, whose loss the new Christian authorities did not really see as a very big thing to mourn. Phidias's other marvel, the Athena Parthenos, stood in the Parthenon of the Acropolis of Athens. Completed around 447 BCE, the statue of the city's patron goddess Athena was similarly huge, about 11 to 12 meters tall, so once again about 40 feet, and likewise made of ivory and gold. Athena was portrayed standing, armed with a spear and shield, and holding a small statue of Nike in her outstretched hand. The amount of gold on her, perhaps over 1,000 kilograms, was so great that it was treated as a kind of treasury reserve for Athens. The gold plates were designed to be removable in case the city needed to melt them down for coinage. In fact, historical records indicate that they did remove and test the gold at least once during a financial crisis. Well, this shows how valuable and symbolic the statue really was. Tourists in Roman times marveled at the Athena Parthenos. Pausanias describes her with rich detail, noting the Sphinx on her helmet and the Battle of Amazons depicted on her shield. But what became of the Athena Parthenos? Here the trail is even fainter. By the late Roman period, the Parthenon had been converted into a Christian church, and clearly the pagan cult statue would have been removed or destroyed in that process. One theory is that, like Zeus, that Athena was relocated to Constantinople during the 5th century to preserve it, or possibly taken earlier by a Roman emperor's loot or display, a kind of reward. So if it did reach Constantinople, it likely met the same end, consumed in one of those great fires that periodically ravaged the city, or perhaps destroyed during the fervor of Christian iconoclasm. There were edicts, by the way, to destroy the idols of the old gods. A lot of things got whipped up with that. But another possibility is that it never left Athens, but was dismantled or looted when the Parthenon became a church. The gold, being immensely valuable, would have been stripped off. The ivory would decay or burn easily. There is a late antiquity anecdote that a statue of Athena was decapitated and mutilated by Christians, but we lack clear references. By medieval times, we do know that nothing remained of Athena's great statue. Thus, both of the masterpieces of Phidias vanished, leaving almost not a single physical trace. Archaeologists have found the workshop at Olympia where Phidias sculpted Zeus, including molds and tools, even perhaps a cup inscribed, "I belong to Phidias," but not a splinter of the statue itself. Back in Athens, occasional fragments of sculpture on the Acropolis surface, but nothing attributable to the Parthenos. The mystery here is partly one of the fate, and partly one of the reconstruction. We ask how exactly were these statues lost, and is there any hope of some fragment survived unidentified? Additionally, can we ever fully envision them as they were? For example, scholars debate details of their appearance. We have later marble copy statuettes believed to imitate the Athena Parthenos at small scale, but they may not capture the full splendor or colors of the original. Both statues had likely painted details and inlays that, unfortunately, now only exist in our imagination. Well, perhaps it's subjective toward the viewer's sensibilities, but I think I've saved the most interesting one to last. That is the Antikythera mechanism. This takes us back to 1901. Divers off the coast of a tiny Greek island of Antikythera made an astounding discovery in an ancient shipwreck, a corroded lump of bronze that upon closer examination turned out to contain an intricate assembly of gears. Little did anyone realize at first that this artifact would become known as the famous Antikythera mechanism, sometimes hailed as the first known analog computer. Now let me explain. Dating to around the 1st century BC, the mechanism was eventually understood to be a device for tracking astronomical cycles, capable of predicting precise positions of the sun, moon, possibly planets, lunar phases, and even eclipses and the Olympic Games cycles. But its complexity is astonishing. Over 30 meshing bronze gears with precise teeth, comparable to an 18th century clockwork in its sophistication. The unsolved mystery surrounding the Antikythera mechanism is multifold. Who built it? And for what exact purpose? How widespread was the technology? And why? Why did it disappear from record? You think something like that would be well written about, right? It's basically a testament to the advanced Hellenistic science of its era, but it's also one of a kind. This anomaly raises many questions about ancient innovation and knowledge transmission. Decades of research, especially with advanced imaging techniques like X-ray tomography in the 21st century, have allowed scientists to virtually reconstruct the mechanism's gear trains and read tiny inscriptions on its components. So we now know that it could model the Metonic cycle, a 19-year cycle after which lunar phases repeat on the same calendar dates. It could also predict eclipses using the Saros cycle around 18 years, and likely indicate the position of the 5 known planets following Greek astronomical theories, though some parts are missing, making the planet display interfered. One dial on the back showed the timing of the Olympic Games, and another the Pan-Hellenic Games on a 4-year cycle. And this level of miniaturization and technical design was completely unexpected from antiquity until this find. It has reshaped our understanding, proving that ancient Greeks, and possibly their Greco-Roman ancestors, had the rather know-how to build geared mechanisms of great complexity. However, there's a few mysteries that remain. The shipwreck's cargo suggests that the vessel was en route from the Greek world, possibly Rhodes, to Rome, carrying artworks and luxury items. This hints that the mechanism could have been made in a known center of astronomy and engineering. Rhodes is a prime candidate, since the famed astronomer Hipparchus worked there in the 2nd century BCE, and there was certainly a tradition of high-precision instruments for the time. Hipparchus's calculations of lunar motion and eclipse cycles match some functions of the mechanism, suggesting his work, or that of his contemporaries, could have informed its design. There was also a mechanical tradition. We hear of gear-driven devices in the writings of Archimedes, who built planetariums, and maybe odometers in the 3rd century BCE. And later, in the hero of Alexandria, that is the 1st century CE. Cicero, too, the Roman orator, wrote of seeing a device made by Archimedes that could display the movements of the sun, moon, and planets, which sounds very much like an orrery or a planetarium device. So could the Antikythera mechanism be part of this same lineage? Perhaps it's the only surviving example of what was once a more common technology, often built of perishable materials, or simply lost. Or perhaps it was an experimental one-off, commissioned for an educated elite consumer. But of course, the unsolved questions include, who exactly designed and built it? No inscription gives it a maker's name. Some have speculated an astronomer-engineer like Posidonius of Rhodes might have a workshop that produced such things. Or it could even be a Roman technology learned from the Greeks. But given the context of the Greek inscriptions on it, it seems to be very Hellenistic. And of course, were there other such mechanisms? We may make a logical assumption and say yes, such skill in gearing likely did not just appear out of nowhere. Maybe simpler devices preceded it, and maybe even more advanced ones followed. But aside from vague literary references, we haven't found another physical artifact as complex until over 1,000 years later, where we find medieval Islamic astrolabes and European clocks. And this gap is quite hard to explain. It might be due to low survival chances of metal in shipwrecks, or that only a very few were made. And what exactly was it used for? Was it a teaching tool, a prestigious showpiece for a rich patron, or even a naval navigation aid? Most think it was educational or a gentleman's scholar's device for exploring astronomy rather than for practical navigation. Such dials include calendars and zodiac, implying it was to show cosmological information rather than just to steer a ship. But we also wonder why such technology did not progress further into, say, an industrial revolution in antiquity. The Greeks clearly had the capability for precise engineering, but such devices might have been exceedingly rare, limited by cost or a lack of economic drive to mass-produce such instruments. The mechanism likely had to be handcrafted by a master, which would be incredibly expensive. And with the tumult of late antiquity, including the Roman political upheavals and the later fall of the Western Empire, it is possible that the knowledge was lost or deemed non-essential. By the time medieval scholars were looking at Greek science, devices like this were long gone, surviving only in descriptions, and that's if the descriptions survived at all. And so as it stands, the Antikythera mechanism poses an unsettling timeline problem. It's an outlier that suggests ancient technology was more advanced than previously thought. Is it a lone genius creation, or the tip of an iceberg of hidden Hellenistic engineering? Well, the ongoing research tries to answer bits and pieces of this. For example, reading the inscriptions on it has revealed an instruction manual of sorts. It names certain calendar cycles and cities, confirming what it calculates. But it also showed that the designer was carefully implementing state-of-the-art astronomy at the time. But we may never get the full story without finding another device or more records. Each improvement in imaging reveals another detail. Recently, they even reconstructed the likely display of the planets on the front dial via computer simulation. The mystery thus is gradually yielding some secrets. Yet the biggest contextual question just remains unsolved. I dare say it will do for quite some time. The roads leading into ancient Rome are dotted with tombs and monuments, some dedicated to emperors, generals, statesmen. But there is one interesting among them. It is the tomb of Marcus Vergilius Uricesis. Not an emperor or general, not even a great warrior. No, Marcus was actually a baker. He was once an enslaved man, and later turned into a prosperous freedman, building an elaborate tomb adorned with carved scenes of his bread-making. You see, he made his fortune not by going and conquering foreign lands by the sword, but just by making food, kneading dough. Well, it's a reminder that the real backbone of the Roman world was not just its famous legions, but the ordinary people with the myriad of jobs that they performed from day to day. Of course, when we think of ancient Rome, we often picture soldiers in that glinting armor and the senators in flowing togas. Yet the vast majority of Romans lived far from the spotlight of the forum and from the battlefield. So how did these men and women earn their keep? What was work like for the average Roman across the centuries of the Republic and the Empire? Well, it's a good question, and we are going to talk about that today. Just about how normal people made a living. And there's a few interesting little stories along the way too. I've been looking forward to this one, and I hope you enjoy it. Now, before we go into it, I'd like to issue the customary welcome to the channel. For anybody who's new here, I invite you to subscribe. If you enjoy this kind of content, you'll get plenty more of it. And thank you to anyone returning. You will get no mid-roll ads on these videos. That's the whole channel, by the way. Completely ad-free because of the generous donations on PayPal and YouTube memberships, the Patreon, this kind of thing, and the super thanks. Thank you very much. And for those who checked out the merch store, lots of little goodies there. Now, with welcomes all said and done, let's get nice and relaxed and we can begin our journey into the jobs of ancient Rome. Well, let's start by building a bit of a foundation of Roman society. Let's have a look at the work system and the class system back in the Roman world. You see, work was both a necessity for the many and a mark of low status in the eyes of the elite. You see, the Latin language itself reflected its ambivalence to it. The ideal state for a person of means was known as otium. That is a Latin term, known basically as a lifestyle of leisurely freedom, whereas negotium, literally meaning not otium, meant business, the busy occupation of everyday work, and it was a little bit looked down upon by Rome's aristocratic classes, which are, well, most unfortunately, the only ones that we really hear from in writing. Now, Rome's aristocrats prided themselves on being above manual or paid labor. The statesman-philosopher Cicero, writing in the 1st century BCE, declared that, quote, "The cash that comes from selling your labor is vulgar and unsuited for a gentleman, for wages are effectively the bonds of slavery." Well, fighting words from the working man. In his view, a truly respectable Roman ought to be supported by the proceeds of his estates, that is, rents from farms or properties, rather than working by the hour for payment. Now, this elite disdain for wage labor became a bit of a cliché in the Roman moralizing literature of the time. Yet Cicero's lofty pronouncements were not utterly out of step with the reality that faced most Romans. The truth was that the vast majority of people in the Roman Empire had to work for a living. Not everybody had estates and all the rest to live off. As in any pre-industrial society, continuous labor was the norm, and survival depended on it. You didn't work, you did not eat. And there was no concept of a welfare state either to fall back on. You couldn't just go and get a government dole for unemployment, apart from the grain rations that were provided to Rome's poorest citizens, but, well, that didn't really get you too far. If a person could not find work, well, there was hunger to contend with. So for ordinary Romans of the lower classes, a job was not just a way to earn money, but often a core part of their identity. Many of the urban poor worked every possible day until they could physically no longer continue, often until illness or death, because stopping, well, that meant destitution, and retirement, virtually unheard of, except for the lucky soldiers who, after 20 or 25 years of service, might receive a land pension to farm. And even children were not exempt from the hard realities of work. Contemporary evidence, including archaeology, reveals that many children in ancient Rome labored from a very young age. The bones of youths excavated at Roman work sites show signs of strain and injury consistent with hard physical labor. We've actually got a good example of this, a cemetery outside of Rome, near the site of an old fuller's workshop. If you don't know what a fuller is, it's basically a laundry that cleaned cloth. Well, this site contained the remains of adolescents whose bones bore the telltale deformities of repetitive work, likely from strenuous pounding and treading that was involved in the cloth processing. Now, you especially see this in children too, because children's bones are quite malleable when everything's still growing in. Well, definitely much easier to deform when the bones are still softer than an adult's. At least that is my understanding of it. Well, in another case, an epitaph from a Spanish mining region commemorated a boy of about 4 years old, believe it or not, poignantly depicted carrying his little bag of tools. Modern observers might hope that this was just a miner's mascot or something like that. But it's probably likely that he was indeed put to work in the mines as soon as he was able to walk and carry a tool. After all, those small spaces, they needed the little people to get into them. Well, childhood, as we think of today, was not a protected, idle time for most Roman kids. No, it was common for the children of the poor, whether free or enslaved, to start contributing to the family trade or chores as soon as they were physically capable. Only the offspring of the rich had the luxury of devoting their youth purely to education and play. As for everyone else learning a skill or trade early, well, that was just the reality of growing up. No use complaining about it, just get on with the job. Now we have social attitudes. Well, those attitudes towards workers were deeply colored by the class prejudice of the day. But at the same time, work was ubiquitous and crucial. Even senators who scorned the, quote, vulgar jobs relied on the products of those jobs every single day. The bread baked by the baker, the toga cleaned by the fuller. And of course, everyone has to eat too, so don't forget those peasants plowing the field. The reality of the Roman economy was that it was an all-hands-on-deck operation. Now, historians have identified over 200 distinct occupations mentioned in Roman inscriptions and texts, and I don't think we'll be going through every 200 or all 200 of them today, but we'll pick out the most interesting ones. In fact, many ordinary people were proud enough of their professions to actually mention them on their tombstones. Unlike the grand monuments of generals boasting of battles won, the humble gravestones of common folk often state something like, "Here lies so-and-so, carpenter or fuller," or a woman's grave might mention that she was a midwife, something like this. In fact, it might even sometimes have accompanied images carved onto there of their tools of the trade. Like we said, somebody's work becomes their identity. But don't think of that as too alien, because even in our modern era, one of the first questions we often ask people is what work they do. We don't ask them, oh, what books do you like? What music do you like? When we want to get an overall gauge of someone's personality, it's generally the first question that we ask, because people spend 8 hours a day, 5 days a week generally doing this. So it's a good place to start, I suppose. Now, one ex-slave in Rome, and here's an interesting one. He was named Gaius Publius Amicus. Yes, Gaius Publius Amicus, excuse me. He had his career literally etched in stone. He described himself as purpurarius, that is, a dyer of the precious Tyrian purple cloth, and his tomb was decorated with the implements of his craft. Many other tombs, especially in the city of Rome and other urban centers, show people depicted at work. Relief carvings show butchers with their tools at the trade, midwives delivering children, shoemakers at the bench. Might even have a vendor proudly showing off his stall of live poultry. But far from feeling ashamed, these people made their work a centerpiece of their life story. They were proud of what they were doing. In a culture where the upper crust touted their political officers and noble lineage, the common people found their own dignity. After all, everyone needs a bit of meaning to their lives, don't they? But this all being said, you can't discuss work in ancient Rome without mentioning the enormous role of slavery. It's kind of hard to ignore. A significant portion of the labor force in Rome was done by enslaved people who had no freedom to choose their occupation. And if you did, it was probably, would you like to be a coal miner or a galley slave? It's not really a good choice. Now, slavery in Rome permeated nearly every economic sector. Slaves toiled in the fields, the mines, the workshops, the households. They were everywhere. And it wasn't just men either. There could be men, women, or children, and their working conditions ranged from horrific to tolerable. An educated slave might work as a secretary, a teacher, or even a physician in a nice little villa, while another slave had to suffer in chains in a dirty old mine, or trudged behind a plow on a remote farm off there in the middle of nowhere. Now, because slaves were considered property, their labor was extracted by force and usually unpaid. Okay, beyond basic sustenance, you would have a few scraps of food thrown to you, enough to keep you in shape for work, I suppose. Well, this massive underclass of forced laborers coexisted with free workers, and sometimes even competed with them for jobs. In cities, many crafts and services were carried out by slaves who belonged to wealthy masters. Let's take, for example, large households would have slave cooks, slave weavers making the families' clothing, slave bakers, and even slave tutors for their children. The prevalence of slave labor meant that free, poor Romans often struggled to find paid work, especially in unskilled roles, because, well, an affluent household might just get slaves instead. You can see how this is a pretty big problem. And this reminds us, too, that pretty much throughout all of human history, the general population viewed slavery as a bit of a blight. Perhaps not for sentimental reasons all the time, or perhaps so. Of course, people back then had their own opinions on things, but for very practical reasons, that it messed up the labor market for the ordinary worker. Anyway, that is a topic for another video, I suppose. In any case, this dynamic contributed to the economic precarity of many free citizens and was one reason behind the government's provision of free grain in the city of Rome, essentially a food subsidy to prevent people from rioting, the jobless urban masses losing their temper. But despite this, many free men and women did make their living through skilled trades, small businesses, or as a hired laborer. Furthermore, when slaves were freed, which thousands were every year, by the way, they joined the ranks of these free workers. These freedmen and freedwomen often continued in the trades that they already knew or started up small enterprises of their own, forming an important middle stratum of Roman society. Some of them rose to impressive prosperity, as our baker Ulysses did, even having that big tomb of his. Isn't that interesting? Well, in fact, literary satire poked fun at how freedmen were becoming actually quite rich. Petronius, in his Satyricon, depicts a lavish banquet hosted by the freedman Trimalchio, where guests, many of them ex-slaves made free, brag about their earnings and shrewd business ventures. One character at the dinner, himself a former slave-turned-cloth dealer, extols the value of a practical education and a good trade to make your living. Here's the quote. He says, "An education is an investment, and a proper profession never goes dead on you." Well, I like that. An education is an investment. You can't disagree with that, surely. Well, such voices from the literature confirm that, even if old aristocrats sneered, the working people of Rome respected the hard-earned money and the skills that provided it. Now, we're about to go into specific occupations, but before we do, it's worth noting one more development over the centuries, especially the late Empire, that is, the 3rd and 4th centuries of our Common Era. The Roman state began to regulate certain professions more tightly. That's right. Government regulation, which is, well, a little bit touch and go. There was a growing tendency to hereditary occupations, a far cry from the earlier days when a free man could theoretically choose any path of work. By Emperor Diocletian's time, that is the late 3rd century, in response to labor shortages and economic turmoil, laws were passed that tied people to their trades and even to their social positions. Certain essential jobs like baking or shipping grain to the capital were turned into compulsory services that often pass from father to son. Let's take bakers, for instance. They were organized into a collegium, that is, the old word for guild, and eventually required by law to keep their bakeries running to ensure the city's bread supply. If you were a baker, you couldn't just shrug your shoulders and quit the trade. No, your work was far too important to the survival of the state. They wouldn't let you do that. And this trend only intensified under Constantine and later emperors, laying the groundwork for what would become a more rigid structure in the post-Roman medieval world. The freewheeling days of the early empire, when a clever freedman might become a wealthy merchant, gave way to an era where many occupations were effectively locked in by birth and law. But nevertheless, throughout the Roman Empire's long history, from the Republic to the late Empire, everyday jobs remained pretty similar in their nature. Farming, cooking, building, sewing, trading, teaching, and cleaning. Day in, day out. Well, let's think about the foundation of the Roman economy, and certainly the most common occupation by far, especially in the earlier periods of Roman history, and that's agriculture. You know, often you hear about people doing things like this. I don't know if you heard of past life regression, all that sort of thing. People do this meditation stuff. And they say, oh yes, I was once a Roman legionary soldier, and then I was a scribe in ancient Egypt, and then I was a knight in medieval times. Well, yeah, that's probably, by the law of probability, that's probably not quite true. Perhaps your imagination running wild a bit. You probably would have been a farmer, then a farmer, then a farmer, then a farmer. maybe a soldier at one point. Probably just spearman, man-at-arms kind of thing. But in any case, the old Roman ideal was the citizen farmer. Now let me explain. When we say citizen farmer, that's basically an upright, self-sufficient man who worked his own small plot of land to feed his family and provide a surplus to support the state. Subsistence farming, essentially. Let's go back to the early republic. At this time, many citizens indeed lived in the countryside of Italy as small-time farmers, growing grains like wheat, barley, millet, along with olives too, grapes and vegetables. Even famous statesmen often paid homage to farming. Cato the Elder, a 2nd century BC senator known for his stern traditionalism, yes, we can put it that way, I suppose, wrote a manual called On Agriculture, which is the oldest surviving Latin prose work. I did a full reading of it, actually. You can find it in the reading section. In any case, or not a full reading, just a partial reading of the important parts. Excuse me, I should correct myself. Well, in this work, Cato gives practical advice on how to run a farm. He'll tell you everything from how to plant olives and cabbage, even up to how to manage slaves and when to sell off a draft oxen. As far as Cato was concerned, farming was more than an economic activity. It was a moral one. And he believed that the farmer's life instilled virtues like hardiness, frugality, and devotion to family and gods. He famously rated agriculture as the noblest way to make money, higher than commerce or, heaven forbid, usury, reflecting the long-standing Roman respect, at least in theory, for the simplicity of a simple rural life. And later writers like Varro and Columella followed in Cato's footsteps, penning extensive treatises on agriculture in the 1st century BCE and 1st century CE respectively. Columella, writing under the Empire, lamented that many aristocrats had begun to neglect their farms, leaving them to hired workers. But he still provided detailed instruction on everything from viticulture, that is, wine growing, to beekeeping. From these agricultural writers, we can see a little bit of insight into the daily and seasonal rhythm of farm work. You have the sowing and ploughing in autumn, the pruning of the vines in winter, harvesting in summer, and of course an endless list of tasks like threshing grain, pressing olives, repairing tools, and, if you've got them, shearing sheep. But for the average small farmer or farm laborer, life was labor-intensive, and often even a little bit dangerous. Most farming was done by hand with simple tools, iron tools if you were lucky. A farmer's toolkit consisted of plows pulled by oxen or mules, sickles for cutting grain, spades and mattocks, among other implements that had changed little since earlier antiquity. But the work was backbreaking. Just imagine it, cutting acres of wheat with a sickle under that Mediterranean sun, or stomping grapes into juice with your feet during the wine harvest. Rural families typically all worked together too, men, women, and children, especially at harvest time when extra hands were needed. We hear less about women in the elite authors' discussions of farming, since those writers were more interested in male property owners, I suppose. But in practice, a farmer's wife and daughters would be deeply involved in the daily operations of the farm. They milked animals, tended the vegetable gardens, kept poultry, and processed food, churning butter, grinding grain, baking bread, those sorts of things. But they also spun wool and made clothing for the family, tasks pretty important for the household economy. On smaller farms, hiring outside labor was a luxury, so a large peasant family was itself the entire workforce most of the time. But by contrast, we have larger estates, known as latifundia. We're looking at the late Republic and Empire times, and they relied increasingly on enslaved labor. You see, conquests had flooded Italy with enslaved people, and when there's more supply, things get a bit cheaper. Wealthy landowners could amass huge holdings where dozens or even hundreds of slaves worked under an overseer. The existence of these slave-run estates gradually pushed many free peasants off their land. They were just unable to compete with the big boys, and may have contributed to migration into cities in search of work. But still, throughout the provinces of the empire, from Gaul to Syria, most villagers had free smallholders as well as tenant farmers who rented plots from landlords. A tenant farmer paid rent, often in the form of a share of the crop, which meant that a bad harvest could be disastrous, potentially putting him into debt or forcing him to borrow grain to make good on the rent. Well, despite the difficulties, farming could be modestly profitable in good years, and a few common farmers did manage to rise to prosperity. For example, the grain and olive traders were vital to Rome. A farmer who had surplus could sell it at a market or to merchants. Regions like Egypt and North Africa provided enormous grain surpluses that fed the cities of the empire. While those provinces were dominated by large estates, they also employed countless local laborers and farmers. The daily life of a farm worker started before dawn. Roman agricultural calendars, some visual examples survive actually in a few almanacs and mosaics, lucky for us, show the farmer up early, often praying to household gods for a good day's work, then yoking oxen to plow or going out to weed the fields at first light. Sounds like a riveting time. The midday sun in the summer might mandate a short rest. It's actually the origin of the term siesta, by the way. But more often than not, labor continued until dusk. Pliny the Elder, in his Natural History, which I do recommend you read as a primary source, comments on various farming practices and marvels at certain techniques, such as grafting fruit trees. But he also soberly notes the hardships behind agricultural wealth. In one passage, Pliny observes how luxury tastes in Rome, like the appetite for exotic spices or expensive wines, drive relentless labor in far-flung places. And even when meeting the deadlines becomes difficult, costing human lives. He describes, for instance, the dangerous work of gathering silphium, which is, by the way, now extinct. Now, this had to be done in desert conditions, and also mining precious metals used to buy luxuries, implicitly acknowledging the human toll behind the empire's riches. Now, you think you'd get away with farming being pretty easy, right? Not exactly. While it wasn't as overtly hazardous as mining, it was no less demanding. Injuries, exhaustion, and exposure to the elements were constant risks. A poor harvest due to drought or pests could bring starvation. So while Roman writers idealized the farmer, the reality for many agricultural laborers was a very hard-scraped existence near subsistence level. And I suppose it's all good for the Roman writers to sit back and write about how being a farmer is, but they're doing it while they're sitting in the shade. In any case, it's worth mentioning that retired soldiers were often settled on agricultural land as a reward for service, a policy used by generals and emperors to both reward troops and colonize frontiers. These ex-legionaries, battle-hardened but usually with farming backgrounds to begin with, would take to farming small plots in their veteran colonies. Even for them, the plough and the mattock replaced the sword, showing how, in the end, Rome expected even its warriors to go back to the fields. And so, agriculture effectively remained the default occupation for the vast majority of people across the empire's span, from the Italian heartland to the provinces. Though we have fewer personal stories of individual farmers, the archaeological record, farm tools and museums, remains of farmhouses, and analysis of plant and pollen remains confirms that tending the land was pretty much the basic heartbeat of Roman working life. Every little loaf of bread that fed Rome's urban population, every amphora of wine or olive oil, it was ultimately the fruit of someone's sweaty day in the field or grove. Okay, so let's get beyond farming now. Of course, Rome had a pretty big variety of craftsmen and craftswomen too, actually, producing all manner of goods. In city workshops and rural cottages alike, skilled hands fashioned the tools, clothing, and all those little everyday items that the Roman citizen needed. Many trades that still exist today were practiced in Rome, and some were far from pleasant. So let's start with one of the, smelliest but most essential urban industries. We've already mentioned it. Fulling, or cloth finishing and laundering. Now a fuller, or in Latin fullo, was essentially a professional cleaner of textiles, who also processed newly woven wool cloth to soften and whiten it. The fullers of Rome were both proverbial and infamous for their cleaning agent of choice, which was, believe it or not, human urine. Now it sounds a bit strange, but urine actually contains ammonia, which is an excellent natural detergent. The fullers set out large jars on street corners for people to urinate into. Passers-by were encouraged to relieve themselves into these jars rather than onto the street, which, public bathrooms, I suppose. In any case, the collected urine was then allowed to stale a bit and poured into soaking vats in the laundry workshop called the Fullonica. Slaves or workers would dump soiled togas, tunics, and woolen fabrics into a vat of urine and water, then stomp on the textiles with their bare feet, much like you do with treading grapes, to work the liquid through the cloth. This loosened dirt and grease from the fibers. The cloth might then be rinsed, brushed with clay or fuller's earth to draw out the remaining oils, and then dried on frames. Now the results, apparently, were quite good. Bright white togas and thoroughly cleaned fabrics for Rome's fashion-conscious citizens. But the smell. Imagine the smell. Fullers were commonly lampooned for stinking of the urine that they worked with. The odor of their workshops was so noxious that it gave rise to a famous imperial quip. In the 1st century CE, Emperor Vespasian imposed a tax on the urine collected for fullers' use, essentially capitalizing on a very lucrative business. When his son, Titus, objected to the idea of making money from urine, Vespasian held up a coin from the first payment and then asked whether it smelled bad to him. Titus admitted that it did not, to which Vespasian replied, "Pecunia non olet." Money doesn't stink. Well, that phrase has echoed through the ages as a cynical proverb, because I suppose when you're looking for profit, you don't really think about its source. And indeed, despite being looked down upon socially, successful fullers could make very good money. Their services were always in demand. Every respectable Roman needed clean clothes and well-finished new fabrics. In Pompeii, archaeologists found a very large Fullonica, that is the Fullonica of Stephanus, complete with washing vats and drying racks, indicating a thriving operation. And interestingly, the fullers in some cities formed guilds and even dedicated temples to their patron deities, In Pompeii, a prominent woman named Eumachia founded a large building in the Forum that seems to have been the headquarters of the Fullers' Guild. And that shows that fulling, smelly or not, was a very organized and important craft. But we probably won't be doing any experiments at home for fulling, I assume. And if you do, I don't want to know. Well, let's move on. Many other craftsmen plied their trades in cities and towns. We have bakers, who were critical because bread was the staple food of the urban diet. A number of bakeries have been excavated in Pompeii and elsewhere, and that gives us a window into the daily work through the lens of archaeology. A typical Roman bakery had large stone mills to grind grain into flour, powered by either donkeys or by slaves trudging endlessly in circles. The hourglass-shaped millstones, made of volcanic lava rock, would crush grain poured in from the top, and flour and dust filled the air with surely rough effects of the lungs of those working around them. The flour was then mixed with water to make dough, kneaded in big basins and then formed into loaves. Most Roman loaves were round, marked off in sections on top and sometimes stamped with the baker's insignia. And ovens were often beehive-shaped brick structures, similar to modern wood-fire pizza ovens. I'm sure you've seen the ones, where the loaves were baked on the hot floor. And let me tell you, the wood-fire ovens are always so much better than the electric or gas ovens. So much better. You can tell the difference even just from the look of it, the look of the product, not just for pizza, but for bread, focaccia, everything. Yes, always choose the wood-fire option. Anyway, baking started well before dawn. A city like Rome had thousands of mouths to feed every morning, and bakeries had to churn out huge volumes of bread. Enslaved workers likely did much of the heavy work in commercial bakeries, while the master baker oversaw production and handled sales. The wealthy freedman Ulysses, whose tomb we met in the introduction, made his fortune in the baking business. The frieze on his tomb depicts step by step the process of bread making. Figures pouring grain into the mills, kneading the dough, and pulling loaves out of the oven is essentially an advertisement in stone of the craft that raises social status. Rinse and repeat. Pretty simple. And indeed, good bakers were valued. Bread was so fundamental that in times of economic hardship, the Roman government even took over some of the grain supply and distribution. By the late Empire, the Collegium of Bakers in Rome had semi-official duties to ensure the populace got its daily bread, reflecting how strategic their work was. Another ubiquitous trade was metalworking. Blacksmiths and bronzesmiths created tools, weapons, kitchenware, and of course construction hardware too. That's right, the job of a blacksmith wasn't just to churn out swords and spears and all the rest. Also many practical concerns. In a Roman city, one would hear the constant clanging of hammers on anvils from the smithies. In fact, the poet Juvenal complained about the noise of craftsmen in Rome. He describes how a person living in a noisy insula, that is an apartment house, might be kept awake by the perpetual pounding of a coppersmith next door, or awakened at dawn by a carpenter's work. Well, this tells us that smiths' workshops were often embedded in residential neighborhoods, and that they worked at all hours. Iron tools like axes, shovels, knives, and nails were mass-produced by skilled smiths using simple forges and bellows. But beyond everyday tools, there were also specialized metal workers, armorers to equip soldiers, makers of surgical instruments for physicians, believe it or not, they had them, and jewelers crafting fine jewelry of gold and silver for the wealthy. Goldsmiths and silversmiths often had higher status among the artisans. Some even had their own guilds and patron deities. For example, the goldsmiths of Rome worshipped Vulcan, the smith god. And we have evidence, too, that women participated in certain metalworking trades. For instance, inscriptions from the city of Rome mention women called gratiariae, craftswomen who worked with gold leaf or gold foil, typically making gilded wreaths and jewelry. In one case, a husband and wife team are recorded. Fulginius, gold leaf worker, and Fulvia, gold leaf worker. Pretariatus and Pretariara. Now this reminds us that although many heavy crafts were dominated by men, sure, women could also put their hand to skilled labor, especially in family business where it was an all-hands-on-deck operation. Couldn't afford to have anybody sitting around doing nothing. And then construction and masonry. That was another important employment sector, and quite a big one too. Rome and other cities were constantly building and renovating. You're talking temples, baths, houses, aqueducts, amphitheaters, roads. All of it needed armies of workers. There were stonecutters, brickmakers, plasterers, mosaicists for those beautiful tiled floors, painters, and also unskilled hod carriers for hauling materials. Much of the heavy construction labor was performed by slaves or by free poor laborers on a daily wage. The Roman state and wealthy contractors would hire crews for public works. And let's just give you a sense of scale here. The construction of the Colosseum in the 70s CE involved thousands of workers over 10 years, from skilled engineers and architects to the legions of unmanned laborers quarrying the stones, mixing the concrete, and yes, the Romans did have concrete, and of course lifting the blocks into place. Work conditions on big sites could be dangerous. Accidents, collapses, or exposure to limestone dust were hazards. Yet construction work, when available, was a vital source of income for many urban men. A relief from a tomb of a building contractor even shows workers paving a road and erecting a monument, indicating pride in the craft of building. Of course, we have another related job. That was brick and tile making. Large brickyards would press clay into standardized brick sizes and roof tile shapes and fire them in kilns. Many bricks in the empire bear stamps of the estate or legion that produced them, suggesting some were made by slave labor on imperial estates or by soldiers as parts of military works. But private brickyards, they also existed, often owned by senatorial families. And interestingly, Roman women are known to have owned brick factories as part of their portfolios. That was a kind of investment rather than them working there, but it shows the integration of all classes in economic life. But we're talking about high-born women, still quite rare. Of course, we can't go past pottery, another essential trade. Potters produced everything from fine tableware to coarse kitchen pots and amphorae for transporting wine and oil. Pottery workshops might be small family affairs or perhaps large enterprises employing dozens. The famous pottery industry of Arretium in Italy, or Arezzo in the common vernacular, exported its wares widely. And when we look at the potters' stamps and kiln sites, archaeologists have found that some potters were free citizens, but others were likely slaves working under a master potter. Pottery was generally lower status work, but still skilled. A master potter had to know how to select clay, shape vessels on the wheel, decorate them if high-end, and fire them without any breakage. Again, women in lower classes might assist in tasks like painting lamps or carrying clay, but the master potters named in records are mostly men. Now let's include a bit of a talk on textile production too. We can't go past that when it comes to Roman trades. Much of textile work was done within the household, sure, but there were also professional weavers, dyers, and cloth merchants. Large-scale wool workshops existed too, some staffed by slaves, turning out cloth for sale, whether it be locally or for export. Fine fabrics like linen, dyed woolens, or even imported silk were sold in urban markets, and women were heavily involved in this textile economy, both professionally and informally. The traditional virtue of a Roman matron included skill at the loom. Elite women were praised for weaving clothes for their family, but poorer women might take on outside work, spinning yarn or weaving in their own homes for a bit of income. In the urban setting, you might find a textrix, that is a weaver woman, or a sutrix, a seamstress, advertising her services. Tailors and cobblers, that is shoemakers, had small shops of their own too. One inscription commemorates a shoemaker who proudly made and sold footwear in his district. Well, in the dyeing trade. Well, I suppose we can't say that, but the dyes trade. Purple dye was the most famous and expensive, obtained from murex sea snails, primarily in Phoenicia. But common dyers used cheaper plant-based dyes for everyday clothing. And here's the dark human detail. Because fullers and dyers dealt with pungent substances, these workshops were usually located in designated quarters or outside the city centers to keep the strong odors at a distance from the genteel classes. Of course, that comes along with its own dangers, but they shall not have died in vain. Now, we should also mention the food and trade crafts. Butchers, fishmongers, vintners. Butchers, let's start with them. They slaughtered animals and sold meat in the market. We all know that. It was a skilled but bloody trade, often unpleasant but indispensable. Well, it was so much so that butchers often were outside the city gates or kept in specific markets to confine the mess. And they needed strength to handle livestock and sharp knives to dress carcasses. Romans consumed a lot of pork, by the way, so swine butchers were particularly common. Fishmongers sold fresh or salted fish in coastal towns along the Tiber in Rome, and one could find stalls with the catch of the day pretty easily, as long as you were close to a body of water. There were also more specialized jobs like garum makers. Garum was the famous fermented fish sauce that Romans adored, similar to modern Asian fish sauce. Certain coastal communities in Spain and North Africa had factories too where masses of fish guts were left to ferment in vats under the sun to produce this sauce, which was then exported in amphorae. And you can imagine how smelly that was. Well, smelly business certainly, much like everything else in Roman industry, but very lucrative if you hit the right recipe and market. Meanwhile, vintners and wine merchants oversaw vineyards and the blending of wines. Tavern keepers would then sell wine, often of dubious quality, to the working class by the cupful at local inns. But what were the earnings of these various trades? That's a little bit difficult to say. The evidence is scattered, I suppose. But there is one remarkable source from the late Empire that gives us a few clues. In 301 CE, Emperor Diocletian issued an edict on maximum prices, an attempt to curb inflation by fixing the maximum price of goods and the wages for various jobs. Though it likely failed to be effective, it does give us a little bit of a snapshot of relative values. According to this edict, a farm laborer's daily wage with meals provided was set at 25 denarii. A skilled carpenter or baker could earn double that, 50 denarii a day, and that includes meals. A barber could charge perhaps a few denarii for a haircut. Interestingly, the edict lists teachers' wages. An elementary school teacher could get 50 denarii per pupil per month, whereas a teacher of Greek or Latin literature could command 200 per student per month, and a highly respected rhetoric teacher up to 250, reflecting the higher social value placed on advanced education. A midwife's fee, not listed in the edict but known from other sources, might vary greatly. But exceptional midwives or physicians could earn sizable sums from wealthy clients. You just had to get the wealthy clients first, I suppose. Well, all these figures show that manual labor jobs provided a subsistence living at best, whereas skilled trades and professions could elevate one to a more comfortable status, especially if you could develop a wide clientele through word of mouth and good reputation. But of course, these are maximum legal rates. Actual pay might have been lower, and probably was. And the currency had been debased by 301 as well, so the actual buying power of a denarius was not what it had been in the early empire. But still, the ratios are pretty telling. An artisan might earn in 1 day what a farm worker earns in 2, and an expert teacher could make in a month what the basic teacher made in 4. And that shows stratification within the working class, that's for sure. Now, of course, where there are goods to be sold, and surpluses of them, there must be trade. And ancient Rome had a very vibrant commercial system. Markets bustled in every town and every city, and trade routes spanned the Mediterranean and beyond. Many Romans made their living not by producing goods, but by buying, selling, and transporting them. The simplest level was the market vendor or the shopkeeper, known in Latin as tabernarius. Stroll through an ancient Roman city and you'll go past countless little shops lining those streets, and they were often one-room storefronts with wide openings to the street, sometimes with a counter out front. And here was the place where a person might sell bread or olives or cloth or any little specialty that they had. Pompeii is a good example. Archaeologists have identified bakers' shops with built-in bread ovens, wine bars with jars sunk into the counter to hold wine, and shops that sold grains and staples. Some shops were permanent, others temporary stalls just set up on market days when things were a bit busier. You know, weekends, stuff like that. Or at least the days where people were resting. Wasn't too many of them, but think about festival days, stuff like that. Now, many of the shopkeepers were freedmen or freeborn plebeians. These people worked long hours just to scrape by, especially in the crowded city of Rome where competition was very fierce. We have an amusing piece of graffiti from Pompeii where a shopkeeper wrote a message essentially advertising his wares, and of course complaining about customers who don't pay their debts. A pretty relatable business complaint across time. Women could be shopkeepers too, by the way, especially in certain trades like selling produce, perfumes, and small homewares. The poet Martial makes a passing mention of women shop owners in Rome, and later records and legal texts indicate women engaged in retail markets, though often their work might be labeled under their husband's name if it was a family enterprise, so we have to keep that in mind as well. But beyond the local markets, there were larger-scale merchants and traders who connected producers with consumers across the empire. Some merchants specialized in a particular commodity. There were grain merchants, olive oil merchants, livestock dealers, wine traders, cloth importers, spice traders, etc. Successful merchants usually were of the equestrian class or enterprising freedmen, since it took capital to run long-distance trade. For example, the grain trade that kept Rome fed was a massive operation. Large ships carried Egyptian and North African grain across the sea to the port of Ostia. The people who owned and ran these ships were often wealthy provincials or members of the local aristocracy in these regions. They made profits, but they also had quite a few responsibilities. It wasn't easy work, that's for sure. The state also sometimes subsidized grain shipping to ensure supply. That's how important this was. But another important trade was in olive oil and wine. Amphorae with stamps show that Spanish olive oil and Gallic wine were shipped in enormous quantities. Many of these amphora shippers were private merchants. Some even formed partnerships or joint ventures reminiscent of companies, though not incorporated in the modern sense. In port cities and major crossroads, one would find the negotiators, a broad term for businessmen, negotiating deals, securing cargo and lending money for trade ventures. There were also money changers and bankers facilitating commerce, since currency exchange and credit were needed when dealing across regions. Transport itself was a considerable industry. By land, wagoners, muleteers, and drivers made a living hauling goods. The Roman roads would be filled with ox carts, carrying produce to town, and mule caravans moving merchandise. These teamsters were typically free lower-class men. Some might own their cart, others might be hired by a merchant. And then there were inns along the roads providing rest for these travelers, and indeed innkeeping was a job often undertaken by freedmen or even wives of tradesmen. In Roman comedy and literature, the innkeeper is sometimes portrayed as a sly or unrefined character. These were not high prestige jobs, that's for sure, but they were certainly necessary for the flow of commerce and travel. But what about by sea? Well, on the water, skilled sailors and ship captains, often of Greek or Eastern origin, since those regions had ancient seafaring traditions, manned the merchant ships. To be a common sailor on a grain ship crossing the Mediterranean was dangerous and, frankly, quite low paid. You had to deal with storms, pirates, and long stints away from home. It's all part of the sailor's life. We have a few less pirates these days, but the storms and the isolation is still quite prevalent in that line of work. But a captain or owner of successfully delivered goods could make a good bit of coin. One famous figure, though earlier in history, was the Apostle Paul. Not a merchant per se, but we know that he made his living as a tent maker and occasionally traveled with merchant vessels to spread Christianity. His letters and the Acts of the Apostles in the New Testament give incidental glimpses of travel and work. For example, Paul mentions supporting himself by manual work. Tent making was leather and canvas work, by the way, pretty humble craft, showing that even a man on a spiritual mission had to earn a bit of coin in between preaching. No free handouts to sustain him, I'm afraid. But back in the urban markets, you could find that they had their own jobs as well. Auctioneers who sold goods, scribes to write contracts and receipts, and porters who carried heavy loads for hire. Imagine the forum of a big city, chaotic on market days, with cries of hawkers, jangling of mule bells, and porters sweating under sacks of grain and big heavy amphorae of wine. A number of inscriptions in Rome commemorate porters and dock workers. One group, called the Scapharii, were the barge rowers who moved cargo up the Tiber from the seaport at Ostia to Rome's city docks. They formed a collegium and even set up dedications to their patron deities, evidence of a shared work identity. The fact that some saved money to inscribe tombstones suggests that their jobs, though tough, gave them a sense of community and at least a modest livelihood. It is interesting that while aristocrats spurned commerce as beneath their dignity, the Roman economy absolutely depended on it. Equestrians, that is the second tier of the elite, often filled the gap, running the tax collection business and trade syndicates. Some freedmen, being unburdened by aristocratic scruples, also jumped into business, and sometimes even outpaced noble families in wealth. The fictional Trimalchio in Petronius' satire, for example, had ships plying the seas and warehouses full of goods. He brags about weathering storms that nearly ruined him, and cleverly diversifying his cargoes. And that shows real stories of men like him are just a reflection of the art. And even if Rome's traditional upper class looked down on trade, by the imperial era, many an emperor quietly relied on capable freedmen administrators to manage imperial procurement, shipping, and supply lines. Well, some of these high-ranking freedmen, like Emperor Claudius's secretary, Narcissus, effectively ran large parts of the imperial administration, a job of organization and logistics, if not trade in a common sense. But let's move away from the broader world and get back to the cities themselves, as the cities themselves offered a host of service jobs beyond manufacturing and trade. Well, let's take public bathing establishments as the first example. They were central to Roman urban life, and they required numerous attendants. The great baths, thermae, in a city like Rome or Carthage, were like community centers with pools, saunas, and even exercise yards. Bathhouse workers included the bath superintendent, the balneator, furnace men tending the fires that heated the water and air, masseurs who oiled and scraped bathers' skin with stridules, and even the towel attendants. Many of these workers were slaves or freedmen employed by the bath's proprietor, the state, or perhaps a private entrepreneur. They might also sell snacks or drinks at the baths. One graffiti from a provincial bath complains about thefts, presumably warning bathers to watch their clothes, indicating that sometimes even informal jobs like cloakroom attendant or guard were necessary, and sometimes derelict. Now just quickly, whenever I think of Roman baths, there's a great Japanese film starring Hiroshi Abe, or Abe Hiroshi, rather, whichever way you want to do it. It's called Thermae Romae. Now it's essentially about a modern, well, a Roman man who gets sent into a modern Japanese bathhouse. He kind of gets sucked through time, and he brings back the modern ideas in a Japanese bathhouse back to ancient Rome and makes quite a name for himself within doing so. It's quite an interesting film, so I will suggest that you go and watch that. The actor is just great. Anything with Abe Hiroshi in it is just brilliant. Well, let's move on. We've mentioned taverns and inns. Let's go into a little bit more detail with them. Well, they employed cooks too, serving boys and girls, perhaps even musicians to entertain guests. And we know that selling food and drink was a common way to make a living in cities. Even small street stalls selling hot porridge or mulled wine are attested to in the old primary sources. The satirist Juvenal makes a jibe about the smell of fried fish and cheap shops, showing how integral street food was to the urban atmosphere. Running a tavern or a wine shop was one of the few somewhat independent businesses a lower-class woman might be noted for. For instance, one Pompeian bar, essentially an ancient pub, may have been managed by a woman, as a feminine name is associated with it in a political endorsement painted on the wall. Do keep in mind, though, women couldn't vote, rather, but interestingly they could still informally support candidates. Perhaps the bar's owner, female or male, put up the sign. But in any case, tavern keeping was a tough job. Late hours, rowdy patrons, and of course a social stigma of immorality clinging to it. Yet, taverns provided valuable services. Food, drink, lodging to travelers and locals alike, and thus sustained those who ran them. And perhaps I'll do a full video on ancient Roman taverns. If you want to hear about that, leave me a comment, let me know. Now, another important service field was education and literacy. Formal education was not universal, but many families of some means sent their children, especially their sons, to primary school. The primary teacher, or literator, often conducted lessons in a rented room, or even a public colonnade. These schoolmasters were not highly paid. In fact, Juvenal quips that the pay of a teacher was less than that of many manual laborers. Despite having to manage and deal with a classroom of noisy young lads. And I used to be a teacher, so I know exactly what that is like. It's difficult to manage, that's for sure. In any case, a teacher might be a struggling free citizen or freedman, sometimes even an educated slave hired out by his master. Above the primary level, there were grammaticus teachers, that is, teaching literature and language, and rhetoricians for advanced studies. These could earn more and might gather students from elite families. Yet even the star professors complained of being undercompensated by stingy parents. One letter from Pliny the Younger to a friend in his hometown encourages the community to collectively fund a good school teacher, showing that even finding money to pay teachers was an issue. Though being a teacher in Rome was a respectable job in theory, but in practice it could be financially meager. Somewhat precarious profession too, unless one landed a patron or a role tutoring a rich man's children privately. It was also a profession in which Greek immigrants or Greek-speaking slaves thrived, since Greek literature and language were part of good education. Many teachers in Rome were in fact Greek freedmen. Now closely related were scribes and clerks. With a vast bureaucracy, Rome needed many literate clerical workers. Public scribes sat in the forum ready to write letters and legal documents for the illiterate, for a small fee. In the imperial offices, educated slaves and freedmen acted as secretaries, record keepers, and accountants. Let's take this for example. The emperor's central administration, called the officia, had hundreds of such personnel, often former slaves meticulously keeping track of taxes, decrees, and correspondences. Now, while not glamorous, a post as a clerk or scribe for a great house or the government could be a relatively secure position, even somewhat influential if one had become indispensable to a powerful patron. Some ex-slaves of the emperor also rose to extremely high positions by effectively being the imperial civil service. At a more modest level, though, scribes in the marketplace might also double as reading letter writers, helping a soldier's illiterate wife send him a message on the frontier or drafting a contract for a merchant. They were paid by the line, or per task, as Diocletian's edict suggests, 25 denarii per 100 lines for high-quality penmanship, 20 for second quality. And then we have medicine. That was a practiced profession, but not formally licensed as it is today. It was a little bit more Wild West back then. There were doctors who gained reputations and clients, many Greek freedmen or immigrants, as Greek medicine was considered the best. A successful physician to the rich could earn a good living and even climb socially. Some doctors became wealthy enough to be equestrians too, and that is the secondary class. But on the lower end, each legion had a medicus, often a soldier with a bit of training for treating wounds, and small towns had a local healer of varying skill. Women also served as healthcare providers. Midwives were crucial for delivering babies, and midwives were usually older, experienced women who knew herbal remedies and birthing techniques. They might not have formal education, but some female practitioners did gain enough knowledge to be akin to doctors. In fact, inscriptions from around the empire honor a few women as medicae. For instance, a tombstone from Rome commemorates a woman named Julia Saturnina as, quote, the best doctor, and praises her virtuous life, suggesting, of course, that she was widely recognized for her skill with medicine. Another inscription in Gallia, that is France, refers to a woman who was a physician who, quote, delivered her fatherland from disease. Well, such evidence, though sparse, does tell us that women could and did engage in the healing professions, likely attending to women and children mostly. However, like many jobs in Rome, medicine had its charlatans. There was no formal regulation beyond reputation alone, so if a physician's treatments failed, they might simply slip out of town to avoid the angry patients. Mr. McGregor with a leg for an arm and an arm for a leg, that kind of thing. I'm sure you know the reference. Well, nonetheless, skilled doctors like Galen, the famous 2nd century physician, though male, show that medicine was an esteemed craft at the higher levels. And another category of urban workers was the entertainer and performer. While perhaps not normal in the sense of majority, many people, including women and youths, found work on the stage or in the arena. Actors, musicians, dancers, acrobats. These formed a class of entertainers often hired for festivals, dinner parties, or public games. Acting in Rome was not a highly respected profession, but star actors could be popular and earn favors from admirers. We even have records of an actress named Fabia who specialized in mimes, or of female dancers who performed in public. These women performers actually walked quite a fine line, as they were often associated with courtesans. But some of them had real skill, and renown too. But what about the money? Well, to pay for a run-of-the-mill performer was pretty inconsistent, just like the entertainment industry now. Perhaps a share of the troupe's take, or a patron's gift. Meanwhile, the other side of entertainment, the world of gladiators and charioteers, was quite extreme and a perilous path to take. Gladiators were usually enslaved or condemned men, trained to fight in the arena as a blood sport. They were paid only if they won, and the real profit went to their owners or trainers. A few gladiators achieved fame, and if they survived long enough, could even win freedom and minor celebrity. But it was not a career that one chose freely, except in a few rare cases of volunteers, so we might exclude it as a, quote, job in the voluntary sense. Charioteers, however, while often starting as slaves, could become extremely well-compensated superstars. Chariot racing was the most popular sport in Rome. The racing factions, the blues, greens, reds, and whites, had fanatical followings. A talented charioteer who won races could accumulate substantial prize money, and also heavy bribes or gifts. The most famous example is Gaius Appuleius Diocles, a 2nd century CE charioteer, whose career winnings were inscribed on a monument in Rome. He won nearly 1,500 races and earned an astonishing 35.8 million sesterces over 24 years. Well, that sum was equivalent to the pay of thousands of soldiers, or the cost of dozens of villas by some modern calculations. It made him one of the highest paid athletes in history, even till now. Well, of course, most charioteers never reached such heights, and many died in spectacular crashes on the track. But nonetheless, it does show that even in ancient times, a form of sports and entertainment could catapult a skilled person, even low-born, to strategic wealth. And that's, well, I suppose one part of getting out of the slums. But cases like that were extraordinary. For the typical Roman entertainer, the street flute player, the singer at the tavern, making ends meet was a daily hustle, and social respect was quite minimal. Well, for our final section today, let's talk about probably the most unpleasant aspect, and that's the kids. We've already noted the early start that many children had in labor, but let's expand a bit. See, Roman children, if from a working-class family, typically learned by shadowing their parents or relatives. A farmer's son learned to plow and tend sheep as a boy. A blacksmith's boy would pump the bellows and fetch tools in his father's forge, gradually learning things by doing them and picking up the trade as he goes. Formal apprenticeships were not exactly codified in later guild systems, but in practice they certainly existed. A child might be apprenticed or sometimes even contracted to a craftsman to learn trade in exchange for labor. In a way, being a slave child in a household was a forced form of apprenticeship. One might be trained as a cook or seamstress from a young age to serve the household. Free children, too, could be unofficial apprentices. For example, a teenager might be sent to live with and learn from an uncle who is a carpenter in the city, spending several years in training before setting up enterprise on his own. One moving record of children's work is how they are commemorated when they die young. Several tombstones in the Latin West mention a child's role. One for a little girl may say that she was a lanifica, a wool worker, reflecting that even by the age 10 or 12 she had an economic function. Another for a boy might call him a little shoemaker, or show him with the tools of that trade. Now, these inscriptions were likely erected by grieving parents who wanted to highlight that their child, though young, had been a contributing member of the family trade and had learned the basics of the family's work. It's quite a different mentality from today's. Romans didn't really sentimentalize childhood innocence to the extent that we do. Rather, they took a pride in a diligent child who could help out alongside the adults. But not all children worked full-time, of course. Many did a mix of schooling and chores, if their families could afford it. In poor families, as soon as a child could feed chickens or carry water, they had chores. By their early teens, the equivalent of high school age, many boys of the lower classes would be working nearly as adults, perhaps as an assistant in a workshop or out in the fields. Girls might be married by mid-teens, effectively becoming homemakers, which was itself a full-time occupation of managing domestic tasks. In urban contexts, one imagines a swirl of errand boys going through the streets delivering messages, or the young helpers of butchers pushing little handcarts of meat, a merchant's daughter minding the store for an hour while her mum steps away. All of these were small contributions, but they were part of that fabric of daily labor. Now, this concept of, quote, child labor as a social issue simply did not exist in antiquity. It was simply expected that children follow in the footsteps of their parents as soon as they were able to. In fact, even the concept of childhood was quite a strange thing. Only the privileged were exempt. An upper-class boy, instead of laboring, would be hitting the books. He'd be learning rhetoric and philosophy, preparing for a career in politics. An upper-class girl might be learning to manage servants or host dinners. Not physically demanding, I can admit that, but a kind of training for her expected societal role. Meanwhile, their less fortunate counterparts were cleaning, cooking, and crafting early on. Little 4-year-old boys being thrown down into mines and all the rest where the bigger people could not fit. Well, that's just the way it was. Okay, so this wasn't a video about grand battles or brave generals or anything like that. Nothing too gruesome either, except for a few little details and unpleasant things. Just about the normal people. We don't have many of their stories. We've only just got a few little hints. But, well, history's made up of a lot of different parts, isn't it? We can't just talk about all the things that have been written down, which is why we're very lucky to have archaeology as a practice. Those are the things that dig up those little details. Let us have a little peek into what an old bakery would have been like, an old weaver's workshop, and all the rest. Now, that to me is really interesting. Anyway, I'm going to thank the top tier supporters for making this all possible and ad-free. Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Cameron, Kerry, Charlene, Lynn, Therese, Katiana, Nicholas, Ulfednir, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Nura Nerd, Erin, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, Scott, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stefan, Kevin, HMSHH, Crystal, Tavri, Anthony, Lucy, Brandon, Gugu Bubonic, Nicholas, Craig, Nefte, Alexander, Gokan, Dorsey, Vanita, Claire, Courtesy, Carol, Robert, Mary, Bridget, Nefertari, Yvette, Miss Mochi, 11, Allison, Free American, Jennifer, Brittany, David, and Cody. Thank you very much. Okay, so if you enjoyed it, do the like and subscribe thing. You know what to do. Will we get to 1 million subs one day? I don't know. Maybe in a couple years' time. Maybe. We'll see if we can get to 200,000 first. We're past 150,000 now, which is good. Like to get to 200,000 by the end of this year, but I don't know. Time is ticking away. Not sure if we can do that, but who knows? Maybe you will spread the word for me. Thank you in advance. Good night, everyone. I hope you have a good day at work tomorrow. And lots of love to you all. See you in the next video.